What's up, guys? Welcome back to another one of my random crap YouTube videos. And obviously in this YouTube video I am going to be doing a ton of random crap for like the first probably 3 hours. Well, not 3, probably for the first 2 hours I'd say. I'm going to be uploading like a few videos and also doing like 5 different diagnostics. For them being on for my SD cards and one of them being on my thumb drives. So yeah, but I really need to upload these two nostalgia videos. So yeah, and I actually don't know if I upload. Yeah, I didn't upload this time lapse though. So I need this nostalgia video to be at like 1:30 p.m. and the second one being at like 3:30 p.m. probably.
This has got to be Dungeon. I can't think of it. What other dice game? What other dice game? I don't know. I don't get this. Hopefully somebody. Megamind. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. I'm trying to bring my hair forward, right? Kind of hide it away, but it's like you can't throw a sheet over a country. You can't park an aircraft carrier in a garage, so to speak. But I would love to know. Do you guys actually like the direction this is going? Because I'm like, some days I'm with it, some days I'm not. I'm not actually trying to hide my forehead, because I know that's not possible. This feels illegal. Yep. Okay. Things that feel top 10. I'm gonna start a new channel right here, dude.
You know, my computer will, since my computer will be on for like probably close to like 36 hours combined with like I open on my computer at 7:40 p.m. today. It's almost 12 a.m. So 8:40, 9:40, 10:40, 11:40. 4 hours. Guess what? This video will probably extend to at least 7:30 a.m. Then I'll probably just, well, I'm actually extend it to 8 a.m. Start another video. Make that video go to like 3 p.m. And then guess what? My computer will have a small break from like 3 p.m. to like 3:30. Then I'm opening my computer again from like 3:30 to like at least 12 a.m. It will probably be closed, and well, the reason my computer will be opened all day tomorrow basically is because I have an online day. So I'm gonna be playing Madden 24 doing flights probably while I do online school, and also on my computer it'll probably just be like diagnostics, trying to like just like fry my computer basically. Well, this computer, not my school computer, I still need it for like the next 6 years probably. But this computer I'll try to fly. And also I just found out, but my PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 4s can be also used as a DVD player. So if I make a nostalgia video tonight, it's going to be a long nostalgia video. Let's say I started at 1 a.m. It will probably extend to 7 a.m. based on all the stuff I'm going to be planning on doing. I could probably split some of it. Well, truthfully, I could probably just do... Well, I really want to do my football games tonight. I really want to finish my football games. So I could technically tonight, if I'm making nostalgia video, I am planning on just making it football, mainly just football, having like 2 football games, and watching a DVD of the Super Bowl like XL Steelers. So that nostalgia video will be at least 4 hours. Then I'll probably have like another nostalgia video where I could technically watch like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different videos, possibly. But I don't know right now. And guess what? You know what I say? We'll just have to wait and see. Plus also, right now I don't know what to watch on YouTube. And it's another one of those nights. Well, I don't like, know what to, watch. And tonight's the night. And now I control. Oh, that was fun.
Bob, Dad, let me give you a ride home.
Is this yours?
So, of course, my agent doesn't tell me that I'm going to be working.
Today we're going to be testing out our brand new tank, since no one's even seen what they can handle yet. What tank? This thing. This one.
All these people, they gotta get to work.
I gotta get to work too, man.
I've always got time for another match.
There's no use owning a tank if the gun doesn't work right, because then it's just a tractor at that point. So it's getting a lot of hate. Oh, okay. Yeah, the gun is actually plugged, so nothing can go in or out of it. So unfortunately, yeah. We're good, man. Solid basketball.
I had big plans for that guess. I won't be promoting that pawn. I had big plans for the I see dead pieces.
See, the
Su
difference
casa
between
es
my
mi
tank and
casa.
a tank that's deactivated is
Tragic.
that mine isn't deactivated.
Yes, Queen.
Back up. You got the wrong one.
You just told me get the big one.
The big American one.
I'll take those points.
What that says? I thought it was written in military or something.
Deep breaths, Oscar.
Let's just
Oscar, stop blunt. That was my favorite pawn.
So I bought this in case they couldn't do that legally.
The Pretender, but why?
This is illegal and this is illegal.
That was Mother's favorite
Yeah,
piece.
just gonna stand behind this and then we'll get it lined up.
The Queen is mine. Oscar, stop blundering your pieces. Should have kept my eye on that one. Checkmate.
This is your
Nice check.
Yeah, I just picked it up. We're just working on the gun. For ATF guys.
That was my favorite pawn.
420. It's actually illegal to have a functioning gun on it.
Well, I have the registration for it.
It's for a 2001 Honda Civic.
The Pretender to the throne. Should have kept my eye on
I
that
think
one.
it's a little clean.
Check.
We're gonna add some character to it. We'll like rub some dirt on it.
Let's get you closer to checkmate. Follow the air. You're one move away from checkmate. You're one move away from checkmate. You're getting further. You're one move away from check. You're one move away from checkmate.
Look at that hole in there.
Could you be the...
I cannot drive through a cinder block wall with my daily driver. Why did I buy that? So we have a foot tall brick wall, and I laid this all by hand with one hand.
You paid someone $13,000 to do that.
Also, we're gonna drive through this car. I want to make sure the school buses are safe. Because how are the kids gonna grow up to be young, strong adults if you can't make it past 5 years old?
Because you ran over them.
But they got ran over because their bus wasn't safe enough. That's what I'm saying. And before I do this with a real bus, I'm a little concerned about the
Like, it's extreme size?
the kids that are saying. Guys, buckle up. Oh my god! Morning.
owner.
He's not here right now. He's down over the hill.
I can't hear you. Take him back. Excuse me. Can I speak to the owner?
He's just down over the hill.
Can you get him up here? Thank you.
Hey, Cody, you got a copy?
Hey, there's some guy here to see you. Okay, copy that. We're right here for you.
Sorry, in your car. Second time this week.
Just by
I would
word.
assume you get a parking lot. So you see it right on there.
Oh,
Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
yeah.
We're going to have a look around, make sure everything's nice and safe, and y'all use all the proper precautions and protection. Don't wear goggles,
Yes,
yes. Yeah, y'all had any workplace accidents lately?
No, I wouldn't say that many.
So what happened 0 days ago?
I couldn't recall of anything that happened.
Just don't fall asleep on the
All
board.
right, listen, we're going to look over every square inch of this place. See, y'all got some work going on up there, that second level. You don't have a railing on that staircase.
Me,
You
worried,
gotta have
never. Equal and opposite reaction. Sorry. Not sorry. Careful, my apprentice. Naughty, naughty. Upon potentate.
Well, at least nothing
Preposterous.
fell on the person.
I would
Check.
say that
I won't be controlling that diag. Must you ruin all my plans? How could you?
Okay.
I had big plans for that busker. Stop blundering. You took my pony. I'll miss that one.
You say artillery rounds?
no, they need first aid kits.
Hey, listen, I've seen
Bold
enough,
move.
guys.
I approve.
I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna give you your final report, and then I'm gonna go.
You just had to make it clean, didn't you? Not
I'm in
bad.
my car. I gotta get home somehow.
You can just write with her. She ticket.
You want me to ride in that?
Yeah.
Come on, no. Listen,
He's only been
y'all-
in 6
I
accidents.
don't. Here's your report. All right, I appreciate your time. You're gonna hear from our people.
Some bonds aren't built to
Be on the
last.
lookout. Well, cook it. Well, it's not level. I
I would have chosen a queen, too.
It's your turn.
Black ball with the 8 on it?
Fine, but I refuse to cook. Let's get you closer to checkmate. You're getting further from checkmate. Try again. You're one move away from checkmate. You're one move away from checkmate. You're one move away from checkmate. Wow.
Did I hit it? So I'm up for $11,000. The guy said that he should probably come to us, but he's not here
Here's
yet,
something
so
they
can
don't
I
want you to
figure it
know.
out real quick?
Every one of your dollars has the potential to make more dollars. It's called compounding.
We have all these controls, and I don't even know what these do yet. But all
I really don't think this is a good idea, Cody.
What? Our tank is on fire. Give me water.
Wait, what do you... No.
Oh, we're good. That was close.
Start it up.
Shows how to play it. So until my class 3 weapons license comes in, 12 up!
You're just calling out commands to yourself.
I'm a bumblebee.
This is adventure on your own
You're a
time.
dead man. I'm
This is my
Never missing out.
push me up.
It's everything you love about the Navy. Plus, everything else you just love. America's Navy Reserve.
A blind spot that's never out of sight. The Hyundai Tucson.
The Hyundai Tucson comes standard with America's best warranty. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Now that's what I call a pit stop. By Old Spice Fiji.
We live for the moment. The kind that changes history.
It's been an incredibly...
This is how the pioneers used to do it back in the old days. Many people wonder where we get the money to make videos like this. That's because we're the absolute best at everything we do, including our own clothing brand, Monster Max, which I've spent the last year personally designing to be one step above every other work line that you can possibly find. I personally picked out the fabric, dimensions. I have the legs.
Why would a tank top even have legs?
And every other feature of Monster Max. We have made clothing that is better than any other version you would possibly find. I have this, we're hoping to get it sewed into the tank top. For example, the sleeves on this hoodie are 2% longer, the hood is 2% larger. This hoodie can be dried as many times as you want without shrinking or pilling, so when you're done, it doesn't look like this. The hoodie's not an expendable item. We want your clothing to last you as long as possible. Something as simple as socks. These are the most comfortable socks you'll ever wear in your life. How can you improve socks? Well, first of all, you can remove the little plastic staple that pulls the thread out every time you break it in half. These things are like literally walking on clouds. The products have nice packaging because we're proud of the product. Your hood on your hoodie does not fit over a beanie. Why did you buy the hoodie? If your hoodie shrinks after 2 times drying it, why did you buy the hoodie? MonsterMax.com is now live with the best product available known to mankind. Since we're a relatively new company, we produce less than 5,000 pieces. There's a limited supply. We do have a nice return policy, but I know that whatever you buy, you'll be happy with it. I just want to take a moment here to address the false allegations that everyone's making about me illegally moving my property line 11 foot 4.5 inches every week. We're just pineapple farmers trying to make an honest living. There's nothing weird about our militarized installation. We don't mind if anyone crosses our property line or anything, so I just want to clear the air because a lot of neighbors were concerned that we were illegally moving the fence line so that we could illegally gain private property and make it ours. You mean that, Phil?
Oh, yeah, we installed a minefield last night.
Welcome to Fact Time with Cody. I have more tanks than the following countries. Indonesia at 0. Russia? They only have 1.0000 tanks.
That's a million tanks.
I have more tanks than this country, Pakistan. They only have 1.0000 tanks.
That's 100,000. You're talking about Pakistan.
This also gives me legal power beyond what most other civilians would have. I bought this tank from the United Kingdom. I went over there as a law-abiding citizen. I didn't even bring that many weapons. I got a speeding ticket. They caught me doing 6 miles an hour over. They have speed cameras everywhere. Now, I did not know this. I was speeding everywhere I went. We have photographic evidence that shows a red Toyota Hilux committing the alleged offense of speeding excess of 30 miles an hour. All they have is a photo of me driving.
You just admitted to it on camera. No.
Look, it's just a piece of paper. If they want me, they're going to have to bring a lot more than that. What in the chromosomed incest Alabama cousin making chromosome bull this? Dude, when I run over this truck, their family log is going to be so pissed.
Their family log?
Yeah, because it doesn't have any limbs on it.
Georgie! Cody, stop. Cody, stop.
truck over the tank.
What?
Sorry, I meant the tank. No, yeah, I meant I'm gonna drive over the tank now.
I'm running over a f***ing tank. Hey, it's like this. To flip, it needs to be like that.
Are you kidding me? Hello, State Farm. Hi, I've been hit by a pickup truck. I got T-bone. 2006 Silverado 2500. Full coverage. Yeah, I have 6-inch armor, so it's... Hello? So I'm thinking, I had this theory, if I could just get a little more money, like $800 trillion, I could buy New York City and level it. No, I buy all the real estate. Empire State Building, mine. Twin Towers, mine.
No, they don't.
The White House, mine.
That's not in New York.
Oh, but I'm saying, ever since I was 6 weeks old, I wanted to pull tug of war, my tank versus my world's largest monster truck. So I'm finally able to live out my dream. Ever since I was a kid. As you know, we have remote control of the truck.
There we go.
Wow, okay, it has a little bit more torque than I thought. Oh, Monster Man's a useless piece of crap, dude. Why is it pulling a f***ing tank? That was fun. I just hope we didn't mess up the grass too much.
Lay's, America's favorite chip. Since 1938, Lay's classic potato chips have been made.
We've got DJ Khaled eating some lobsters. Lobster, maybe?
Tell me bring out the lobster. Tell me bring out the lobster. Every day. I told you this, I want lobster every day. Every restaurant I walk in, I want lobster. Tell me bring out the lobster. Tell me bring out the beans.
Oh, I'm not gonna ask. I'll let DJ Khaled be DJ Khaled and I'll remain Jakerson, I guess. Guys, today, every time I laugh, I lose $100, aka a Benjamin. Thanks to the new bot that we have over on our Discord channel, we can actually see who uploaded each and every single meme and send them a little message and be like, how would you like the money, brother? So make sure to join us at discord.gg/Jagertown, and let's get into this week's memes, okay? Here we go. Roll a shit. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was a fence. I don't know how this is opening and closing. That part's kind of shaking me up too. If this ain't the realest expression I've ever seen, bro, I'm gonna pause right there just in case you want a little screensaver for yourself. When my Chinese brain chip activates, the code word was decontaminate. Decontaminate. The code word was decontaminate.
You don't decontaminate and make it look like I'm what are you trying to say? What are you doing?
Dude, that was not. Oh my god. Dude, I just had so much empathy in that moment for this guy.
Make it look like I'm what are you trying to say?
Dude, Duolingo sales after this video went viral. Oh my gosh, that's so freaking funny. I can't believe it. Okay, let's message this person right here, dude. I feel like this is a shower head with like RGB.
I just picked this up. Is it gonna be busting? We're gonna find out. First, we gotta remove this one.
Dude, More power to you, bro. My personal opinion is I don't like mixing electricity with water, being somebody who is susceptible to electrocution. But it looks like it's working out for you and your raid needs, so we're happy for you, brother. But anyways, we're gonna watch this show. We're gonna watch this dog with 20. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, but we're gonna watch this. Here we go. That has no business being funny at all. Why is this funny to me? Why, as a human being, is this amusing to me? If you can watch this back to back 10 times straight without laughing, you are built different, dude. The part that gets me is his eyes. Like everything, all the gears are just spinning like 100,000 miles per hour, and his eyes are just like. That's a good one. Big shout out to our co-host, Mr. B's right over here. This one says, "Say subs." Say subs without the B. But without the B. Nice. You didn't get me, right? Subs today, 137? Who is this guy? No way that this is offensive towards a IBS disabled person.
Go ahead. Take a spooky dookie.
Okay, that's pretty funny. I didn't laugh, but that's pretty funny. A spooky dookie, bro. I gotta do a challenge in October. 30 days, no spooky dookies, no shot, bro. I'm not making it past 4 a.m. on October 1st. Okay, I think I just laughed at spaghetti and printer, dude. I think I did. My co-host Beans is rather frustrated about our poor financial decisions right here. But Kay, make sure to check your messages. No servers in common. They left the channel? What are we doing, Kay? Since Kay isn't even in the server anymore, that means y'all get this code. So I'll just throw it up on the screen. We'll put it right over here in this blank spot next to Kay's profile picture. Let's jump back in here. Alright, I don't know what the spaghetti is going on right now. Oh! We might have to blur that. It's AI generated. I don't think we have to blur it, actually. YouTube overlords, this is AI generated. This isn't even real. This is just a... dude, I don't even know. I'm not going to laugh at this for sure now. That's just the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. But thank goodness DJ Khaled is up in here helping us restore the vibe. When it's 4 a.m. and your dad is brushing his teeth and you hear this banger come on. To be fair, dude, until I got married, I didn't know that this wasn't normal. I always thought for the longest time that when you brush your teeth, when you brush your tongue, you're supposed to get back there, right? And I always thought that if you were gagging while you were brushing your teeth, that means you were, I don't know. We gotta... This ends one of 3 ways. Rickroll, Blue Lobster, or some stupid song. Yeah, that wasn't on the list. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's tough. That's a hard watch for me. Yeah. Yep. You know when you're in 5th grade and your teacher's like, what do you want your legacy? What do you want to be remembered for? And you wrote down, first person to go to Mars. Or like, best NBA player ever. You know what I wrote down? It was not eating a microphone. That is not what I wrote down. What the heck is that? This is how kids cough. What is that? Who is that? Why do I see myself right now? Who is this AI generated? What in the frick is going on, dude? This is rubbing me the wrong way. Are you awake? Man. What do you want to be remembered as, friends? Thanks, guys. Appreciate the love.
What's up, guys, and this is the start of my Family Feud show. The reason I started this show is because, other than my nostalgia show and doing diagnostics and all that, I basically have nothing to film. So, it would make sense to start a Family Feud show and have a nostalgia show. The first season of the Family Feud show will be only like 5 episodes, since I want to release the Family Feud show episodes and the Nostalgia Series episodes at the same time. Not like 10 episodes in like the Family Feud show and 10 episodes of the Nostalgia show. I could have 20 episodes of the Family Feud show and only 5 episodes in the Nostalgia show. I just want to release, like, well, now I'm on season 1 of the Nostalgia show. So once season 2 comes out, I'm also going to have season 2 of my Family Feud show. So yeah, so this is the start of season 1. So here we go. Yay!
Alright, every cat's eyes tells a story. This one is a Jagerton sneeze.
That's right. What's up, guys? And this is the start of my Family Feud show. Now, what's going to be in this show is like cards. I have these Family Feud cards, so I could talk about those, or I could be watching the show, stuff like that. And whenever, so basically, other than my Nostalgia series, I have nothing to do, nothing to film. So the only reason I'm starting this show is because of basically I only have my Nostalgia series to film. So I'm just going to be filming this and my Nostalgia series. So this is the start to nice season 1. Once season 2 releases, I'm going to also release season 2 of Family Feud. The first season of my Nostalgia series is going to be 30 episodes. This one will probably be 5. And in my second season, I'll probably only have 10 episodes each. But that is going to be the end of this YouTube video, and goodbye.
I know that, dude. How did I not see that coming, bro? Hey, bro, have you seen Oppenheimer? No, but have you seen Oppenheimer? I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, that was top tier, guys. That was next level. Jar Jar. Oh my gosh! This chick is burned into my brain. Huh? This is Jimmy Neutron, 100,000%.
It's time to say sayonara.
Oh, right, Interstellar full movie.
You want to be the Jimmy in your friend group, but if you're the Sean, or even worse, if you're the Carl, dude, am I the Sean, dude? I want to be the Jimmy. Come on, look, I'm so close! If I was a character from Jimmy Neutron, who do you think I am? I need real answers only. What the heck is this? Nope. I don't need any of that. I don't want to ever see that again in my life. That was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. This, on the other hand, we are now in Flattywood, and it looks like we have somebody in a chair floating.
Let me get out of your way.
See you later. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to this. This is great, though. What is this? Oh, I know this one! Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse mixed with Edna Rose, or something like that. I definitely pulled something. Okay, this one I don't know. This one I don't know. Just back to back to back! This is a 100% Peter Griffin and Freddy Fazbear. 2 for 3, though? Jalapeno, you knew exactly what you were doing when you uploaded these, and I appreciate it, brother. When you drop a plate and this banger turns on. My wife cooked me food earlier today, and I was cutting it up, and I didn't realize my plate was close to the edge of the counter, and I pushed the freaking plate off the counter, and it just blew up on the ground, dude. Just exploded. Let's go golfing! Okay, we've got, oh my gosh, dude. My wife is gonna kill me if she sees this in the actual edit. Good thing she's in the other room right now, so I think I'm gonna get away with it. The other day, my wife went to a painting class and painted a picture of beans, and I just wanna know if you guys see the resemblance right now. I actually love this painting, and I will never, ever get rid of this my entire life, but is anyone else seeing the resemblance right now? Am I a terrible person? I don't know. I just feel like she's gonna come out of the back and just karate chop me in the back of the head. Okay, there's no way this is gonna just absolutely destroy my ear canals.
Hello, I'm Michael. I'm Michael. I am Michael. I am Michael. I am Michael. And I am Michael. Today we're gonna be performing a sea shanty. Boys, that's rehearsed. Michael, 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 then Michael. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning, way up, she rises, way up, she rises, way up, she rises early in the morning.
I can already hear
Actually,
Michael's up there just wasting his...
I don't want to do a Family Feud show now, but I still want to do a Family Feud thing.
Life away posting them TikToks. Oh, you know why they named their kid Michael? Michelangelo, anybody? This is art. That's what I'm getting at. This is absolutely beautiful. Listen, bro, if I ever head out onto the 7 seas, I'm gonna hit you up because I need this kind of enthusiasm in my life. You guys started playing CSGO. That's what my guess is, CSGO. Oh! Team Fortress 2. I know that it's Team Fortress 2 now. That actually kind of did scare me. I feel a little bit embarrassed about that.
Guys, welcome back.
Bostic, movies, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Oppenheimer. I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet, bro. I don't love seeing movies that make me sad, and I feel like that's just, how is that movie not gonna make me sad? So I don't know if I'm missing out. I feel like I need to go see it, though. Okay, this job sucks. System restart.
What's okay?
All exit. Ventilation. I don't know what this game is. This isn't a job. I don't know what's happening. Buy a man, eat a fish. Okay. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna avoid the aneurysm today. Mom, never get into a stranger's car. Please don't put that. No! I do not condone this message. I don't even drive my hamster van anymore. What am I saying? What am I saying right now? This is bad, dude. No. This is bad, dude. This is all sorts of bad right now. Of course it's censored by Beans enthusiasts. We've got a Danish person, I think. That's what this meme is implying. Dude, what do Danish people sound like now that I'm thinking about it? This is kind of accurate, isn't it? Hello, I'm Danish. I'm gonna stop myself there. We're gonna move on. Interrupts news reporter in the cutest way possible. Is this Discord cute or like normal person cute? Because if it's Discord cute, that means this person's about to get absolutely mauled.
The species home hangs in the balance. Human actions are destroying habitats, decimating our entire ecosystem and disrupting the cycle of life. And with the rise in drought cases, it is up to us to be guardians of our own natural world, save our wild species, and provide a home.
Bro, who did he look like for a second there? I've seen this in like anime somewhere. Bro, I just typed in anime antagonist tail on head to try to find out who this was. I can see it in my mind. They're like purple and blue or something like that. If you know what I'm talking about, can you please let me know? Because I just tried looking it up and honestly I went to a weird place. Why did we post this sideways? It looks like an ATST next to some slippers, random Lego parts, half of a Hot Wheels circuit with some headphones. What's going on here, dude? When your alarm goes off for the 500th time, you don't care because you're a motorcycle. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, here we go. We've got literal lava on the bed. I'm scared what happened to my baked potato. This is lava. What am I getting this wrong? This has got to be lava. Where do you just find... Okay. Where do you just find lava, dude? And where do I get some? If I laugh, I eat lava? Next video? Anyone? Just kidding. YouTube Roblox, that was a joke. Take a joke, though. Okay, America, my fellow Americans, China.
What's that, baby?
I need to download Duolingo, dude. I gotta know what this guy was actually saying right now. Breaking barber. How, dude, this has gotta be breaking copyright law. How is this a thing? When you ask your barber for a y equals negative 0.033x plus 2, but he gives you that y equals negative 0.5. Can anybody let me know if this is mathematically accurate? I forget how graphs work. And math for that matter. I don't want to watch this, but we're going to.
I choose chunky style milk because it has the wholesome chunks growing kids need, unlike smooth style milk.
All my life, I always wanted to be a professional rollerball. And there's only one problem. It's a little small. So in a bed or something?
Everyone didn't have to roll down that wall. Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
At Strayer, you can earn your degree affordably.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another one of my nostalgia videos, and in this nostalgia video I'm mainly going to be doing football, so like Madden NFL 24, and I'm probably going to be playing 2 games in here. One of them is going to be a Pittsburgh Steelers game, and I don't know what the other one will be, but I know one of them is going to be a Pittsburgh Steelers game. So I need to go to my football document, which I do have a football document where I just put in basically all my football games. So yeah. And I might actually also watch the Super Bowl. I think it's an Super Bowl XL Steelers. So yeah, back when the Steelers were actually good. If you want to know something, I like the Steelers. So yeah. So franchise. No, I don't want to sign into like whatever servers. I don't want to enhance my playthrough things. I already am going through them. Or whatever. Proceed without progression. CA offices Pittsburgh. I had CA offices, which is like Carolina or whatever. Oh, that's preseason. I didn't go to week 1, because if it was CA offices Pittsburgh, I would have had it in the preseason week 3, but I had it. Dominating offense.
Nashville, Tennessee, and that's where we find ourselves at Nissan Stadium. Today, it's the opener of a new NFL season, as it'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Tennessee Titans. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, and Charles, there's nothing quite like it. That feeling of beginning another NFL season, and these two squads are going to do just that in a moment.
And what makes it so exciting is a range of possibilities these teams have before them, because we could be seeing one of these teams earn the Lombardi Trophy in February, while the other, they can earn the #1 draft pick in April, or anything in between. And we've got the best seat in the house every step of the way.
And this return will net positive as he gets past the 25 to the 27-yard line. So the Titans set to go to work for the first time. They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 22 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
And at the start of Jordan Love's NFL career, he had one of the best seats in the stadium watching Aaron Rodgers work. But now, he's looking for more than that. Rocket arm, big play potential. They want to show this organization that he's capable of being a dependable starter for the foreseeable future.
Now Spears begin to drive, and he'll get this out just shy of the 30. Got it here at the 29 on 2nd and 8. Right back to Spears. Now 3rd down is moving. A pickup of 2 on 1st down. 1 yard there. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. On 3rd down, Love.
Fourth down.
That's the first 3rd down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key 3rd down throws.
Return middle.
On 4th down, J.K. Scott ready to punt it away. It's a 40-yard punt, 6 yards on the return. And the Steelers will go on offense here, 1st and 10. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And trotting out there leading them is their 4th-year quarterback.
And when you watch Kenny Pickett play, you see a young man who got better every season in college and really blossomed in his final campaign, took his game to a new level, and made him a first-round pick in the NFL. He's the type of kid who can beat you with his mind, beat you with his arm, and occasionally with his legs. A tough, skilled performer. Kenny Pickett, he's got some mindset to him.
First play of the drive going for 14 and also going for the 1st down.
Well, there's plenty of real estate for him to maneuver on that run, and let's face it, this shouldn't be a surprise. He's one of the better backs in the league. Had to come into this game with the idea, slow him down, otherwise it's going to be a long afternoon.
First down, and they go back to Harris. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down.
That was a quality play to set it down. So the simple offensive line winning the battle up front and winning it in a big way and giving the guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
Short one there in front of you. And he's able to break out a 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. From the gun on 3rd down, Pickett.
Let's go.
He's got a man complete. And he's going to have another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Titans' 38-yard line. It's a 10-yard pickup, and it moves the chains.
Well, I think when they look at their offense, they think to themselves, weapons everywhere, and they want to move the ball around. They want to spread it to different people. But you absolutely know they want to get this man involved as well, and that's what they just did on that play.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Pickett, he'll look to throw it. Now, quick throw, they're going to be batting away. lead. As he's Al-Shaair, he's the one who got a hand on it and knocked it free. Pickett back to the air on second down.
Come on, throw it, throw it. Damn it.
Out of bounds, according to the headlines, but incomplete. So the ball a little late getting there, and it's third down. They'll throw again with Pickett. A short one there at Fryermuth. And he's going to
Wonder if I could do a field goal. Yeah, field goal 52 yards.
So Pickett is off to the sideline, and Chris Boswell is on for the Steeler field goal try. He'll be spotted on the right hash, a 52-yard attempt. Boswell's kick is good, and the Steelers will jump out to a 3-zip lead.
Well, if this game was real, I would have just made history in Steelers. I would have just made history in the Steelers. History thingy. Because that was a 52-yard attempt field goal. So, even though they had what was the longest one, like 70 yards? So if I have another one that's 50 yards, that's more history in the Pittsburgh Steelers history book. So yeah.
First drive of the new season, not an ideal beginning as they start drive number 2, 1st and 10. To pass, here's Jordan Love.
Let's go! That just added more history to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Titans just lost 13 yards, which adds more history to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This game would probably be iconic if it was in real life, because obviously the 50-yard field goal, but also the Titans losing good old 13 yards though. And if I make more history in this game would be iconic if it was real life, but I guess what, it isn't. But that it will probably be iconic in my YouTube history. Okay, no gain on that play, so loss. So within 3 lost. First play lost 13 yards. Second play gained none, and now on the third play, going to be a throwing one, probably still not going to gain any or build any. Gained 7. So they're definitely not going to get a okay, they're going to probably punt. Unless they do, okay. They might do a fake, but it's too deep in their territory to do a fake. Within like 10 yards of yeah, they're too deep in their territory.
Almost outkicked his coverage there. 48-yard run, but 10 on the return. And they will take over 1st and 10. So Pittsburgh retakes the field for their second offensive possession. They finished off their opening drive of the campaign with a field goal on the last drive. Now they'll search for a touchdown here on this go-around. 1st and 10. Pickett back to throw. A short one there at Fryermuth. It'll be a gain of 5. And it'll be 2nd down. I think defensively you're okay with that. Here in the first quarter, he's going to get some catches, but they rally to him quickly.
And that's what you count on, and I like what you just said. First quarter, can you do it all game long? They catch it, you tackle it, they go down on the spot. Because when you're able to do that, you don't give up big chunks of yardage after the catch. Now you put the offense in a position.
Damn it.
Every series, they have to work hard to pick up first downs, and you tend to stall them out when you do that.
Here's Pickett. Setting up the screen.
Damn it. Okay, I should do a fake. I could do another field goal and do a field goal and have this game even more iconic in the Pittsburgh Steelers history of the game. Yeah, but I wish this game was in real life because it would already be iconic so far in 5 minutes. Fake punt W release. Throw, 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 throw. Come on. He should have thrown it. He should have thrown it. But it didn't make me throw it. I attempted to throw it, but it didn't throw. I pressed the X button and it didn't throw. Come on. But sometimes you just need to do what you gotta do. Like that. Going into the sidelines on a attentive, like 30-yard throw and catch. And another one. That was... Damn it. 24. Well, I could just do two Pittsburgh games in now. See if my team gets any better after that. And that's a touchdown. Now I have heartburn. I don't know why, but I have heartburn. Hey, look at that! That was a perfect throw and catch. They ain't like 7 yards.
Short game until they stop it. If they're not going to stop you, keep throwing it, and occasionally you'll break a tackle and turn it into a bigger gain. Also, if they start to creep up, start to pressure receivers, now you go over the top, take it deep, now you get some of those big shots downfield.
The heavy set out there, 3 tight ends in the formation for 3rd and 3.
Perfect.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
Yeah, first down.
He will have the Steelers first down, I do believe. Yes, he's got it by about a yard there on 3rd and 3.
For some reason I had a heartburn. Now I don't. My body can't decide what it wants.
Sure enough, they snuck the tight end out on that one. Wound up hitting him for a first down.
Clock rolling as we hit the midway point of this first quarter. To the air on first down with Pickett. And a dangerous throw there, incomplete. He threw that into coverage. It was nearly intercepted. 2nd and 10. It's Pickett again. A short one there to fire.
Fuck. Come on.
Down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line.
Defense. Yeah, let's go. Attempt. I mean, accept, but not attempt. Accept.
Absolutely, no matter what angle you're making the tackle from, we can't grab the face mask, and that's just put your defense on its heels.
Intercepted.
And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown.
Well, I did say in this video game, I really want this game to be history, so I guess I already am starting to do that. I wish it was real life though, so then the Pittsburgh Steelers could actually have a good iconic history game with like a bunch of like different stuff, but I don't have that.
Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago and threw the pick six, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go around.
And sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick six and you come right back out on the field. You're not over on the sidelines dwelling for it very long. You're not hearing everyone say, hey, you'll get a
Hey, that was like 5 yards right there.
All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out on the field with a chance to atone.
Now Pickett. Pass complete. George Pickens with it. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. First catch of the new season for him, and he picks up the first.
But one of the ways that quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
On first and 10, it's Pickett. And he took that in one-handed.
Let's go!
That'll give him 8 that time, and they'll be left with second and a couple. Harris running straight ahead. And he'll get it into enemy territory just across midfield at the 49. He'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down.
Second and 2 is prime time for a little bit of a gamble. Let's open up the playbook, go play action, toss that bad boy deep. But in this situation, go ahead and give it to your back. Let it pick up the first down. Keep the sticks moving.
As early struggles continue. Here's another one.
Okay, that was an interception. Oh, like I said, in this Pittsburgh Steelers history, I want this game to be iconic. Not in real life, obviously, since this is a video game. But here it is.
He's just been kind of laying these passes out there. He's kind of been floating them a little bit. He's going to be more decisive in his reads and definitely more decisive in throwing the ball. Rifled in there every now and then.
They'll start on the ground with Spears. And he'll lose yardage on the play back at the 45-yard line. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up second and 11. Now the Steelers put a stop to the action with a timeout defensively. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. After the loss to start out, here's second and 11. Spears with another carry. And he'll be taken down just shy of midfield after a gain of about 4. Now third down and 7. We haven't seen much from him running the football here in this first quarter.
No, you're right about that. We haven't seen much of him at all so far. They stacked him up.
Interception! Interception! Let's go! Let's go!
To the 47-yard line. One side gets an interception, but their defense comes on the field and picks him right back up by getting a pick of their own.
And I think you saw the same thing that I did, Brandon. As he ran off the field after making that play, we saw his quarterback seek him out and offer a personal thank you to bail him out a little bit as the offense takes the field again.
Trying to shake off the interception from the last drive. He'll look to throw. A quick throw, knocked away, and incomplete.
That incompletion certainly slows things down a little bit. Brings up a very important call for second and long. What do? Run and try and get some yardage and make it third manageable? Or challenge the coverage again, hoping for a bigger gain?
Obviously, completions on first and second down bring up 3rd and 10. That brings up the big question. Do they bring pressure or do they play
Okay.
coverage on this down?
I might be able to do another field goal, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to do a fake punt in this one, even though that last time it didn't work out that good. I'm still doing it. And didn't work out.
And as a result, it'll be Titan football on the turnover on downs. So good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 on their side of midfield at the 47. On the toss, it's Spears. And he'll lose yardage here. Back at the 47.
Let's go. I gained 1 yard since Titans lost. Since Titans lost yardage, not that many yards, but at least it's something.
Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss. And off to Spears. They're going to drop him behind.
Okay, I just gained another yard.
From bad to worse. That'll wind up as a loss on the play, so now they're staring at a 3rd down and 12.
That's exactly what you're looking for. Get in the linebacker spot. Versatility. He can drop into coverage, or as he did on that last play, use his speed to get to the perimeter and knock the ball carrier for a loss.
So time to start going in the other direction as they come up now 3rd and long. Love. Over the middle, complete. That's Phillips.
Hey, that still got to a 4th down.
To the 47. He needed a few more yards to pick up the 1st. That'll go for a gain of 7. And it'll be 4th down.
Well, we hear so often how tackling has become almost a lost art in the NFL game. But it's so important to tackle well on these receivers, especially in a play like this one. 3rd down, they gave me underneath stuff. You gotta go make the tackle right away.
Into the middle.
Here's J.K. Scott set to do the punting honors. And he's getting a work.
Okay, they made it off into the sidelines. Now it's just going to be the normal 20 yards.
Sails out of bounds. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. Pickett leads the Steelers up here with a fresh set of downs at their own 26. Harris will start to drive out. And we'll get this up just shy of the 30.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know, they're just trying to dump through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Again, it's Harris on 2nd down. And he'll earn a couple of tough yards past the 30 to the 31. Search of 4 yards here to pick up the 1st down. Pickett. Short one there in front. And he's going to be stopped up right at the line of scrimmage. So nothing doing there. And now 4th down.
Excuse my snarkiness here, but isn't the idea of completing a pass supposed to mean you get downfield and gain yards?
Especially on 3rd down.
Yeah, that one. How about the defense? Figured that one out in a big way. Yeah, they completed it all right and lost yardage.
Here's Pat O'Donnell down. On presumably to punt, though he did complete a pass earlier. That's a 30-yard punt that time. And it'll be Titan football. And here comes Tennessee as they get set to take the field. Obviously not the intended goal last drive. They had to punt the football, but still, they've got the lead here, and now a chance to add on to that lead if they can get points on this drive. 1st and 10 upcoming. On 1st and 10, it's Spears. And he's going to pull his way forward to the 48. It's a 6-yard gain on the ground, and that'll make it 2nd and 4. And here's a give to Spears. And he's fortunate to get anything from that. Give him a yard up to the 49. Here's 3rd and 3. Haskins trying to pick it up. And he gets this one across midfield for the first down to 46. 5 yards is the pickup there as that extends this drive.
A lot of different formulas to winning football, but one constant over the years, winning on 3rd down. That pickup there was big because they'd struggled throughout this one.
Spears shifts past him at the 45. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. But you often say that sort of opens the playbook now, 2nd and short. What do you think, early shot here?
I like where you're going. Obviously, we've been together for a while because you know me. I want to take that shot early and loosen things up.
Here's Spears on 2nd down. And the play goes nowhere. Losing yardage back near the 40 at the 39. They'll lose a yard on the play, so now they need 3 yards on 3rd down. After one, a 14-3 ball game.
Finally, end of 1st quarter. I still have to do 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarter.
Homesteading Titans in possession. The Titans on 3rd down. Just 1 for 5 to this point. This time it's 3rd and 3. Here's Love. And that is incomplete.
How about this defense? They came up with a couple big plays in this sequence. And it's better than the one right there, forcing the incompletion and bringing up 4th down.
Okay, they're going to do another one.
As they say, fire away from long distance. This will be from 56 yards out.
Let's go.
And he put enough leg into it, but it's well off to the right and no good. Now this will remain an 11-point spread. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. Charles, a very uninspired effort. The last time we saw them out there was a quick 3 and out, and they punted the football.
Yeah, you never want to get stopped so soundly during a series, but what would be even worse now is letting it happen again right here. They got to get going.
Pick it down on 1st down. And a little floater there, but it'll wind up incomplete, falling to the ground.
That certainly appeared to be a play call where they were just trying to make 2nd down, 2nd and short. I think they thought the cover was off a little bit more than it was. Nice job there pressing up on it and forcing the incompletion.
Here's 2nd and 10. They hand this off to Harris. There's a solid footwork there as he'll take this down to about the 38. 42 yards rushing for him now on just 6 carries to this point.
Exactly what they needed right there because they needed to use the ground game to take some pressure off because the quarterback's been struggling a little bit.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Looking to throw, Pickett. And that nearly intercepted. A free safety rolling into position, almost had it, but it's 2nd down. A misconnection there. He's hit on just 50% of his passes thus far. That's not where you want to be.
Now you see the evolution of the game. You go back
17 and a Pittsburgh first.
I'll give them credit for a good read right there because they read the man coverage on the right side, sent the tight end a few steps down the field, and then angled him to the left on a crossing route. He was able to get enough separation on this play to turn it into a nice gain.
A first red zone opportunity the new year here as they come up now 1st and 10. Pickett, he's going to throw it again. That's complete to his tight end flyer move. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards, and that will bring up 2nd down. Back to throw, Pickett.
Come on, good.
He's got his tight end flyer move right side. Calling a gain of a yard. And now that sets up 3rd and 2. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. 3rd and 2, Pickett. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. That's good for 9 yards as they convert on the 3rd down play.
Down 2 scores already. I don't think these guys would be too enthralled with the notion of settling for 3 here. Very nice job of execution on 3rd down, able to keep the drive moving.
A chance for a first touchdown drive of the year. It's 1st and goal. Pickett right back to the air again. And this is incomplete. Very lucky to get that one back. That nearly picked. It's 2nd down now. Back to throw again. And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Good hang on 3rd down.
First thought is surprise because that's one of the better tight ends around, and I've seen him pull in balls like this before. But how about a little credit to the defense forcing that incompletion?
Down and take a shot at the end zone, but it's incomplete. So Pickett is to the sideline, and Chris Boswell is on for the Steeler field goal try. From the right hash at a bit of a tight angle, Boswell's kick is
At least I
good.
still got 3
And the
points.
field goal here cuts their deficit to 14-6 now. So the 3 points there, and CD, that helps them inch a bit closer.
Yeah, Martin, when you're losing, any points you see go on the board in your favor, you're happy to take them.
After the successful field goal try, here's Boswell to send it away. And he will return this one and go down to a lead, and they'll start at the 25. The Titans offense now, they get set to head back out here. Last time out, they had that long 50-plus yard field goal that they missed.
And I'm sure on their sideline they're thinking to themselves, okay, do we still want to try one if we're in that position again? And I would dare say that the answer would be yes. They're going to have a lot of confidence in their kicker. But just to be on the safe side, I'm sure they told their offensive guys, go get a little bit closer this time. Yeah, I'd rather get in the end zone first and foremost. But if all else fails, less of a field goal attempt for now.
And they worked this well upfield across the 45. A well-executed 22-yard gain.
Certainly no settling into the drive there. They came right out on the first play and attacked the middle of the field for a big gainer and a first down.
A big hitter to start the drive has him up near midfield here for 1st and 10. They'll run with Spears. Look at the juke. And he's down right around midfield after a gain of 2, maybe 3.
I think that's about as good a 3-yard run as you're going to see. And he actually did with a little bit of flair, didn't he?
Ball right on the 50-yard line. Here's 2nd down and 7. Here's a run by Spears. And he'll go down shy of 40 at the 41. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
That's a nice pickup of a first down on that 2nd down run. And in that yardage gain, they can run that play on any down.
motion this time with Love. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
One thing you have to see out of a rookie tight end is a real concentration when the ball's in the air, and I'm not sure that he didn't. But he has to be prepared for people making a play on it when that ball's up for grabs.
2nd and 10. Throwing. Love. Finds Mixon near the sideline. And one down, but not before they're inside the 25. 3rd catch in this first half for him, and this one's a first down.
But this offense can get their tight ends involved. They can move the football. Here, a nice route, able to look it in, and picks up the first down.
First down, Love to pass. Finding Mixon here again on back-to-back plays. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. 13 yards as they've got the connection working. His 2nd catch in a row, first down. Now again, right side. Spears. And they'll lose yardage here. They go backwards to the 13-yard line. 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness, he's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
A rare misstep on that last play because the drive has been strong, but now it's 2nd and 12. On the option, here's Spears. And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. They get 11 back on that one. It leads to 3rd down.
That's a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you're thinking if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the
Let's go. 4th down.
That's a really alert defense there because they saw the heavy look come in from the offense, countered it with extra linebackers who brought a little bit of speed and heft, and able to really make a big-time play for their defense.
You know, I did take a nap earlier. Into like it was like probably like 4:30 p.m. to like 5:30 p.m. So right now it's like 1 a.m. because I had just being crap. Just my mum came over and just started saying how much she hates life. So that lasted to like 7:30, and I came here to my grandma's house. Then I hopped on a meeting with my uncle, which lasted to 11:30. I started a screen recording and did a video, and I started this video. So yeah, but I am going to go to the bathroom. So yeah, I'm not going to go to the bathroom. I'm just going to act like I went to the bathroom. So yeah, and also that screen recording I started was this one. So yeah. Well, I'm back from the bathroom and I'm back into this football game and I got a 2nd and 10. Damon. Okay, it was an interception now.
Throws for him that he can complete, keep it away from the defense, and try and get him back on track.
this afternoon, you wonder how much tread is left on those tires.
We certainly do, but I always think back to one of my favorite coaches in the NFL. I used to have a meeting with his running backs every year in the offseason and say, look, as many times as you're going to carry the ball, you should be able to carry it one more time, so make sure you get in shape.
Out of the gun again with Spears.
So I might need to charge my controller since it's almost dead, so yeah.
44 yards rushing for him now to this point. The offense on third down, it's been a problem. Just 1 for 7 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 3. Now Love. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he will have the Titans first down as they convert on 3rd and 3 with a nice gain of 7 yards.
It would be safe to say that as precise as routes are supposed to be run in the NFL, maybe they're not quite as precise in college ball.
That's accurate, yeah.
And I think we saw a college route in the NFL there. Just find the soft spot, find the dead zone, and find the first down. And that's what he just did.
So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. Now a handoff up the middle. Spears. And he'll get 7 yards from the 17 to the 10 before he's taken down.
Well, no matter how they phrase it, staying in the schedule, staying ahead of the sticks, whatever you want to call it, 7 yards on first down. That fits the bill.
Facing a 2nd and 3. Ball on the 10. And they'll give him another shot here on the ground. And a short pickup there down to about the 9. 2 yards still to go. 3rd down now. Running for it, Haskins. And he has the first down before he's tackled at the 5. Give him 20 yards and a fresh set of downs.
I haven't met a football team yet that runs the ball successfully that doesn't talk about having an attitude to be a running football team, right? You got to be able to put your nose in there, smell where the first down sticks are, and get there.
And they'll try the option on 1st and goal. And he'll get blown up behind the line of scrimmage. Back at the 6. It's a loss of a yard there, and it's 2nd down. And not a lot of success to be found there.
Oh, you got that right, partner, because if you're trying to make guys miss about 10 yards or so downfield, that's pretty good. But if you got to do it in your own backfield, I consider that a problem. That doesn't work too well.
Second and goal from the 6 this time. Again to Haskins up the middle. And into the end zone for a Tennessee touchdown. Hassan Haskins, a 6-yard touchdown run. And the Titans are looking good here in the season opener as they're able to extend their lead. So a good start to the campaign so far for them here in week 1.
Yeah, all the things that you dreamed about in April and May that you worked on in July and August, getting ready for this game, it's all coming together so far.
Riley on for the extra point. And the lead is up to 18 now. So they'll drive in total 8 plays.
So basically I'm just going to charge my controller into the end of this quarter. So yeah, I'm on the 2nd quarter. So basically the end of this half. So yeah.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26.
Actually, you know something I could do? I could super sim this game since this feature where you can super sim it. So I could possibly do that. L3 Super Sim Custom Jump Forward End of Game. Well, I lost that game. But guess what? It's just the first week. You shouldn't worry about it. So yeah. Plus also, that Steelers game that I was planning on watching on that disc, I'm not going to right now. I am kind of tired, even though that like I said, I woke up at like 5 p.m. So yeah. And also, technically, if you think about it, if you sleep from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., technically you time-lapsed. No, technically you time-traveled into the future, technically, because you slept for a few hours. It's almost 1:30 a.m., so I'm just starting to have crazy ideas, by the way. Football. Score 13 to 34. How do I do down here? So loss by 21 points. Finish game. But also, what am I going to watch into like 3 a.m.? Since I'm planning on making this video to like 3 a.m. Key to victory. I don't want the Ultimate Team. I accidentally pressed Ultimate Team. Franchise. I wanted to press franchise.
Cascade Platinum Plus has the best way to go. Gone. I'm still on Cascade Platinum Plus.
I was born with wings.
No, you won't.
Her eyes so stupid to clip them.
Today, if I laugh, I'm doing a mother backflip, baby. I want to punch something, dude. Okay, here we go. We're watching memes. Here we go. Okay, we got, wait, I know this one. This is, Kratos. I got it right! I got it right! Dude, this is a massive W. This is an amazing start to the stream. It literally couldn't be better. Sorry. Clarity today. If I make myself laugh, it doesn't count, okay? It has to be the meme that makes me laugh. Literally, it has to be the memes. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, here we go. Ah! Literally started off with a heart attack. I don't know what Kratos is, what his MO is. Is that a saying? What is his special move? Super slap? Anyways, okay, we got some idiot playing Portal. I'm shooting my goo all the way over here. Okay, dude. You know what? At least it wasn't the clip of me dropping the F-bomb. Oh my gosh, did he poop himself? Wait, what happened at the end there? Oh, it's a bush. Bro, I thought he hit the freaking, the brown note or whatever they call that and just freaking Rhea'd all over the corner of that wall. Guys, stop spamming about goo! Stop talking about goo, alright? That's not barking. What do you call that? It's like a gooey bark. Anyone? Okay. Dickerton writing his stream names. So scared I might poop my pants on stream, come help. Okay, we got... Hey, I know
Winston Churchill.
Not Kratos, it's close to that. Something Hillshire. It's like something boot. Something Cahoot. Sir Silly Billy. Herbo. Something. Winston Churchill! Yes! Alright, we got Winston Churchill.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Dang.
That is the result of His Majesty's government.
Ah.
The hospital ships which brought off many thousands of British and French wounded. And we must expect another blow to be struck. Almost immediately.
Real. I'm not seeing enough real spammed in chat right now.
North of the Hamia, Advil, Yap.
Yep.
I'll bet that into an ignominy.
Minions. Sometimes I wonder what is Sir Winston Churchill saying here. Trying to say, I should say.
Imagine him and Biden having a little debate.
Show you guys how cute this bowl is. Give me 1 second.
Hey, wait, I already know what's gonna happen. He's gonna open the cupboard and a cat is gonna come flying out and then everything's gonna drop on the floor.
Like, look at this thing. It's adorable.
Oh, I'm mad. I'm big mad. I'm actually so upset. I hate that. It wasn't loud enough. It wasn't pointless enough. It made me think. A flask. Ooh! Are we alright? Because I actually just got scared. That really is the most boing sound. Alright, we've got a kitty cat. Oh, okay. Is this real? Like, that almost looks edited. I don't know, though. Whoa, I think I'm seeing too many Jinxie clips, because I just said, I don't know. I don't know, though. Did you guys hear that? I don't know, though. Oh, dear. There's a deer in the bathroom. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Barf or let it claw? Moms with their newborn. Oh my god, he's the most beautiful baby ever. He looks just like me, the newborn. I mean, at least they said it. If I saw a baby looking like this, I wouldn't be like, oh, he looks just like you. Fat. Underdeveloped. I really hope this is one of those ones that's actually satisfying, that I can actually enjoy. I think we're safe. I don't think this is a Rickroll. I don't think this is a Blue Lobster. I don't think this is anything like that. I think this is going to be good.
chicken.
Being a stream was literally so odd. That went from brain massage to brain massacre in like way too quick, dude. It's that time of year again. Time for mac and chocolate and hot cheese. Part of me wants to like this. Okay, we got some beans. I mean, the worst animation I've ever seen, but I love it.
No, just because I'm making AI content doesn't mean I'm going to get on live and start acting like, a rose for me? They also
I know this fad kind of came and went. I feel like I'd have fun doing this. I just hate the thought of somebody sending more money than they should, you know? All right, we've got Greg. What the heck is Greg, dude? I can't tell if this is an alligator or a hamster.
Give me. Later.
What is going on? I'm so confused. Is this TF2 or what is this? Okay, this cat is either going to cast a spell or it's going to do a backflip.
Big stretch, Happy New Year stretch. Yay! That was a good one.
Dude, way too much going on here. Homie has seen some things, dude. Okay, this guy also, bro, I thought this guy was literally about to, like, morph into a demon. What is going on here?
Who's out here having dinner? Who could it be? Whose toes are those? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva.
Bro, I thought that was somebody's actual freaking dogs. You know what I mean? I thought, like, they brought grandma home from the retirement center to, like, have a little outing with the family. But she's, like, on her last limb, you know what I mean?
Is it dinner time? Is it dinner time? Oh, I think it is. I think it is.
Monkey Man, thank you for the gifted sub. That was odd timing. Last month, my cat disappeared. A week ago, I found him and brought him home. Today, my cat came back. Now I have 2 identical cats. That's actually kind of crazy, though. He might be a Gemini. Sorry. What time is it? It's about drip o'clock. Don't... Bro, how is that? Is that real? There's no way. Right? Me when this periodic table does not contain the element of surprise. I was kind of hoping this would jump scare me, like a little bit. But at the same time, I'm also glad that it didn't.
And this feels like a book I want to do with the intro. Controlling cholesterol for... How much do these cost? I don't have high cholesterol. Who's it from? There's a note. Who's it from? Hey, Case, I heard you manage your type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure pretty well. Time to manage your cholesterol level 2. From Terry. Who is Terry? Yo, Terry! Yo, Terry!
Ban him. Get him out of there. Ban him, Queso. Come on. Ah, I was waiting for it, dude. Music to my ears whenever you ban someone. Okay, feeling cute. Might patch this pothole later. IDK yet. Where's his arms? Wait, how do we know that this isn't like a sad, like somebody can't fill this pothole because they don't have any arms anymore? And now they're just crossed in front? Who will use his teeth? Okay. A can of Coke. Nice. I like it. It's because can is like the opposite of can is can. Oh my gosh. This guy on TikTok is one of my mutuals. Every time he pops up in my feed, it says that he's my friend. I have friends.
I have a broken finger and cannot play my favorite sport in the world, volleyball, and don't know what to do.
Get a new favorite sport. It's pretty simple. Flipping the most perfect pancake. Rickroll! Is that a real pancake though? Like, did he actually do this somehow? Tired of people walking all over me, this is how I'm fighting back. Bro, tell me that they make a 1x1 Lego piece costume like this, and can somebody please give me Queso's address so I can send that to him? If that's a real thing, I don't care if it's $500, I'm sending it right now. Alright guys, today I'm doing a Brain Rot speed run, here we go.
Oh no, George! I'm going to read about although I don't care.
Skibbity, I got 100 extra viewers on TikTok.
Skibbity Ohio! Skibbity Ohio Ridge! Skibbity, Skibbity, Skibbity Ohio! Skibbity Ohio Ridge! Skibbity, 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 Skibbity,
Okay, let's see if they just come pouring in right now. Welcome in, everybody, welcome in. Bro made me look, he actually did. I know that's not me, but I feel like it's me. Does this look like me? Baby after drinking the juice under the sink? Bro, what is this, dude?
What the heck? What the heck?
Dang, that's actually messed up, dude. That's actually so, like, that is actually wrong. That's not funny, guys. Do not drink bleach.
If your DNA was programmed in C, it would have a pointers in my heart. Because basically C is a systems level programming language which allows you to directly manipulate memory addresses through pointer access, which makes for more efficient memory management. And as a bonus, you can create some pretty cool data structures with it.
That was even hard for me to watch. And I just sat here and repeatedly chanted Skibbity.
You're going to yourself!
No, dude, I don't mess with that. I don't mess with that.
You know what would be really creepy but cool?
He's gonna blow up, blow up. Oh! Sorry, I kind of ruined that one.
Believe me if I said these two jars hold the same amount of water?
Yes.
Because volumetrically, of course, the answer is clearly no. But however, water as a substance is practically 3 atoms wide, and so technically, can it hold the same amount of what makes up the compound of the element? Then yes. Volumetrically, no.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
I don't think bro's ever stepped foot in a grocery store. I think he's genuinely curious. Guys, I don't think he's trying to say something. I think he's asking us. I think he's trying to figure it out. I took a big doo-doo in my diaper. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh, hey there, it's me, Sylvester, your zesty bestie. Did you know that 70% of the human body is made up of water, so if you were to drink enough, you'd be hydrated and a cannibal.
He is enjoying that.
Dale, va, dale, dale, dale.
Dude, moms have aimbots with the chocolates. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at. I hate this audio, dude. I hate this audio. I can't do it. His name is Parkinson's. I'm so sorry. I know you're making a fun little... I mean, yeah. His name's Wobble. Sorry. Let's get the vibes up. Let's turn the vibes up. His name's Wobble. Who's bro? Wait, who's this guy? I know Steve, right? This guy's Steve or Mark? This guy's from the Wii? Animal Crossing. Oh, dude, I don't know Animal Crossing.
Oh my god, it's corn.
Heck yeah, dude. Is that the original audio? No, right? Wasn't it actual corn that he was looking at? If being cringe was a job. It can be, brother. Hair hack. Uh-huh. Dude, okay, here's the thing. You don't realize stuff like this until you start, like, making videos where you're doing stupid stuff. I guarantee, bro, he just grabbed socks out of his drawer. He didn't even double check them. Let's see if he even grabbed clean socks.
Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, while you do more of what you love.
Introducing Chipotle's new high-protein menu. It's real protein you want to eat. Chevy Trucks. More dependability awards for trucks than any other brand. And Chevrolet.
Is Anthony Davis the 21st century's most frustrating superstar? What's your reaction to that?
Now it checks out. If I was doing this, I would have grabbed some socks with, like, poop stains on them, dude, honestly. So we, you know.
So, we all know about this character, right?
I'm it's just on the top of the socket.
At 32 miles an hour, your newborn baby could easily outrun Olympic sprinters.
Yeah, guys, if you have a child, try to stop them from going 32 miles an hour, because that can't be good for the joints, you know.
Who would win? A carefully put together argument that
Josh Hutcherson meme
is well researched and backed by heaps of irrefutable evidence.
Dude, I think I fell off, bro. I think I'm just a crusty, musty old boomer. I don't use the term absolute unit often, but this chicken, bro, might be the layer of eggs. Of the great egg, actually. This might be Humpty Dumpty lore right here. Sorry. POV, how I feel anytime I crack an egg. The amount of disrespect I'm feeling in this moment is astronomical. Hopefully this meme takes my mind off things. What just happened, bro? Homie, dude, that is the most, like, because what else can you do? You're literally a sitting goose, or a sitting seagull. Sitting bird. Yeah, he's just gotta head out. I'm really just making myself laugh at this point. I think you guys probably don't even want to be here anymore, which is totally fine. I totally understand. Wait! Is that the guy from Mr. Robot or whatever it's called? Oh, dude. Got a job.
Y'all not gonna see me on the internet no more. I finally got a good job. And it's our orientation next week. Oh, and they said if I do good, I get promoted in no time.
I don't know what this means. People keep telling me to do SCP or something, but I don't know where to do that.
I like to solve the puzzle. All right, go ahead. That's it, yeah.
That's a classic. That's it! That's it, yeah! Dude, I think about this way too often. It's gotta be tough for dogs to eat. Imagine not having opposable thumbs.
Bro, this is gonna be one of those games where it's gonna scream so loud.
Bro, somebody please make an entire game like this where it is just the smallest, like the quietest, most stupid screams ever for jump scares.
Sit. Gentle.
I was just talking about this. Imagine that's how you have to do it. You have to, like, that's how you have to eat. That's crazy. That's actually so difficult. I don't think we give them enough credit. You know? New Lethal Company speedrun world record. Bro, he's got that FOV turned to the max. Yep. That is how it goes, dude. That is how it goes. Iron deficiency.
Stand up.
Not too fast. Yeah. Two overlords. Nobody was hurt in making this video. It was performed by AI and post-paramedics short. 9-year-old spills chapstick tubes with cheese to eat in class. No great genius has ever existed without some touch of madness. Bro, why do I feel like this isn't even a thing anymore? Bro, why do I feel like this isn't even a thing anymore? The amount of people that have been really spammed anymore almost night me. How is this even a thing anymore? Like, we couldn't get away with anything back in my day, dude. Is that how it is? Do you guys even get detention anymore?
Legs on the bus out. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Legs on the bus out. Step, step, step. All through the universe. The lemons on the road out. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. The lemons on the road out. Bark, bark, bark. Enter the wood.
Back in my day, we didn't get to take the bus to school. We had to step. All through the universe, uphill both ways.
That is somehow worse than Coco Melon.
Yeah, it really was, huh?
Did you disrespect Skibidi Toilet?
Yes, I did. But you don't understand.
Why? Why did you do this?
He just has Elriz.
He's a Sigma. You don't think he's a Sigma?
Why?
You stopped watching YouTube shorts. Now you have a Riz. You aren't even a Sigma.
I'm an even bigger Sigma.
Skibidi Toilet is the apple. He's more
lined up well, but the amount of brain rot is just unprecedented. So.
Do you know how confetti sounds in an anechoic chamber?
Element of surprise!
I'm so over it, dude. I'm so over it. Also, how can this chamber be anorexic? Post Malonerton. Huh. I feel like this is like the teacher that really wanted to do something in their life, but like just didn't make it, you know? And now they're just like trying to make that fit into what they're teaching. And she's gonna get to the front of the class, she's gonna stand back up, and she's gonna be like, listen, I know you guys are all thinking, wait, how did she just walk on her hands? But let me tell you what, how did man walk on the moon? Today we're learning about the atmosphere. That, or she just starts her class off like that every day and just does it to flex, you know? Okay, I lose. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna eat ya. I'm just gonna play with you for a bit. Throw you back in the ocean. He broke a plate and he's scared of the punishment. Yeah, I can think of 10 good punishments right now. When it's time to skedaddle, but then you try to run away, your hat comically remains in the same place as you're just back and grab it. I like it. I like it a lot. What is this? I mean, emoted on him, huh? The Lord of the Beans. Okay.
I like your yacht, G.
What? Dude, the amount of brain rot in all the memes today is just unheard of. Anyone? The council will decide your fate. I don't trust this guy.
你想吃馒头，你就像我一样，你既不用刷锅，也不用刷碗，你学不。
No. What happened?
Wait. Flips? Dude, try flip.
Oh. So fake, dude. So fake. He literally has a shirt on that has a tag on it of his flipping account. Like the way he jumped onto that trampoline, dude. He's got the steez, that tramp steez. You know what I mean? Well done, Steak.
Granted, it takes some time to chew, but that
was very satisfying.
I love steak, dude. When 2 hours of sleep finally catches up to you. What was that, dude? Alright. So, who's getting banned? No way his profile pic is Jake. Sidney, do you think between you and me, who would win? How tall are you? You're 5'7"? It's an even match, baby! Come on! 5'7", bro? Get over here! Okay. Out of context, that might not be, good? Okay. Take a seat. Dude, that one weird uncle at the family convention. Come over here. Anyways, sorry. You were permanently banned from music. I don't know why this is hilarious to me.
GPS away, Walter. Jamming navigation systems. I am the one who sees the first dogs. You saw Walter.
Nintendogs! The unanimated version of Pokemon! The amount of Nintendogs that are absolutely chronically ill or dead because of me, bro. I was the worst. I would log back in, and it would be like, oh, your dog's in the shelter, and it would like show a little cutscene, and the dog would just be like, and I would just be like, oop, delete, delete, delete. What does that even mean, right?
Look at the best mechanic in LS, dude.
Everybody appreciates a good train horn. Okay, we got Mug Root Beer Guy, guaranteed.
Today we're gonna be seeing how many root bears all of these ships can hold. Let's find out. We got ship number 1 right now with 2 root bears. Dude, we got ship number 2 with 1 root bear. 2 root bears. I'm gonna be a minute. Oh, what is it? Ship number 3 is just a fishing boat. We're gonna start out with a mug minute. No, ship number 3, that's not how you're gonna store your Korea. Ship number 3, there you go. Ship number 2, I'll give you one more chance. And you're lucky, because I don't give second, third chances, but here you go. Ship number 3. Aiden. Ship number 4 is a Kraken. Kraken's no floater. Ship number 5 is the Crocodile. Tony Crocodile, come back here and hold the Crocodile. Hey, go use this. We got the Viking ship with maybe 2 root birds.
Yes!
Ship number 7, I got high hopes for you. That's 1 root bird. That's 2 root birds.
It's 5, 4, 4, 5. What?
That's a soda 4. Drake said that's gonna do it for both
if this guy has all this stuff on hand ready to go, or if this guy is like having to go to the store and buying all of these props for these videos. Not saying I'm any better, dude, okay? The amount of random stuff that I've bought, it's not great. It's not great. I got a lot of random stuff going on. I'm confused. Was that a supercharger or was that a turbo blow off? Any dads in the chat?
Which one is real?
Oh, okay. Just gonna shoot root beer. Or a can of Coke. Dude, honestly, when I was building this wall back here, that's pretty much how it went for me. There's almost a human-like panic in this. Dude, every time I've seen this video, they're like this guy or whatever this is, something feels so dark and scary and mysterious and gross about that. I love these things, dude. Been there, dude. A lot of you guys might be too young to have ever grown up with one of these, but if you had the honor and the pleasure of growing up with one of these things, dude, I'm telling you right now, I don't know if it was an ADHD thing or what it was, but as a kid, this thing would keep me entertained for like a solid 10 minutes, dude. And it was a miraculous 10 minutes. I need to get that checked out. Might need to go to the doctor, perhaps psychiatrist, therapist.
What did you just say?
I tried teaching Chowder today how to say I love you, and I think we're getting somewhere. I look at Chowder and I go, I love you! And then she looks back at me, and she goes, she doesn't get a treat unless she goes, why, hello there.
My new song?
My father can't play piano.
No need to. This piano plays me.
Nice.
Mary, you won't let go of me. Bring out the ostrich.
Bring out the ostrich? What did he say? Bro, I don't even want to rewatch this. Where's her face? What is going on? I need gushers. It's like instead of a cigarette.
Well, that's going to be the end of this nostalgia video since I have some other work to do. So yeah, bye. And by that other work, I just mean some diagnostics. So yeah.
I need gushers. Dude, it's literally assault. Oh, I think we're at the top. Heck yeah, well, W's in chat. We got another laugh and lose video down, and guess what? The boy didn't laugh. So I guess we're gonna...
They always tell you there's a catch, a compromise, an asterisk. Sprite Zero Sugar?
Okay, we have Speed playing SpongeBob.
But this game's not scary.
mod yet. But then I say stuff like this, and I'm like, this can't be Gary's mod, so what game is this? Krusty Mob? Or Mod? Krusty Mod? That kind of just sounds like Mod Pizza. I'm watching memes every single day for 30 days straight. Today is day 21 and 22. Basically every day is a laugh you lose challenge. I have laughed on 11 of the days, and I haven't laughed on 9 of the days. If I laugh on 15 of the days by the end of this, I buy a giant Blue Lobster billboard in Ohio. And it's gonna be expensive, but it'll be great, and we'll do it for the memes. So we've got Stun Seed. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here trying to wrap my head around what game this could possibly be. World of Warcraft font? I don't know what font this is, actually. I have no clue. Grand Theft Auto, maybe? That's where my mind was at. I didn't think I was gonna get these nuts, bro. The mother reunited with her child at Walmart. So stupid. You guys understand, the eggs you eat were never fertilized. When a hen goes through her natural cycles and an egg isn't fertilized, it still plops out, and then we eat that. Which is kind of crazy, actually. Throw Short People Month. During the month of December, you may throw any short person 5'6" or under. I'd love to see you try, bro. I'm dense, bro. We've got solo, tutorial, co-op versus doubles, squads, a battle royale, King of the Hill tournament. Bro's really got that LAN IBS, huh? Oh, this is that new game, IBS Night.
What are you doing? I'm posting false information on the web.
Why?
It's fun.
Oh my gosh. What are you doing? I'm getting bullied for my IBS by 12-year-olds on the internet. Why? I'm a boomer. What religion is this? Not a good one, dude. Nothing good's happening here.
Escaries Junskares. Escari Alerts. Número 1.
Getting down, dude. Why is he pointing up, dude? That's what I don't get. Hey guys, RP replay final 166. What is that, dude? It's like a dog mixed with a penguin mixed with a hedgehog? I don't even know. With the hash brown, it's so dumb. It's so dumb, and I can't believe I almost just laughed. That would be a weird thing to start watching at 3 a.m. The weirdest part about this series for me, dude, is there's been a couple times where, like, we had a movie night. I'll be watching a movie with some funny jokes in it. I think I watched that one with Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell. What? What did I just say? With Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell. There was just some moments where I was like, oh my gosh, that's actually funny. That is, like, I wouldn't laugh. It was this, like, intelligent moment for me where I was like, that is an intelligent humor. And in reality, like, a couple years ago, that would have been like slapstick humor to me. But this is what I've become. I'm ruined. It's over. I'll never be the same. And this is why. For the longest time at the beginning of this video, I was scared that we were looking at someone's cat who's no longer with us, and they did the whole process of taxidermy and all that. But it moves its arm, it's alive. I ain't ever seen a cat this chill. Homie's got the Buddha pose and everything, bro. And he looks studious AF, bro. I can't believe this is real. As the world's leading animal self-defense taekwondo master, I with an online course that costs about $5,000 per session, I can honestly say I've never been in an animal situation like this, where I feel completely disarmed in the presence of a cat. Blue Lobster! Blue Lobster!
Bobby's two of those things for just chicken. Oh, yeah.
Gosh dang it, I'm ordering Arby's. I'm getting Arby's tonight. Okay, we got give Prada a bath. Every cat's eyes tells a story. And this one's bad, dude. This one's story is called Beyond the Darkness and Into the Flames. Because some of them, dude, are just like all black and it's just darkness, and this one is so far past darkness, dude. Alright, we got Nemo. Oh. It's that freaking sound, dude.
God said, if I eat it, I'll die. Nuh-uh. Imagine. It was that easy all along, dude. Blue Lobster, dude. Come on, bro. I called it. That's -2. That's -2, baby. That's right. 8-year-old me, after that How to Be a Real Fairy on YouTube didn't work. I don't think we can use that audio, so I'll just dub over it. One time when I was younger, dude, my cousins had this really sick... Oh, dude, I got Beans all worked up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been yelling. One time when I was younger, I went over to my cousin's house, and they had this, like, stage set up that was for plays. I haven't told you this story yet. You're going to want to listen to this one. So they had this whole... And they had this, like, stage set up in their game room with all these costumes, and they had the curtains and everything. And I was like, dude, we need to put on a play for the whole family. It's going to be awesome. We're going to entertain everyone, and then we're going straight to Broadway. It's going to be absolutely legendary. Or so I thought. It was legendary because it was for my cousins who were, you know, girls. And I was like, dude, it would be funny if I dressed up as Tinkerbell just for the wow factor, right? I was just trying to wow the family. I wanted the curtains to open and then to just be like, Jake's a fairy? For some reason in my head, I was like, that would be so funny. What I didn't know is this was designed for somebody who was much smaller than me, and let's just say, put on a great performance. When I turned around, I thought I was looking like Tinkerbell, male version, but I was looking like 2013 Miley Cyrus, dude. From that day on, my family has always referred to me as Tinkerbutt, and the fact that I'm sharing that here today is I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Why am I talking about this?
The scariest message humanity could receive from outer space.
Oh, dude, this would have been the best Blue Lobster moment. Y'all had a swing and a miss. What scared me? That wasn't even close. We've made contact.
Look at this goofy mess. Lizzie, what's the alien's favorite part of a computer? What? A space bar.
Here's your soup. Feel better.
What an interesting combo. You think that was the same day at the same house? A space bar. Because aliens are from space. Fact check. Aliens are from Antarctica. Their favorite part about a computer is the all-in-one cooler.
This is how to get free gumbos every time.
I have to say this. Don't be doing this, guys. Beans hates theft. This is theft. So don't be doing this, okay? Don't be smashing baseball bats against the gumball machines. Beans hates thieves. No, I'm telling him. I already told him. I was telling him that they shouldn't. I was telling them they shouldn't steal. What the heck? He just bit me, dude. Homie is unhinged today. Okay, you're watching memes with me now because I just don't know what to do with you. Do it. Guys, this is obviously After Effects. This is fake. Beans isn't impressed in the slightest. Did you think that was funny at all?
Where the sky meets the sea, it calls.
They are making fun of me for being short now, dude. First it was IBS, now it's short. What's next? I already know this is a picture. Nice try. Beans is terrified of his own reflection. Honestly, same. Sorry. Xbox. Nope, that's just wrong. I survived the Ohio. Oh, how is there not an Ohio? Is there any Ohio games out yet? I'm surprised that there hasn't been like a viral Ohio game. Doritos, what's up? What the heck kind of collab is this, dude? This looks so real. Did they actually do this? Why on earth? Dude, I already know how this came about. They were all hanging out in the boardroom, and the manager's like, we've got to copy Fortnite, dude. They're collabing with everyone, and it's working for them. We got to collab with everybody we can think of right now. And he looks around the room. Nobody's really paying attention. He singles out the short guy. He singles him out. He goes, Jerry! What are you doing? And he's like, sorry, man, I'm on WhatsApp. And he's just like, I want you to call WhatsApp right now. We're doing a collab. Anyways, sorry. That was not even funny at all. President, please increase the budget of the Tabletop Game Club. I'll give you a cola. That's pretty funny. POV, your dog is literally just existing. If Beans wasn't worked up right now, I would recreate this. Poor guy. His mom has been gone for a week. I did not give him nearly as much attention as she does. We're actually, we're thinking about getting another Frenchie because they do better in pairs. And if we do get one, I want to name it Burrito. So we got Beans and Burrito. If we did get another one though, what would you guys want to see its name be? His name is literally Beans, by the way. I'm out in the yard yelling at him because he's not coming inside, and I'll be like, Beans! And I'm just wondering what my neighbors are thinking. They're just out in their yard enjoying their life. I'm like, great, the freaking neighbor guy keeps yelling Beans again. What's his deal with Beans? He got IBS or something?
With new gentler scents, clean smells as it feels.
They always tell you there's a catch, a compromise, an asterisk. Sprite Zero Sugar, it's different. It's the lemon lime flavored refreshment you want with zero sugar. This is Sprite Zero Sugar. Obey your thirst.
Can the V6 powered Nissan Frontier catch 600 pounds of cargo on the fly? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
Why is my life? Okay. Relatable, dude. Honestly relatable. Actually, this kind of reminded me of an inspirational quote I once heard. Sometimes in life, there's the thing you're looking for. It is so close, and you need somebody to help get you there. And that's it.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear.
Man, I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try. That's actually what I'm gonna do. I'm not even gonna try. Pretend this is funny. I mean, you're talking to the pro of faking laughing at unfunny memes, dude. That's not true. Bro, the F is going on with my milk. Your dad's soul's trapped in it, bro. Day 21 is over, but the score is now laugh 10 versus not laugh 11. You guys need 4 more, and there's only 9 days left. It's 50% chance from here on out. You guys need at least 15 laughs for the billboard. This is wild, bro. Alright guys, welcome to day 22 of Meme-a-thon. We've got to cover some business real quick, okay? I've found a couple billboards. I want to make sure that if I hit 15 laughs, that I'm ready to go. I'm going to leave 2 comments below on this video. One of them is going to say June. One of them is going to say January. We could get this billboard in January. Pretty massive, lit up at night. It's 10 grand. The problem is I don't have the copyright to use the actual Blue Lobster meme photo. So we will have to use the one for my merch. It's not really going to look that good on a horizontal billboard. If you want the horizontal billboard that we could have in January, like and comment on the one that says January. However, this one would be closer to 25 grand. It would be the entire building in downtown Cincinnati, Ohio. We wouldn't be able to get this one until June. But imagine if that was the freaking giant Blue Lobster right there, dude. And it would be up there for 3 months versus the 1 month of the $10,000 one. I'm gonna let you guys decide which one we get. If it's the $25,000 one, I'm gonna need you guys to understand a couple things. I'm probably gonna have to get a sponsor for that video. And then secondly, we would probably reopen up the Lobster merch. If you comment on the June one, just tell me if you would or wouldn't buy more of the merch. Because that's how I can be like, you know what, screw it, let's go for it, that's a lot of money. So once it went up in June, it would be up for 3 months. And it would be massive, it would be crazy. Let's get into the memes. Here we go, we just got a cat being pet. It's gonna, Blue Lobster? Let me release it. Oh gosh. Uh-oh. I'm getting a little unhinged. Okay. In my animal self-defense taekwondo class, we actually do have a... He's got a mustache! Wait, he's got a mustache, dude! Never getting this cat's van. Oh no. I'm weak today, dude. I'm weak today. This is not good. And this cat's got a spike necklace on, dude. He's looking mean, bro. Here we go. Homie went X Games mode, dude. Homie did a backflip 3000, dude. Stunning performance by... Oh gosh, I can't commit to that right now. Holy. My older brother showing me the nether for the first time after I took a diamond out of his chest. Wait, if you go into the nether and somebody destroys one of the obsidian blocks and breaks the portal, does it lock you in there? How do you get out? Wait, dude, this is actually really sad. Rip into the chat for this guy, bro. This is sad. All right, we got David over.
Hey man, you want some peanut butter?
Nah, bro, I'm okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh! What are we doing? Dude, I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy like in a couple videos where he's being interviewed. What is his name? I know his name is not actually Jonah, it's Nick, right? Pretty sure I've seen him in a couple interviews being like, dude, nobody takes me seriously. No clue why that happens, dude. I'm so sorry to hear. I want this framed on my wall for some reason. A lot of peanut butter, dude. You can become like an Uber driver, but instead of driving around people, you walk people's dogs. Dude, imagine you just got 20 dogs. You're putting the work in. You come around the corner and see this guy. It's like Up, the movie, but instead of balloons on the house, it's just 20 dogs just... And he's gone, dude. He ain't getting through that. Let me tell you what. Okay, we got Fortnite. No. We've got... What? Oh, Roblox. Oh, get it! Oh, he was getting down before he got down. Am I right? My wife's back home, so I feel a little bit less like stressed out right now because I'm not worried about where the dog is. And then on top of that, the dog's not even here. He's getting the old today, so keep beans in your thoughts, all right? He's losing his beans, if you know what I mean. Okay. Oh gosh. I, a species of mammal known as Homo sapien, failed to recall mentally using the body part inside of my head, commonly known as the brain, an instance in which I requested verbally that you utilize your two vocal cords situated inside your throat in order to generate certain vibrations intended to form specific sounds that result in a sentence that conveys a personal piece of information that was not known to me previously that you felt would be appropriate to share with me because you decided it was rather... Essentially, he's asking who asked. And as somebody with dyslexia, that might be the hardest part of this day for me. I don't know if it'll get much worse than that. This cat forgot how to cat, but knows how to duck. Which is actually our third rule in my animal self-defense taekwondo class that we sell right now for about $10,000 per session, 5-minute sessions, 12 days a week. That is the third rule in animal self-defense, is to duck, actually. And it's not referring to ducking. It's actually referring to the literal action of morphing into a literal duck. Have you ever seen an animal attack a duck? Who attacks ducks? Not other birds. And nobody attacks ducks other than duck hunters. So just stay clear of like Duck Dynasty headquarters and you're set, bro. All right, we've got is this Bill Clinton? Is this the Rabbi Bill Clinton?
How does anyone find that funny? I mean, seriously, how does anyone find that funny? If you laughed at it, there's something seriously wrong with you.
I feel a little bit called out right now. I feel a little bit like someone's pointing a finger at me. All right? We've got a... Oh! Oh, yeah, we know the blue lobster. Now get ready for... So, okay, I want to say it's a white lobster, but it doesn't glow in the dark. Because if it glows in the dark, then technically it appears white once once the lights go off, it then turns green, in which case we would call it probably a radioactive lobster. That's probably what it would be referred. I'm gonna move on.
What? Why are you looking mad? You okay?
Honestly, bro, I can't argue with that. When you guys are spamming, eat the camera, eat the camera. Speaking of which, so okay, there's two ways that this 30-day challenge ends up. Okay, if I laugh 15 times, it's over. You guys win. So whatever day is like the tiebreaker, if I live streamed it, would you show up? Because I haven't live streamed in like a month. Blind, ultra blind Pro Max. Where's the seat? Dude, somebody told me that Dora is supposed to be like it's supposed to be like an analogy for how a computer learns things or operates or something. Can anyone confirm this? Also, you guys keep commenting about the SCP or something like the I don't know SEP or SCP or PCS or I don't know something. I think we're gonna do a couple commentary videos early next year. Should I do one on the SCP? I have no clue what it is. I haven't looked into it at all. Or whatever the time code is right now. Write that and then tell me what you think we should do like a deep dive commentary on because I would love to do something like that. Dude, okay, I'm all for reminiscing on the good old days, but let me just say this right now, okay? If you watch something like this and you actually feel sad, you're gonna look back on this season of your life and feel the same exact way. Because, let's scroll through some of these. We've got the Just Do It era. You think you were doing so much better during this era, actually? And maybe you were a kid then and you didn't have as many responsibilities, but don't you remember being a kid? And being like, I just want to be able to drive. I just want to be able to make some money. I just want, like, you've done the things you set out to do. Maybe the saddest part is that all along, you just failed to be appreciative and thankful and grateful for the moment that you're in. Sorry, woke up, chose facts. Okay, we got flight attendant, sir, please put me away your device before we take off. Me. What is this, dude? This is so cursed. I hated that. I hated every second of whatever just happened to me, dude. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. What is this? Why does this... Why? Do not play this video twice. What just happened to me? How did they do that? Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. This is real. Oh, it's definitely not. These are so photoshopped, but still, how is this cat so fat, dude? This cat's gonna need airlift support to get out into the freaking yard to go to the bathroom. I can't. If this is the trajectory of animals right now, I might be out of business with my animal self-defense taekwondo class, because this guy, just run, dude. When dog gets stung by bees, when cat gets stung by bees. Dude, what show was that? Was that Transformers when, like, they could start adding different pieces to them and it made them stronger? Who would have known that cats and bees, dude? Screw the birds and the bees. Go ahead, find the curved line. Oh, no. Oh, gosh! Whoa! I actually have goosebumps. I can't show you because I'm wearing a sweatshirt. Derailing me. Okay, we've got Mr. Beast, dude. This has been popping up in so many videos lately, and I love it. It's the funniest thing ever, bro. That new Fortnite collab just hitting different, dude. Use code Jacobson in the item shop, by the way. Dude, this keeps popping up, and I need it to go ahead and frick right off because I keep closing my eyes at night, and all I see is Shrek Harvey, bro. When the car you used to draw in kindergarten pull up on you. Dude, this is just facts. I didn't laugh! We're tied, baby! Let's go! Definitely go check out the first Meme-a-thon recap. It's right here. Go check out the rest of this 30-day series right here. Hit that subscribe button. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
So the number one thing that we do here at Mr. Beast is we move fast. I set my phone down for 10 minutes and 30 or 40 messages go in, and it ends with, okay, great, sounds like we're all on the same page. And then I quickly ask Slackbot, what are we all on the same page about? And it outlines not only what we settled on, why we settled on it, everything I need to communicate to someone else. Slackbot is like and just paying attention when I'm not paying attention.
Planning for the future. State Farm Life Insurance can help protect those you love. Call an agent today.
Who needs sweatbands? Thanks to Old Spice Swagger Anti-Perspirant, I don't! Today, every single time that I laugh, I am going to lose $100. The way it'll work is if I laugh, we will put Amazon codes on the screen. It's first come, first served. All the people out there with notifications on, this one's for you.
Nuts! Nuts! Nuts!
Bro, you gotta chill out, dude. You gotta chill out, okay?
Oh, you got to put some swaz on it, Bronny. Topping!
What happened?
Go back in the house.
I kind of got jump scared a little bit. I'm just so ready for jump scares after playing scary games for like the whole month. You're fired. Does anybody understand? Gumball Blue Jay. Raccoon.
I say,
Wow. Bars, dude. What's going on with this new album? Did you see the video of him with like the things in his hair? He was looking like Granny. Yeah! Among Us, please. Imagine, wait, is this actually happening? This would be the best movie to ever exist.
Oranges were oranges. If they were green, they would be lemons.
Almost had it. Limes. Correct answer was limes.
Dirty pit.
What? What is this? Genshin? Is this Genshin Impact? What is this? Is this Sonic? Wait, is this Sonic? This chart makes so much sense. Sky, sunny side of pyramids, shady side of... That's great. We love charts around here.
When I open my eyes, I will see Five Nights at Freddy's.
Meow. Should I turn text-to-speech off and just have it be this every time somebody donates? Oh my gosh. She has no clue. Every cat's eyes tells a story. And this one is curiosity. And it's not going to end well. We all know the saying. The saying is that every time there's a cat, the cat that has the curiosity is there never saw the ketchup come. What in the Wish.com Minecraft did we just watch? Lore! They get quirky King style lore! Got deleted. How does the Skibbity toilet... What, is it a game? I don't understand. Dude, this is actually so real. Okay, that part I can't really relate to. POV, when I use my boogie powers to make living creatures start moving, what does that mean? Against their will. How do I learn how to do this? Where do I learn this? All I know is animal self-defense, not animal wizardry. Can't, man, I having...
Okay, that almost got me. I'm not gonna lie. Bro stream got an intro. I would join. I mean, are there 9,000 people watching him, or is that how many subscribers he has? Either way, W intro. Lord. Pardon it, bro. What? The amount of commitment you have to do this? Did they test to see if the car would actually fit in here before doing this? This was performed by professionals on a closed circuit with paramedics nearby. I don't know. All right, we got ASMR Jerry. ASMR Jerry's in the house. Oh my gosh, Jerry, what is wrong? This looks like Sneeko, and I feel like I'm having deja vu. Did this happen already? Did somebody send this in? Because this guy looks like Sneeko. Like, stop, zoom, enhance. This might be Sneeko. No, this is a predicament. You don't want to get in the middle of this, I'm telling you right now. This is not going to end well. Have you ever been so just stuck in your own issues?
Gonna scream at the top of my lungs. I'm gonna shout fudge! Okay. Alright, we got the guy from Infinity Stones. So much hype around Prime, and then I feel like once the prices came down and equalized, everybody was over. Can you guys rate Prime 1 out of 10?
Hey, Jakey, I love my trust, and you should love it too also.
No.
New moon with face, full moon with face, water moon with face, waxing crescent moon.
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay.
You guys should come to the live streams. You guys would have so much fun in the live stream. It's such a good time. Such a good time. And nothing but fun, lighthearted memes with just a super awesome community. Okay, this one really almost got me. I need an infinite loop of this, dude. I need this screen to zoom out and like fit perfectly in that laptop, and then boom, and I need it to play infinitely. I don't belong in this! Why am I in here?
No, bro, they done got a new flavor. They done got the...
Am I supposed to get this one? I've never played Rocket League. Classic, it never gets old. When you're trying to sleep but the voices in your head are singing Scatman's World. Wait! I know what this is! Dude, this is the guy that took the remote and... Dude, this was like OG YouTube. This was like OG YouTube days. Extreme Freakout or something like that. This was our Mr. Beast! How did you be today? Yeah! That's this noise right here. What is that noise from? This song? Yep, that's about right. I feel like there's little filters on my camera right now. What? It's Chowder. Yeah, I love those too. Me wins the lottery, my dad. What? Another Team Fortress 2 meme that I have no understanding of. I don't want to be bred. No. YouTube overlords, this is not a real cat, okay, obviously?
I wonder what this one does.
Where do I buy that, dude? I need to buy that right now.
I did the bottle swing challenge with a water jug.
Dude, I need to do this. I don't have a fan.
This is a hummingbird, and this is what a baby hummingbird looks like.
Bro, it's all beak. There ain't no eyes, there ain't no, it's just not, it is literally just beak. It goes neck, beak. Weird Al. Whoa. Wait, I've seen this before. Yep. Sounds about right. This is like me, but when I'm watching memes. Uh-huh.
Lily, what color is your hair?
My hair is brown, Mama.
No, Billy, your hair is red. It's red, Billy.
The thing I dislike the most about my mustache, does it seem like it's kind of a little bit on the red side? I feel like it's a little bit red. I don't know. What are you doing down there, little bro? Dude, I love bunnies. I think I want one low-key. And then the krill says I'm one in a krillion. I don't know what a krill is. The bird flu?
Yeah, they tend to do that. You're telling me a shrimp fried with rice? What, Pops? They can't talk.
Oxygen cooked eggs? I find it quite simple. Roll work ahead?
I sure hope it does.
Yeah, I sure hope.
I'm done. That's all I needed to see. I don't care about the rest of them. I'm losing brain cells by the second.
How are you? No. You're supposed to be in the closet.
What's going on? What's going on here? Am I supposed to know? Wait, so is this like available? Dude, I'm swinging my feet. Wait, this is kind of embarrassing. Maybe I shouldn't have shown you guys that. Yucky. Here comes the plane. Let's go. I don't think my mom ever did this growing up. I'm swinging my feet right now. Still doing it, by the way. Short King. Yeah. Roxy? Question mark? Did I get it right? Is it lore? Okay. This is like kind of concerning. This gives me the Willy's No Wonka.
Help! Help!
Oh my god, look! Y'all ready for the new game? Huh? Wait, is that what's coming out? Or is it the Top Gun game? This is what happens when I pretend to know pop gaming culture.
Number 6.
Get Little Caesars Detroit-style slices and steaks for $4.99 and keep them all to yourself.
Pizza. Turn roads less traveled into roads best traveled. Find more space to drive with the Lexus TX.
See my new movie Go in theaters February 13th.
All my life, I always wanted to be a professional warball. It's the fiercest animals in the most dangerous stadium. But there's only one problem. It's only small. You want to bet? He's going to show the world. This kid got this.
Everyone didn't have to poke out that long.
Yes, baby. Night.
It's been a minute. I missed it. Slosh. This is pretty accurate, dude. Can somebody text speech this word for word and we'll see if it sounds like a dog? Okay. I can relate to this one. Five Nights at Froggers. The crowd goes wild. Jake, what is funniest person in the world ever? Wait, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Not sure what the ding thing here was. I don't know what that's about.
I think you're the nicest guy I've ever dated.
Why? YouTube Overlords is performed by a professional on a closed circuit with paramedics nearby. Please do not recreate this as it can lead to suffocation and other forms of dementia. This guy's laugh, are you kidding? How do you hit that? Is it going in or going out? tell the difference.
Please give me a whole tray of bees. Thank you.
Could have had French fries, ice cream, chicken, pasta, cookies, asparagus, yellow, strawberries. Definitely not bees. Shake vigorously before opening. Can you do this? This is so off the campaign of life that I never even thought is this possible? Can you just write definitely not bees on a package before shipping it? Mailing bees isn't exactly ethical or legal. Okay, noted. Nah, bro. All you need to know about the FNAF lore is that's all you need to know. Where is bro? I feel like maybe Walmart. Quesadillas? What store has quesadillas for sale in a whole section for those chinchillas? It looks like Walmart, but they have chinchillas for sale. When I fought the Ender Dragon and I water bucket clutched, do you remember?
Bro, they're getting a flavor. Getting at the
Already seen it. No, haven't seen it.
flavor. Getting at the
Okay, that one I can relate to. That one I can relate to. I did not know the Rocket League one. Okay, this looks like it was shot on Android. What happened? I know Androids aren't that bad, okay? It's just that whenever, like, if I've seen people film videos on Androids and play it back and it looks amazing, but for whatever reason with their compression rates or whatever, whenever they actually upload it, it just falls apart. So I don't know why that happens, but it just does. Nice. I mean, here, dude, I want the Xbox meme to last forever. If I could have one meme last forever, it wouldn't be Blue Lobster, it would be Xbox.
Oh, look at the little puppy. What kind of dog is that? Give him a little kiss. Give him a little,
Yeah. Guys, have you seen Speed in India? Homie's been getting bit by snakes. I'm just like, what is happening? This was performed by a professional. This is literally the reptile guy, and he's a professional. So, chat, please don't put your face next to dangerous animals. Today, if I laugh, I die. Obviously this never happened. This is not real. That's pretty funny. They edited that pretty well. How did they do that? Dye my hair? Did I say that ever?
Wait, what is this thing in front of me, bro? What is that? Wait, what? God.
That has no reason being that funny. That like got me going. It made me want to go to a concert, bro. No way. Bro, they couldn't afford YouTube TV. They had to put on the Roblox game. Oh my gosh, bro. When does it end? When do the TF2 memes end? I should not be able to know that this is a TF2 meme. Somebody play this in reverse. Tell me if he's actually saying anything. Please tell me he's saying actually something. I still have yet to look into the Skibidi Toilet lore whatsoever. Bro, I'm telling you, y'all need to join my Animal Self-Defense Taekwondo class. You never know when a Chihuahua's gonna throw a right hook. Alright? You just never know.
Excuse me, where's the lobby?
He's down hall and then to left.
Stop! Please! I can't do the TF2 memes anymore. I can't do it.
Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating
I'm gonna actually lose my mind about these TF2 memes. AI generated Family Guy.
Once more. No mistakes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Patrick, je vais faire l'appel. Timothée, présent. Christophe, présent.
That was pretty good. That one brought me back a little bit. Meme to zombie in 30 days. Like and subscribe or I eat your brains. What are we doing? I have never claimed to eat brains, nor will I ever eat brains, okay? I just want that to be very clear. Proof I occasionally touch grass. Thanks to everyone for helping me provide for my family. I'm eternally grateful. Proof I occasionally touch grass. We all know this is the real picture, Jake. Is this supposed to be a green screen? Could you not even find a picture of a green screen? Also, chat, yes, I got some family photos done the other day. I was kind of feeling like a snack, so I figured I might as well post it. That's the picture I posted. I did touch grass, though. I touched grass. It's true.
Do you flush your soil at all? Do you let it steep?
What? All right, we got somebody reaching for some ice cubes, and it got me thinking. The hues, the colors, the texture, the overall vibe of what I'm looking at right now is really making me think Rick Astley.
It's just good.
Not quite. This makes me kind of want to get one of the dogs in here and see if they would eat ice, maybe.
I love you, Jake. You always mean my family laugh.
People who are watching this with their family?
Giant Sigma Ohio race.
Is the gritty kind of gone? I feel like the new thing is that, what's that called? What's it called when you like, it's like the new moonwalk? You guys know what I'm talking about? How does that, I don't get how people do it. It's like... something like that.
Late night street tacos are beautiful. Tall people. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers. With advanced inverter technology, high duty cycles, and precise arc control, Vulcan welders are engineered for serious performance. Complete your setup with a full range of premium accessories and consumables, all built to work as hard as you do. Vulcan, where professional power meets unbeatable value. Only at Harbor Freight.
Okay, we'll try bean. Get in. Well, I slipped an ice cube across the floor, and he was all about it. And then he started just mowing down. I guess what Newton said was true. Objects in motion stay in motion.
Chow down on chowder.
Nope, everything is fine for now. What is this? What is going on here? Am I not understanding this? I don't want to click on it and get a virus on my computer and delete this 32. If you guys know what this game is behind it, 15-year-old me playing in the kindergarten park. This isn't even a meme. This is literally you just explaining what's happening in the photo. I don't know what's going on. See, I know emojis. I know emojis. Dude, this brought me back to COVID, bro. Like, this just took me right back to lockdown.
In your opinion, what is the best game ever made?
I mean, dude, honestly, I hate to be that guy, but I feel like nothing will ever be greater than Peek Among Us. I said it. You know how many friendships I've ruined? Friendships I built for a decade just to absolutely decimate to win a round of Among Us? It was a price I was willing to pay. Okay, YouTube, this is an edited video. It is a stuffed animal cat, not real cat, being thrown across the room. Nobody was hurted in the process of making a video. What's going on over here? What started growing over here? Wait a minute. Sir, we need an explanation of what's going on here. Is it difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. Oh! I had a dream the other night that my teeth were falling out. What does that mean? Like, I woke up and I was thankful that my teeth were there. This messes me up, dude.
Oh God, I gotta get that ball. Ow! Don't do that, please.
Little bro just wants to play.
I just want to complete my No, please. Let me kick the ball. Get in the score.
Okay.
I got scored. Why did you do that?
Alrighty. I know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to brainwash me into feeling human emotions for what is in fact a robotic infrastructure. Now, what's an entity? That would be incorrect. It's not working. I have no emotions for robots. Next.
All I know, you can be Batman.
I am not Batman. I'm Batman.
Wow, dude, you just switched up so quick. Yeah, dude. Not sure if these are gonna hold up when you go check out. This feels like when you get in trouble in elementary school and they make you, write down on a whiteboard 100 times. I don't know if they still do that nowadays. I think I literally bit another kid. Apparently that's frowned upon, which it's like, if anything, it's a compliment. They made me write on the whiteboard in, like, the detention room, I will not bite other children.
If you don't poop for 50 hours, you get your IBS taken away forever.
You're telling me you guys have never bitten somebody? It's not that weird. I didn't taste him. It was a self-defense maneuver. I cannot contain the goofiness anymore.
Pluck up those tactical jaws.
I didn't, like, bite him and take skin. I just, like, a little, like, stop touching me kind of thing, you know? Don't riz me, don't come by Ohio, we're done. Is this what memes have come to? Is it over for memes, dude? This is the worst meme I've ever seen. Mini pita. Okay. Alright. Guy confronts... Guys, this is a comedy sketch. This isn't real footage of somebody in an Uber.
Who are you? What are you doing from my house? I'm an Uber driver. I ain't calling Uber. I'm picking up your neighbor. Well, how come I didn't hear anything about that? Get out!
Dude, I mean, if that was real, that would be so much funnier. But I've just seen like 100 different videos from those guys.
Don't touch grass!
Dude, I'm a little let down. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit let down today with these memes. If you join the Discord, discord.gg/JacobTown, we're gonna need all the best memes you guys got because starting in November, we are doing Memeathon 3.0, where it is a month-long stint where I watch memes every single day. Okay, so send in all the memes that you got, and hopefully they're better than this one.
UV, you stand up, but you have an iron deficiency. UV, you stand up, but you have an iron deficiency. POV, you stand up, but you have an iron deficiency pickaxe. You stand up, but you have an iron deficiency. But you're not sure. No, yeah, you do. POV, you stand up, but you have an iron. POV, you stand up, but you iron. Too many iron. Iron.
This is the guy that made the corridor! Wait! This is the guy that made the corridor! What is this? Is this supposed to be me? I'm actually gonna lose my mind. I don't make music. Other than one time, and it was a hit viral song that was, you know, top of the billboards. I'm like, other than that moment, why are frogs just all of a sudden popping up in here when you put on fresh clothes that are still warm from the dryer? That's actually kind of sweet. Look at those toes, though, bro. My goodness. I feel like they kind of rushed, like, they made it so cute, you know, and they just got down to the feet and they were, like, running out of time, you know?
Search Kratos and it will explain the past meme.
This guy? Like, you guys don't want to take a bite? A non-lethal or non-harmful bite? I swear, if any of you guys want to mention his forehead or my forehead, I'm gonna end a stream. I actually might.
Let's get out of here.
I'm just confused. It looks like it's a truck, but then at this angle, are those rotiforms, or what am I looking at? I want to get new rims for my Subaru. Anyways. Oh, this looks promising. This looks like a good time for my mental health. Let's dive in. Oh, my ears!
Can you play Getting Over It?
Dude, you're just defining my life. I don't know what there is to play that has not already begun.
3, 2, 1, take 2. Music, Mike, go. Say Mike 21. Row 21 white. Insert X. Lose X. Say Mike 22. Row 22 white.
This actually is is not a meme. This isn't a meme! This is literally just a video of somebody working! This is how it feels probably for you guys, like timing your little donation. Moai! Oh, he's about to watch the meme. He's not about to watch a meme. He's about to watch 2 consecutive memes. Swipe right, swipe Moai, egghead, Viking boy, IBS. Come on, send the donation in! Send it in right now, swipe right! It's like a whole production you guys are putting on. I can't believe it, but I appreciate it. I do. Okay.
Skip the gritty, please.
Like, the timing.
Hijack my minky, pinky, linky, sticky, stinky, lean.
I am not that. I am not that to you. Okay? Why did I start doing these live again? Please only sit once. Is this the trick or treat thing? That's actually hilarious. Okay, wait. This is actually fun. This isn't like laugh money. This is like sit down and enjoy it like a good cup of tea. If you're from England or something. You know, YouTube 3, I'm trying to sleep, but I know I'm just gonna watch YouTube Shorts for the next 3 hours. You're just wrong! Who's watching YouTube Shorts sideways? Better call Goose. Why did he paint across himself?
It's the most perfect chicken sandwich I have ever seen in my life. Like, bro, look at that bun.
What? Also, Zolo, I'm sure this is feeling good right about now, huh? You guys want to know how serious I take this community. Zolo donated it and chatted every single day talking about chicken sandwiches, and I actually did a chicken sandwich review video because I want to show you guys I care. It's in reverse. Right? How I feel when I push off the wall in the pool. It's true though, dude. Nope. Anyway. I want to run right now. Why did I do that to my... Is that testosterone? What's happening inside of me right now? How do you do it? YouTube overlords, this is a baby doll. This is not a real child on the back of this dog.
You look like a dying squirrel when you dance.
Thank you. I feel like a dying squirrel. Does this end well? Yeah, dude, I was thinking the whole time, like, heat-seeking suitcase. It feels like a Mr. Beast video. I throw a heat-seeking suitcase full of $1 million at somebody, and if they can survive for 24 hours, they win. Bro's not dancing for his life. Yeah, I get it! It's the leg up. I'm dead, bro. Oh my gosh, that's the funniest thing I've seen all day. How hard is that? Maybe someday, dude. Good. This is good. We got a bear. We might need to give a little refresher on some animal self-defense, but let's take a look first. Yeah, there's a lot to take away from this from an animal self-defense perspective. See, the grizzly bear is known for having what we call astute hind legs, okay? This means that they can use their rear legs to, in fact, jump, climb, and dive. You don't ever want to go one-on-one against a grizzly bear, as far as, like, bare knuckles go, okay? You want to gain as much distance, do not climb trees. In fact, you just want to try to lock yourself inside of a safe, if possible, when possible. But in the unlikely event that you do come face-to-face with a bear, your best option is to... Dun, 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 dun. No, that's not even it. What is the Freddy... No, dude, I led all of that up for a Freddy Fazbear joke, and I forgot. It's har. Gosh dang it. No! I was leading up to the har joke, and I freaking messed it up. This is worse than the crypto crash, dude.
That was dramatic.
Okay, I didn't laugh. So
Guaranteed 4 p.m. late checkout at Pride Hotels and Resorts.
Luke here with the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and it's a cold winter day here in Alaska. I'm going to spend the night out here with no tent, no sleeping bag, no tarp, and I'm going to be surviving well. I'm going to show you how to do it too. I'm going to try to go up in those mountains. No trail, so we're just going to have to find our way. As you can see, there's a lot of dead wood around. That's why I chose this place. Plenty of firewood, plenty of wood to make my shelter. There's also a lot of rabbits around. I'm seeing snowshoe hare tracks everywhere. See, there's snowshoe hare tracks. We see one, we're definitely taking it for dinner. More snowshoe hare tracks. Be a great place to set a snare. Well, I got a late start, and the sun's going to set on me in a few hours, so I'm really looking for a campsite. I don't have time to build an elaborate structure, so I need a site that will allow me to get something comfy quick. I'm not sure exactly what that will be. There's a lot of good firewood around here. All this standing deadwood is perfect. You can rip it right off without a sauce, and it's very quick and easy. And it's standing, so it's not covered in ice and snow, so it'll burn well. I can also tell from the type of trees that this isn't muddy, swampy ground. You really don't want to set up your camp on top of a frozen swamp, only to have it thaw out and turn into a mud hole. Check it out, it looks like a bulldozer just went through the forest. That's from a windstorm. Fire came through this forest and killed most of the trees a number of years ago. And then a windstorm came up and all the dead trees didn't have the strength anymore, and they just flattened them. They only flatten this area on the ridge because the ridge is more exposed to the wind. See something down there that might make a good campsite. It's hard to walk amongst all these down trees. They're covered with just enough snow that you can't really see where the holes are. I keep punching through and falling down. Oh, I'm so hungry. It's almost sunset and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast. It took me way too long to get out here. And the hike has been harder than I expected. Alright, this is what I was looking for. One of these large dead trees has fallen over in the windstorm, and this root ball is pulled up. It's a giant fireproof wall I don't have to build, and that's a really good thing. Not a lot of wind today, but I'm in this little nook along this ridge, so it's pretty sheltered over here. And certainly is a lot of dead wood. So I think we need to start getting going, build a fire. Now, I'll tell you what, it is cold. It's about 0 degrees Fahrenheit right now. I was all sweaty when I was walking around, but I am starting to get cold in a hurry. We got a piece of flint and a steel striker. So what I'm going to need is a piece of char cloth. This is just an old linen shirt that I charred in a fire. You want to hold it somewhere close to where the sparks are going to go. Just need one of these sparks to hit the char cloth. See, there we go. See, a little ember in there. Now we're going to wrap that in a cotton ball. There we go. Burning. Yeah.
Let's get this down in here. There we go. I'm gonna throw these pieces of birch bark in there. Try to get this thing going. Yeah. There we go. Starting to catch. Oh, gonna warm my fingers up. That didn't want to light. Had to use all my char cloth and all my cotton balls to get that started. Really don't want this fire to go out. It's gonna get even colder tonight, I'm sure of it. Alright, gonna need a lot more wood. I'm just building the biggest bonfire I can. I want to melt all the snow around my shelter. I want to heat up the ground and heat up that root ball. By the time we get ready for bed, everything's got to be bone dry and warm. You don't want to build the fire up tall because all the heat just goes up. I want to spread it out so that it'll melt that ground as evenly and quickly as possible. Alright, next time I did, I need to find 10 straight small spruce trees. This time of year, the sun sets around 5 p.m. It won't be up until 10 a.m. That's about 17 hours of darkness. So I've got to have a lot of firewood if I'm going to keep from freezing tonight. Because I've got to work in the dark so much, I've got to bring a ton of lights, both for the camera and for myself. Every time I do one of these trips, I bring about 5 to 10 pounds worth of batteries and lights. I'm getting pretty thirsty, so I'm going to start melting some snow. I filled that pot full of snow up to the brim, and you can see it's only about a third full of water. Got to melt a lot of snow to get water. You see there's a bunch of dirt, pieces of wood in the bottom of the pot. No matter how clean the snow looks, there's always stuff in it. It's harmless, but you know, you don't want to drink it. I'm going to probably have to do this 4 times tonight. I need a lot of water. My inReach keeps beeping at me, saying low temperature warning. Okay, we're going to put it in my pocket. Feels like it's getting below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. All my batteries and lights and everything will start getting really affected by the cold. That's a decent pile of wood. That's a good start.
There's nothing like extra time to play. Enjoy a complimentary third night on eligible bookings at select properties through Amex Travel. There's nothing like playing.
Okay, and stop asking for Reese's Oreo Cups, because we literally made Reese's Oreo Cups. And they taste, sorry, amazing. That's probably why you asked for them in the first place, huh? Smart.
Keep your eyes closed, okay?
Okay.
Surprise for you. Open. The jewelry section at Macy's.
If you need any last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, you need to check out Macy's.
Flowers are nice, but the girls love jewelry, okay?
So the number one thing that we do here at Mr. Beast is we move fast. I set my phone down for 10 minutes and 30 or 40 messages go in, and it ends with, okay, great, sounds like we're all on the same page. And then I quickly ask Sidebub, what are we all on the same page about? And it outlines not only what we settled on, why we settled on it, everything I need to communicate to someone else. Sidebot is like an assistant who knows everything and is paying attention when I'm not paying attention.
Well, there we go. Got myself a shelter. Took me about 3.5 hours to build it. And it is roasting hot in here. It's like sitting inside a pizza oven. All this dirt below me and behind me holds the heat really well. So I've got heat radiating on my back. I got heat coming up from below, and I got fire off to my left. It's pretty toasty. These logs are still a bit cold, but they'll warm up soon enough. Got a few more things I want to do before I go to sleep, but I'm so hungry I need to stop and make some dinner. All right. For dinner, I brought along some moose ribs. These are just 2 ribs from the moose I shot this fall. Got some garlic, salt, pepper. All right. You want to cook these on a low heat, very slowly. Well, there we go. Got the moose ribs buried in hot coals and dirt. The coals are really hot right now, but they're going to cool off pretty quick. And we're going to let that sit for a couple hours. Gloves are pretty wet already. Just hang them out, dry them. Gotta get everything dry before bedtime. You can see how wet my boots are. Look at that steam coming off them. I gotta get those dry too. While I wait for those ribs to cook, I'm gonna go ahead and make up some bread dough. Got some bread flour and yeast in here, and I'm just gonna add a little water to it. Got my bread dough mixed up. I'm gonna let it just sit by the fire tonight. Or tomorrow it'll be nice and fermented, ready to make bread. While I wait for the ribs, I'm going to go ahead and make some soup for dinner. Alright, I'm going to add a little ugali to my chicken noodle soup to give it a little bit more calories. Ugali is just ground up white corn maize, and it's a staple food in East Africa. It tastes like grits, and it's a great way to give a stew a little bit more body to it. Oh, I can smell the moose. It's cooking a little too fast. Nothing fancy, just a thick chicken noodle soup. Oh man, it hits the spot. Let's check out this moose. Oh yeah. Oh, that's actually pretty soft. Oh, I think I nailed that. Look at that beautiful piece of moose meat. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, moose ribs are good. We've been eating a lot of moose this fall. That moose I shot had 567 pounds of meat. We donated all but like 30, 40 pounds of meat, but still, that's a lot. We've been really enjoying it. Some barbecue sauce here. Oh, the barbecue sauce is mostly frozen. That came out just perfect. Oh, that's good. There we go. That was delicious. Oh, man. I was so hungry. All right, guys. It's 10:30. Got a belly full of food. Got a roaring fire. Got firewood drying around the side of the fire. And my bed's pretty warm. I think the biggest problem is going to be my back. This is not comfy. It's better than sleeping on concrete, but only barely. The only thing to sleep in I brought was this wool blanket. But honestly, I'm going to use it as a pillow. I'm going to put my hip bone right on the balaclava to try to keep from hurting my hip in the middle of the night. Well, we'll see what happens. But I'm going to try to get some sleep. I'm pretty tired. At any rate, I'm going to put the camera up, and we'll see how this goes. All right. Good night.
Hey, it's about 7:40 in the morning and my back is killing me. Stayed mostly warm throughout the night. Had to get up and stoke the fire a bunch. Even had to go cut a little bit of firewood around 4 a.m. And oh, my back is sore. I never sleep well sleeping on one bed like this. Oh. I mean, it's better than sleeping on the ground, but it's hard.
My bread dough rose a bit. One side's frozen and the other side's warm. Kind of like me. I need to get some more coals going for my breakfast, so I'm using this thinner stuff to make coals. Didn't bring a cooking griddle or anything like that. This is real bare minimum camping today. So we're gonna make bread straight on the coals. It's looking pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, my butter is so frozen. All right. Melted butter and warm honey. Oh, that's pretty good.
Flour is such a great backpacking food. It's so light, it's non-perishable, and it just makes the most delicious things. Well, it's about 8:50 and we're starting to see some color in the sky. Sun's gonna be up probably in the next 30 minutes or so. I'll tell you what, it was definitely below zero and I stayed warm. My back's killing me, but I was warm. Yeah, I've tried out a lot of different survival shelters, and hands down, this is my favorite one if you're dealing with cold weather. If you're getting rained on or snowed on, or there's lots of wind, a lean-to might be better, but if you're just straight up trying to survive the cold, this is the best. The shelter isn't complicated. The key is just making sure you warm up the ground and warm up whatever's going to be behind you. The second key is to try to get your bed higher than the fire. Heat goes up, and so that if you're slightly elevated, you're going to catch a lot more of that fire's heat than if you were down on the ground with the fire. I think this shelter would work in even colder conditions than what I got right now. Just make these rails longer, and then if you start to get cold in the middle of the night because that roof wall is cooled off too much or the ground underneath you is cooled off too much, I would just take this fire and kick it underneath the bed, then scoot the bed over here and switch places with the fire. And you could just do that every couple hours and then constantly be above hot ground. I think if you had plenty of fuel and you just kept switching sides like that, you could probably last in like -20 or some really awful temperatures. You wouldn't get much sleep, but you would make it through the night. Well, it's been fun, but I think it's time to pack it up. Well, you might have noticed this video is a bit shorter than my typical video, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, I am exhausted. My wife Rebecca and I just got back from a trip to Palau, and we're super jet lagged. Combining that with sleeping on that hardwood, I'm wiped out. But it was one of those things where time was tight, and if I was going to get any video, it had to be a short video. Oh, check out these wolf tracks. Man. Those look pretty fresh. There's another reason I'm keeping this video short. This month marks the 11th year I've been doing YouTube videos. I've done over 1,000 videos. And when I started doing YouTube videos, it was a fun way for me and my sons to spend time together. But they're in school now, and I can't just pull them out anytime I want to go do these adventures. So I end up going by myself. And it's kind of blown up into this whole thing where now YouTube is taking me away from my children. And while there's a time and a place for dads to go do stuff on their own, it's gotten a bit much. And when I'm gone like this, it's a sacrifice to my family and my wife. So I'm going to keep this video short. I'll only be gone one night. I'm trying to get home and see my family. Ooh. Look at this, the perfect walking stick. Oh yeah. Just following these wolf tracks, seeing where they lead. They're kind of heading in the direction of my car. Oh. Check it out, those are bull prints. It's a little mouse that lives under the snow. He popped up on top, and hop, 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 and then dove down underneath the snow again. Foxes and owls love to eat those voles, and they have really good hearing. So they'll sit there and listen for the voles scurrying under the snow. Oh, look at this. See? Here's the fox print. You can see the fox was digging for a hole. Really close to the car. I can hear the highway very loud now. Check it out. Those are the wolf prints. Oh. Alright guys, that's it for now. I'll see you next time. If you like that video, make sure to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, where we have hundreds of videos just like this. And if you want to see our newest adventures, make sure to click subscribe so you'll get notifications.
Hey Steve, you're a finance guy, right? How do I work less and get to Paris more? I'd like to leave something for the kids. Even that one.
We'd like to retire comfortably. Good.
Very comfortably.
Sure.
Hey, I want to get my finances in order. They're a bit abstract, you know.
Steve, you made it. This opening wouldn't have happened without you.
The freedom to make all your clients' dreams a reality. The feeling is fast mutual.
Match unbeatable prices on pet essentials and more at Rural King. Save $3 on wild bird seed. Grab windshield washer fluid for only 99 cents. And Good Friends dog food for just $60.99. Nobody beats our prices at Rural King and RuralKing.com. Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want, and more than you expect, all at an incredible value. And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Walden University, we get the W.
Hey guys, Chris Fix here. So I constantly get asked what's the best first car. And that's a great question because you want something that's safe, reliable, gets good fuel economy, has a lot of cargo space, has nice options, is fun to drive, and is relatively inexpensive to own. Well, today I'm going to show you what I think the best first car is, and it's this right here underneath this car cover, which I'm going to remove in a second. But not only am I going to show you what the best first car is, I'm going to show you how to properly maintain it, because let's just say you're a parent or guardian for that first-time driver. You want your son or daughter to go out there and be safe. Let's just say you are the first-time driver. You want this car to be reliable so you don't get stranded. So I'm going to show you how to do all the maintenance to keep your car in tip-top shape. And just as a quick overview, you can see everything we're going to be doing. We're going to be installing a dash camera. We're going to be changing all the filters, all the fluids, light bulbs. We're going to be installing a brand new lithium battery that has a built-in jump starter so you can't get stranded. We're going to be replacing all the brake pads and rotors, installing new wiper blades, and more. That way this car is good to go for that first-time driver. All they have to worry about is focusing on the road. And the reason why we're doing this is because this car is very special. Now you might be wondering why I bought a car for a new driver. Well, this is going to be a very special video because this car is going to a charity called Building Homes for Heroes. There's a family down in Florida who has fallen on hard times. They could really use a car. So this car is going to them and hopefully it helps out. And so you have a little background. Let me introduce you to the family that's getting surprised with this car. This is Nazare, Bella, Bentley, and Kevin. And Nazare is now the legal guardian over the family due to the passing of their parents.
My name is Nazare Montrons, and I am the daughter of Army Sergeant Alberto Montrons. My dad was on a rescue mission in Afghanistan, and he was with his 3 other soldiers, and they had ran over an IED, killing them instantly.
About his efforts that day of coming out there and splitting the force of the enemy, there's a good possibility that I will be here today. Now sadly, after Sergeant Montrons' passing, their Nana also passed away, and then their mother also passed away, leaving these 4 kids to take care of themselves.
Told us that she was going to be up there with our Nana, so she said that she was going to be right behind her. So if I did have something to say to her before she passed, I would just thank you for being my best friend.
Now this is where Building Homes for Heroes stepped in and gifted a mortgage-free home for these kids. That way they wouldn't be homeless and they could focus on school and just being kids.
I know that my mom is going to be happy that Building Homes for Heroes is taking care of us, getting us a home.
So I think you guys could understand the significance of this video, the significance of this car right here. I'm going to bring this down in person and surprise them at the end of the video. So Kevin and Bella are the first-time drivers. This is the perfect first car for them. And now let me show you what this car is. So let me introduce to you this fully loaded 2013 Ford Escape Titanium, and I got this car for a pretty good deal. And if you're wondering how to find your own first car for a decent deal, let me show you. So to find a good first car for a good deal, jump on your computer and type in Auto Tempest. And this site searches a bunch of different car for sale websites all in one click instead of spending forever searching each individual site separately. You can see right here it searches eBay Motors, Cars.com, TrueCar, and all these other sites. So you get the idea. It even helps you search sites like Craigslist in a larger area, not just your local town. And same thing for Facebook Marketplace. That way you don't miss any good deals. Now this site is how I found my $300 Del Sol, which I think would be a very bad first car. It's just too small. But some good first cars that I found on this site are the $500 Trailblazer, the $4,000 Chrysler 200, that's only 3 years old and has 50,000 miles, the $2,700 Prius, which gets 50 miles a gallon. So you get the idea. There's lots of great deals to be found, so let me show you how. First, you need a filter by budget, and that could be different for everybody. My first car was a 92 Cadillac DeVille. Wasn't worth very much, but it's what we could afford. Now in this situation for this car, I'm going to put $8,000 as my max. Next, you want to filter by mileage. I'm putting the max mileage at 150,000 miles because I've noticed after about 150,000 miles, stuff starts to wear out and it could be less reliable. So there are plenty of great first cars, but I personally think a small SUV is among the best for safety, such as a Honda CR-V. And if you look here, you can see you get a decent one between $5,000 and $6,000. Or you could go with a Toyota RAV4, which is also in that price range. Another option is a Mazda Tribute, but just like the Honda and Toyota, these are all early 2000 cars. So another option is a Buick Encore, which is about 10 years newer. And I mean, just look at this one. It's a 2014 with 100,000 miles. It's a pretty good deal, and it's a nice blue color too. So I think you get the idea. There's plenty of small SUVs that are safe and affordable. And finally, I focused on the Ford Escape because it has some of the best crash test ratings. It's also listed as one of the least expensive cars to insure, and it can get 30 miles a gallon. So after searching a bunch of different SUVs, Auto Tempest found this fully loaded Ford Escape Titanium on eBay Motors. The ad says everything is working from the engine to the transmission to all the power options, which in my experience I could safely bet money on. Not everything's going to be working, but at least it's a good start. Heck, this car even parks itself. Everything looked good. It was only a few miles down the road, so no shipping costs. Plus it was a no reserve auction, so with only a couple seconds left, I bid to $7,750 and excitedly watched as the timer went to 0, and I won the car. So if you're looking for a first car, definitely check out Auto Tempest, which is free and makes it a lot easier to find good deals. And I do want to thank these guys for creating the website and supporting the video to make finding a used car at a good deal a lot easier. And just to give you an idea, this is the window sticker from the car I just won. You can see right down here, they wanted $12,000 at their lot. I got this car for $4,000 less, so remember, there's room to negotiate. So now let's jump right into it and let me show you how to get all the maintenance done on your first car so that it's safe, it's reliable, and it's ready for the road. So let's get started. And to make this easy for you guys, I made a first car maintenance checklist which has everything that you need to make sure that your first car is properly maintained. That way you don't forget anything, and I'll be sure to include a link to this for free in the description. You could download it, you could use it. That's the whole point of me making it, and we're going to go through this as we work on the car. That way we don't miss anything. So the first thing we're going to do, because this car is going to Florida where the sun is very intense, I want to get this car tinted. So I headed over to my local tint shop in Toms River, which I've passed by a bunch of times, but I've never used. My friends highly recommended them, so let's get this car tinted. Alright, you can see this is the factory glass right here. You can see it's not tinted, so if we get our tester on here to see what it's at, you can see we have an 80% visual light transmission, which means 80% of the light is going through from the factory glass. 63% of the UV radiation is blocked, and 80% of the infrared radiation is blocked, which is really good. But we could improve this with some new tint. So not only is the factory glass clear, so it lets light in, but it also lets the heat in. So this mimics the hot Florida sun. It's an infrared light, and I can actually feel the heat on my hand through the glass. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a tint on here that's going to block most of that heat out. So first they find the make and model in the computer, and you can see it has all the glass dimensions ready to go. Then they hit cut, and the tint cutter cuts out each window perfectly, which is amazing technology to make this job so much quicker and easier. And check this out. Now all they have to do is peel off the surrounding cut tint, and just like that, we have tint for the two front windows. So next up, right over here, many windows have a soft felt right in the window channel. So these guys cover that up with some tape. That way the felt doesn't come off and get stuck behind the tint. Next, they clean up the glass to make sure the tint is adhered to a nice, clean, contaminant-free surface. Then the window is sprayed down with a special spray that allows the tint to be moved along the window without sticking instantly. And with that sprayed down, the pre-cut tint can be added, and you can see how the spray allows them to slide the tint along the glass so they can align it properly. Once aligned, they squeegee out all the liquid from under the tint, and now the tint adheres to the glass and won't move. And finally, they wipe down the tint with a microfiber towel, and these guys make this look so easy. Alright, so now our window is tinted with 35% tint. It's looking great, but it's not just about the amount of light going through, it's the amount of heat. And if you put your hands here, man, that's awesome. What a difference from before. I can't even feel the heat. And I also want to compare this tint with no tint by putting the meter on it, so let's check this out. So we should have 35% tint, and check it out. So we're at 35% of light coming through. We have 100% of UV radiation being blocked, and we have 99.1% of infrared radiation being blocked. That is huge. What a difference. Now the team finishes up the rest of the car, tinting the other front window with 35% tint, which is the legal limit in Florida. We're also tinting the rear glass, which is tinted from the factory, but a combination of this ceramic tint over the factory tint gives us about a 20% final tint for the rear windows, which is perfect. They're also tinting the back glass for those super bright headlights these days, and that way we'll have 360-degree protection. And then finally, we're tinting the front glass with the lightest ceramic tint they have. It allows 88% light in. That way you can't even tell it's tinted. But again, that ceramic is going to block that UV and infrared to keep the interior cool. It'll also prevent that dash from cracking due to sunlight. Here's a before and after. To the naked eye, you can't even tell the difference, but the driver and car are protected. Okay, so the car is done, and I did try to pay these guys. They would not take my money. They said after hearing what this car is for, this is their donation to help out, so I really appreciate that. So if you need to get your car tinted in New Jersey, check out Tronics Autosports Tint Shop in Toms River. Not only are they good people, but they did an awesome job on this car, and I'm all about supporting a small local business. So with the tints done, now let's get this car all fixed up and maintained for our new drivers. And the first thing I always do is use a Bluetooth OBD2 scanner to scan the entire car. That way we know if there's any problems. And as usual, the OBD2 port is located right below the steering wheel. So plug in the scan tool, turn the car to the run position, and let's open up the app. Then let's hit read codes, and we want to do the whole system scan, which scans everything from the transmission, airbags, ABS, basically every computer in this car. So after a few minutes, you can see we have no codes for the engine or transmission or anything like that, but we do have 3 generic codes. First one is for a third brake light, the second one is for the license plate lights, and the last one is for the reverse camera. So let's go investigate. So all 3 of those codes stem from problems in the rear here. The first one is our third brake light isn't working. Hit the brakes, and as you can see, we have our normal brake lights working, but our third brake light is not working. Sometimes there's a loose connection, sometimes the bulb goes bad, sometimes it's a pinch at the wires. Hopefully it's just a bad bulb. The other problem that we have is our reverse camera and our license plate lights are not working. To better show you this, let's shut off the lights. And these should be on. There we go. So just by tapping it, the light came on the other side, but it's not coming on this side. So the bulb's bad or there's some corrosion in there, we could easily fix that. And then the final problem is under here with our reverse camera. And you can see the reverse camera is loose. It's supposed to be in a mount here. And if we throw the car in reverse, check this out. The camera should show us what's behind the car, but in this case, it's just saying that the camera is unavailable and we need to contact the dealership, which we won't be doing. So let's tackle these one at a time, starting with our third brake light. So to get this light off, just get a plastic paddle clip tool and pop the light outwards. It's just held in by some metal clips. Now this right here is the wiper fluid hose, and this is the electrical connector. So let's unplug the connector and check for voltage using a multimeter. You can see there's 2 slots in the connector. One is power, one is ground. So just probe the 2 slots with the multimeter. Press the brakes. And with the brakes pressed, you can see we're getting just under 12 volts, which means the lights are getting power. So we know the third brake light bulb is bad. So now we know we need to replace it. So let's remove the washer fluid hose. So out with the old and in with the new. So the washer hose just press fits right on, and then we can connect the wiring harness. And before we push this in, let's test the brakes. Press the brakes. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's get this pushed in the rest of the way, and you gotta love simple diagnostics and an easy fix. Alright, so with our third brake light fixed, we're good to go here. So now let's move on to our license plate lights. And this will be really simple. Just carefully pop the housing out of the trunk. And usually this comes out more, but it seems kind of stuck. So let's grab onto the bulb holder and spin the housing instead. And there's our bulb, which you can see is burnt out. So out with the old incandescent bulb and in with the new LED bulb. Not only will this be brighter, but it's going to draw less power and have a nice white light. So push it back in there so there's a click. Good, and now let's test this out by turning the lights on. Perfect. Let's do the same thing for the other side. So remove the old bulb and install the new LED bulb. Then get the housing back on there and let's push it back into place. Alright, so our license plate lights are fixed and those LEDs look great. That white light looks amazing on the plate. Now let's go and fix the reverse camera. So this camera was just wedged in here and I can actually see some moisture behind the lens, so we know it's bad. Besides the bad camera, we're also missing the bracket that holds the camera in place. So in order to get the piece that holds the camera in, you need to buy this whole trim piece, and that's expensive. So I was able to go to the junkyard and grab one from a junk car, and it has the piece right here that holds the camera, so that saved me a ton of money. So that's the piece we need, and all we need to do is pop it out. Good. So out with the old, and in with the new. And just connect it to the wiring harness so it clicks. Then we can add our bracket, and let's pop this into place. And finally, don't forget to remove the blue lens protector. Okay, so let's see if we fixed it. Pop it into reverse, and boom, there we go. And it even integrates the backup sensors into the display. So now with everything fixed in the back here, let's go scan the computer and see if we fixed it. Alright, check it out. All the codes are gone, so we fixed everything. So if we take a look at our maintenance checklist, we scanned the computer and fixed all of the trouble codes, and we replaced the light bulbs that were burnt out. So now let's get the car up on ramps and change out all the fluids. So with the front of the car on ramps, let's jack up the rear of the car so it's somewhat level for the fluid changes and gives us more room underneath to work. And always use jack stands, so let's get this one under the rear subframe, and then slowly lower the car onto the jack stands. And I like to keep the jack under here so it has slight pressure, that way it's extra protection just in case the jack stand fails. So with the car level and safely lifted up in the air, I like to come over here and give it a good shake to make sure it doesn't budge, and it's not, so we are good to go to change all the fluids. And the first thing we're going to change is the... Let's put in sport mode.
All loaded features for everyone. How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra. The Hyundai Elantra comes standard with America's best warranty. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This is adventure on your own terms, where you can protect our nation's future while never missing out on the moments you live for. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. America's Navy Reserve.
Am I holding this weird?
Cut. Better take a bite, Josh.
Taxes was waiting for the refund you needed yesterday. Now Taxes is getting your refund up to 5 days faster with Credit Karma and TurboTax. And getting the guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax.
Engine oil and filter, then we're going to change the transmission fluid, and finally the coolant. So let's get under the vehicle and get started. Oil changes are simple. Just break the drain plug loose with a ratchet, get the catch can under the drain plug, and hand loosen the plug. And the trick is to push the plug as you're loosening it into the oil pan, and then pull it out quickly, and that'll prevent you from getting oil all over your hands. Now we just need to let the 6 quarts of oil drain out, and once that's done, hand tighten the drain plug, and then snug it up with a ratchet. This only needs to be snug, like 15 foot-pounds of torque, just like that. Don't over-tighten it. Now we can sneak over to the front here, and let's replace the oil filter. You should be able to remove oil filters by hand, but this one's on here really tight, so an oil filter wrench helps crack it loose. And now we can loosen it the rest of the way by hand. With the filter removed, make sure there's no gasket stuck on the mounting surface here, and you can see there's no rubber or anything, so we're good to go. Now this next part is highly controversial. I want to hear what you guys have to think about it. I personally fill up my oil filters with new oil when possible, because then the engine doesn't run dry for a few seconds when you first start it. And what's not controversial is always lubricate this gasket with a little bit of oil. That way the new filter is easy to remove for the next oil change. Good, now let's install the filter. So line this up and then hand thread it on, and remember, you only tighten oil filters by hand. That way you can't over tighten it. And I like to write down the current mileage on the filter, that way we know when it was last changed. Now on top of the engine we can remove the oil fill cap, which says use 5W30, and we need to add 6 quarts of full synthetic oil. This is a turbocharged engine, so using a high quality oil is very important. Good, then let's close this up and start the car. So now we're going to let the engine run for about a minute to let the oil circulate. After letting the engine sit for a minute or so, we can pull the dipstick out, and we want to clean it off to have a fresh reading, then reinsert it and pull it back out again. And check this out. We are filled up perfectly to the end of the crosshatch marks, which means we're good to go. Alright, so with our oil completely changed, now let me show you how to change our transmission fluid. And this is a sealed transmission, so there's no dipstick, so let me show you how to do that. And first, let's head under the car. So this right here is our sealed transmission. You can see, although it's sealed, we have a drain bolt right here, and we have a fill check bolt right here. So this is where we're going to check the transmission fluid level to make sure it's full when we add more fluid. Now we add more fluid up top. Let me show you. So if we come up top into the engine bay and take a look right over here, you can see the fill plug right there. And you always want to make sure you can remove the fill plug. That's the first thing you do. Otherwise, you drain the system and you can't add fluid because this is seized or something. And you can see we can remove it. I'm going to put it back in. That way we don't get any dirt in there. So we know that's removable. Let's go back under and drain all the fluid. So first let's crack the fill bolt loose, then we can remove it the rest of the way by hand. And you can see the transmission fluid that's coming out, which means it was slightly overfilled, which I find pretty common because many people don't fill the transmission properly. Like this transmission needs to be hot to get the correct level. But don't worry, I'll show you that in a second, it's easy. Now we can remove the drain bolt. Good, and I actually didn't make a mess. And that fluid's not looking that great. Now I don't expect it to look cherry red, but I don't see any red at all. It's just dark black. So this is definitely overdue for a change. Now with that empty, we can get the drain plug back in, and then snug it up. It's very important we don't over tighten this. This is just an aluminum case and you can easily strip this out. Alright, so now we're going to come back up to the top here and let's fill this up. So we removed about 4 to 5 quarts, and that means we're going to fill this back up with around 4.5 quarts. Doesn't have to be perfect, we just want to get within a quart. And you can see here we have about a half a quart left in this 5-quart bottle, so we're spot on. Let's get this fill plug back on so we don't get any dirt in the transmission. Good, and now let's go start the engine. Now you want to run the engine to get the engine up to operating temperature, which means the transmission will be warm. Beautiful, so with the car at operating temperature, now what we want to do is have our foot on the brake. Do not let the car move because we're on jack stands, and we're going to shift into the different gears. So go in reverse, wait a couple seconds, let that fluid go into the reverse gears, go into neutral, go into drive. Again, you're opening up the valve bodies, you're letting the fluid go into the channels in the transmission, then we can go into sport mode, and then just travel up the Prindle. That way we know all the fluid is mixed throughout that transmission so we can get the correct transmission level. So now with the engine running, we want to remove this fill check bolt right here. Good, and you can see we slightly overfilled this, which isn't a big deal. Just let it drain out. This is good enough, so tighten that bolt back up so it's snug, and now we're filled at the proper level. And that's all there is to do to change your transmission fluid. Very simple, but very important. You saw how dark and dirty that old fluid was. It's good that we got new fluid in there. So next, what we're going to do is change our antifreeze. This is also very important. So let me show you how to do this. It's simple. Either go to your radiator, or if you have a reservoir, we're going to work from the reservoir. And only remove the cap on a cold system because if it's hot, it will be pressurized and it could shoot hot coolant all over you. And that wouldn't be good. And the reason why we remove the cap is because this is a closed system otherwise. So now we're allowing air to go in. So when we drain that coolant, we're able to get more coolant out of the engine and radiator. So now let's go under the car and let's drain the radiator. So the radiator is located right under here. What you're going to want to do is look in the corner. You can see right there in this corner is the petcock, which drains the radiator. So right there's a better shot of the drain. And to keep things from getting messy, you can see they give you a little spot to slide a 3/8 inch inner diameter hose over right at the end of the petcock. And I like to use clear tubing, that way we can actually see the coolant coming out. Now carefully use the pliers and open that valve here, and it's pretty tight in here with the intercooler hose in the way, so a long reach hose grip pliers fits in here better, and that really isn't working either. Okay, maybe an angled pliers like this will work, and there we go. So this is the perfect example of why us car guys and car girls always make an excuse to buy new tools. So now we can let the radiator drain out, and this coolant is looking pretty good, but looks could be deceiving, and I'll show you why in a second. Now with the radiator completely drained, I like to close the valve right away. That way we don't forget about this and then try to fill it up. Then all that new expensive coolant spills out, because I've done that before. So visually, our coolant is looking pretty good. It's not dark, it doesn't have black specks of rubber or anything in it, it's not contaminated, and it's the correct color for this car. But looks could be deceiving, which is why I have these coolant test strips to test this out. So all you need to do is dip the test strip into the coolant so it covers the strips completely for a couple of seconds. So the top tells us the percentage of antifreeze and water. We want that to be about 50-50. And the bottom tells us the acidity. We do not want it to be acidic. So if we take a look at our test strip, at the top we have just about 50-50, and that's exactly what we want. Now if we take a look at the bottom, you can definitely see we are more on the acidic side, so it's a good thing we're changing this coolant. So out with the old and in with the new, and we're using Peaks OET. It's made for North American vehicles. Right on the bottle it lets you know for 2011 to 2019, so we know our 2013 is within spec, and this is the correct antifreeze. Do not mix and match antifreezes. There's different types. This is an O18 organic acid technology. They have inorganic acid technology. They have HO18. There's all different ones. You don't want to mix and match. So now let's add our brand new coolant. Now normally I like using a spill-proof funnel like this, but as you can see, we can't get it in here because the wiper cowl's in the way, and this helps remove all the air from the cooling system, which is important. And it's even hard to get in here with a funnel that has a long end like this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna quickly remove this wiper cowl. We need to anyway to get to the spark plugs and change the battery, and this only takes a couple of seconds to remove. So to get this off, first let's remove the wiper blades. So take off the cap at the end of the wiper, loosen the nut with a ratchet, and remove the nut the rest of the way by hand. And now the wiper should come right off. Good. And now the wiper cowl can pop right up. Now for the other side, do the same thing. Remove the nut completely and wiggle the wiper off the stud. Then we can pop the shroud up on this side as well, and let's get this out of the way. Now there are two 10mm bolts holding in this plastic piece that's hiding below the shroud, so remove both of those. And now that that's loose, let's remove the reservoir for the master cylinder. This is held in by two torque screws, so unscrew those. And finally unscrew the two last 10mm bolts over here, and now the hard plastic shroud could come right off, giving us plenty of room. So add the adapter into the reservoir and then fit the funnel on top, and you want to fill the funnel all the way up with the correct coolant. Now we can start the car, and already you can see the water pump sucked a bunch of coolant down into the system. So let's top this funnel off. Now you see those bubbles coming out of the coolant in the funnel? That's exactly what you want to see. Since this funnel is the highest part of the system, it's going to force all that trapped air out of the entire cooling system. So at the car operating temperature, no more bubbles are coming out. Plug the funnel with the included plunger and remove the funnel. You can see the coolant is at the max fill line, so just put the cap on and tighten it down all the way. So all the bubbles bubbled out of the cooling system. Also, you can feel the heat. The heat is nice and hot, so you know there's no air stuck in the heater core. So now we could go and shut off the car. That's all there is to doing a simple drain and fill on your cooling system. We changed about half the coolant. This coolant was in pretty decent shape already, so adding that new coolant will be perfect. You want to do this about every 50,000 miles on a car, and that'll keep your cooling system nice and happy. Alright, so we changed out our oil, transmission fluid, coolant. There's no differential in this car, and there's no transfer case in this car, and we'll add wiper fluid when we change the wiper blades, so let's keep chugging away at this list. Now, we have our cowl off, so let's go and change the spark plugs, which are right under here. Let's go change out our battery, which is right there, and let's change the air filter, which is right there. So let's change out the spark plugs first. So let's pop off this engine cover, and the 4 spark plugs are located right underneath these coil packs. And each of these coil packs is held in by just one bolt, so it's pretty simple to unscrew these. And of course I say that, and this bolt right here isn't accessible unless we remove this intake tubing. So grab a flathead screwdriver and loosen up the clamp. Now we can separate this and move it out of the way. Okay, now let's finish removing the last 2 bolts. Good. Now all 4 of the coil packs can be pulled off the spark plugs. And as you can see, we don't even have to disconnect the wires. So it's very important we vacuum this up. Otherwise, when you replace the spark plugs, you can actually get dirt into the engine and cause damage. Okay, so to remove the spark plugs, I like using this magnetic spark plug socket. So just get it down in the well over the spark plug, break the spark plug loose with the ratchet, and loosen it the rest of the way by hand. And the spark plug comes right out because it's held in by the magnet. And if we take a look at the tip here, you can see it's actually pretty clean. There's no oil on it, it's not black, it doesn't look like it's been overheated. The engine's running pretty good. You can still see that fine wire platinum on there, and you can see the little puck at the end of the electrode. And while this might look good, let's check the gap for wear. So we start down here and work our way up until we have some resistance, and we can see resistance right there at like 0.033, 0.034. Factory gap is 0.030. So there's just only a little bit of wear, nothing horrible. So it's a good idea to change these spark plugs anyway. They last about 100,000 miles. We're at 130, so out with the old and in with the new. Exact OEM spec. Always match them up to make sure they're the same, and these 2 are identical. And although these are pre-gapped, I always carefully check the gap just in case. Yeah, you can see, look at this. I don't want to keep going, but you can see it's like 0.045 gap, and it's supposed to be 0.03. So we have to close this gap. And I actually have a really nice tool that's designed to make this simple. So you just screw the spark plug in like so, and then you tighten down this stud, which pushes the top of the electrode and closes that gap. That should be good, so let's unscrew it. And now if we check the gap, you can start to feel some resistance here, and boom, spot on. 0.030 gap, and that's perfect. Now we can install the new spark plug that's gapped properly, and the old school method was to add a little bit of anti-seize on this, but the threads on the new spark plugs have a coating, so you don't have to. But what I do like to do is add a little bit of silicone paste, also known as dielectric grease. right to that white ceramic part around the plug. You don't need a lot, just a thin layer, and this insulates the high voltage coming out of the coils. And little details like this make all the difference. So slowly drop the spark plug down into the well, and you always want to hand tighten spark plugs so you don't cross thread them by accident. And then to stay consistent, I like to use a torque wrench, and the spec on this is 9 foot-pounds. Good. So now we need to repeat this process for the other 3 spark plugs, and I'm going to knock this out real quick since you guys know the steps. If your car's spark plugs are old and worn, changing them out could get you better fuel economy, could restore lost horsepower, and it could help the engine run more smoothly and efficiently, so it's a great thing to do. And I have an entire video on everything you need to know on how to change out the spark plugs, which I'll link in the description for you. So with all the spark plugs in, now we can get the coil packs back on the spark plugs and make sure you push them all the way down, and finally tighten up each bolt that holds the coil in so it's snug. Good, and the last thing to do is get that intake tube back on, then tighten down the clamp so it's snug. And that's all there is to replacing spark plugs. It is that easy. So with that done, now let's move on to replacing the battery. Now with a car battery, for a first-time driver or for any driver, you want to make sure your battery is in good shape so you don't get stranded. So I have a battery tester right here. You could also go to your local parts store, they'll test batteries for free. But let me show you how the health of the battery is. So just connect black to negative and red to positive. And this is a regular flooded battery. We want cold cranking amps. It says 590 cold cranking amps on the battery, so that's good. And now it's testing the battery. And you can see it says we have a good battery. It's perfectly fine at 100% health. So this would be fine for any first-time driver. But since this is a special project, we're going to be installing the newest technology, a brand new lithium battery. So let's unscrew the 2 nuts holding in the battery tie down and remove the bracket. Then we can loosen up the positive cable and wiggle it off the post and set it off to the side. Then do the same thing for the negative cable. And now the battery could come out. And this is an old school lead acid battery, so it's a little heavy. So out with the old lead acid battery and in with the new lithium battery. Now besides this battery having a jump start feature, another good thing about it is it's a lot lighter. So if we take the original battery and put it on the scale, you can see it weighs 30.8 pounds. Now lithium batteries are lighter, so let's see how much. Oh man, check that out, 13.2 pounds. So that's about 18 pounds lighter, which is impressive, so let's get this installed. Now, although you'll never see this, you guys know I have to clean the battery tray, so spray it down with soapy water, then we can use a brush to agitate all that dirt and loosen it up, and then finally we can wipe it clean with a microfiber towel to remove all the dirt. Now we can get the new battery in here, which is a lot easier because of how light it is. Then we can get these protective caps off and get our negative cable on the negative post and snug it up. And do the same thing for the positive cable, get it on there and snug it up. And finally, let's get the tie-down bracket in place and tighten it up so the battery's held in and doesn't move, just in case there's an accident. Good, and that's not going anywhere. And both cables are nice and tight as well. And can't forget about the battery cover, so let's get that on there as well. Beautiful, so with our new lithium battery installed, since we can't easily get to that button because we'll have that shroud right here, there is a remote control to jumpstart your car if you let your battery go completely dead. You press this button, and it gets enough power in that battery to be able to jumpstart the car. So we'll put this with the key. That is an awesome feature to keep a new driver from getting stranded. So with the battery done, now let's go and replace the engine air filter.
There's nothing like traveling in style with the largest global airport lounge network. There's nothing like Platinum.
Celebrate one-of-a-kind people with gifts that say I get you. Etsy.
Look at how Oral-B Electric cleans 100% better than regular brushes. It's time to switch.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It helps save you time because it does all your busy work for you, so you can get busy doing what you want to do. Sometimes things fall right into place, but other times they just fall.
What was that?
But at least you can get it fixed now and pay later in 4 interest-free payments at SafeLight.com. Awesome! And SafeLight can come to you for free, anytime, anywhere, and do everything you need to get back on the road.
All set. Here you go.
Thank you. Take care. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Okay, so there are 4 10mm screws holding this cover on, and once all those are loosened, this should pop right off. Good, and there's the old filter. This pops right out, and check out how dirty this is. I'll bet you this is the original filter, just like almost everything else in this car. So out with the old, and can't forget about vacuuming the air filter box and cleaning it up with a little bit of soapy water. Then we can dry this up and check it out. That's much better. And in with the new. And this new filter is going to help that turbo breathe much better. Now the air filter cover goes on top and then evenly snug up all 4 bolts so it seals that filter in. And that's all there is to replacing an engine air filter. Now before we go and reinstall our wiper cowl, I want to check the turbo, which is located right back here. The reason being is these EcoBoost engines are known to have wastegate failures. That'll create an underboost code, the engine won't run right, and that's not good. In order to fix it, it's over $2,000 in parts and labor, and I don't want the family that I'm donating the car to have to worry about that cost in the future, so let's go check the turbo. So unfortunately, I think I heard something before when the engine was running for the coolant change, which is why we're looking at this now. And there is a new P0299 check engine light, which is basically pointing to the wastegate, so let's take a quick listen. So you hear that metal vibration noise? That's coming from right at the turbo, and this is such a common problem, pretty confident it's the internal wastegate. And just to be 100% sure, I'm wiggling the wastegate, which should not have any play, and this does. So it is time for a new turbo. Alright, well I'm glad we checked that because that was definitely a future problem. So we have a brand new turbo and all the supporting hardware. That way we can have a perfect install. Now this is a 6-hour job. I was not expecting to do this, so I'm going to real quickly get this done. So I'm about 2 hours in, and as you can see I have a tent set up because it is raining, but that's okay because if you come right over here, behind the engine against the firewall is where I'm working. Check this out. I got the turbo completely loose, so let's slide it off the exhaust manifold studs. And this should fit right here in this small gap. Good, and now the turbo is out. Alright, so out with the old and in with the new. And the reason why we had to replace this turbo is because we have a worn out wastegate, this right here. You can see how much play is in this wastegate. This is a very common problem on EcoBoost engines, and actually this is a very common problem on many turbo cars. So with a loose wastegate, it allows the exhaust gases to bypass the turbo and it doesn't spool it up as quickly, and it just exits through the exhaust. So you see how much play is in this wastegate? Check out the brand new turbo. That does not budge at all. There's no play, as it should be, and hopefully it lasts that way for a good long time. So let's get our new one and let's install it. So the new one needs to go in the exact same way the old one came out. So let's see if I can remember how this goes. Okay, good, there we go. Now we just need to get everything bolted up so we can try her out. And with the magic of editing, alright, moment of truth, start her up. Alright, so the engine is running properly, we'll let it warm up and then we'll hit the gas to get it in boost to make sure we're good to go. So we're pretty much at operating temperature, and since the oil lines and coolant lines were removed to replace this turbo, you always want to check for leaks, and we're looking real good. I don't see any leaks at all. Alright, rev it up. One more time. Beautiful. Okay, you can kill it. Alright, the new turbo is successfully installed and sounds great, so let's reinstall the wiper shroud. So let's get the lower hard plastic piece in place and tighten down the 2 bolts on this side, then tighten down the 2 bolts on the other side, then let's tighten down the master cylinder reservoir, and finally we can install the wiper shroud, which should just pop in place. Good. So now we can go and install our wiper arms, but as you can see, our blades are falling apart, so let's replace them. To remove this wiper, just press on the clip at the end and slide it out. And then the wiper should come right off the arm, just like that. Good. Now the new wiper blade has an adapter that you push on until it clicks in place. And you can see how the middle spot on the adapter allows the wiper blade to press on. So just align the wiper and press it together. And it's that easy. So now when installing the wipers, how do you know what angle to put them at? Well, this is pretty simple. First, right here, you can see there's a mark on the windshield. What you need to do is you need to line this mark up with the wiper blade. And then once it's lined up, push it into place, tighten down the bolt, and torque it to 20 foot-pounds. And don't forget to add the little trim cover. Same thing for the other side. Align the wiper blade with the mark on the glass, press it into place, and torque down the nut to hold it in. That's all there is to it. And we installed some of the highest quality silicone wipers that you can get, which last way longer than the less expensive rubber wipers. So even in a heavy rain, the new driver is not going to have any problem. Also, this car has auto wipers, which automatically adjust the wiper speed based on how much it's raining, which is pretty cool. And one last thing we can't forget, we have new wipers, so we need to make sure the wiper fluid is topped off. And I'm specifically using the Bug Cleaner windshield wash because I hear there's a ton of bugs down in Florida. So this should help keep their windshield nice and clean. So we just finished topping up the wiper fluid, so we're done with all the fluids in the car, and we changed the spark plugs, replaced the battery, changed the engine air filter, the belt was recently replaced, so that's good, and we have new silicone wipers installed. And there isn't that much to do, so let's get this done, that way we can surprise the family with the car. I can't wait. Okay, so next up, let's come over to the passenger side here, and let's install a brand new cabin air filter, which is located right under the glove box, right over here. And this right here is where the filter is on this car. So let's get this trim piece out of the way. Good. And the screw holding in the plastic cover is a Torx, so get your Torx key in there and unscrew it all the way. And be careful not to drop this. Good. Now we can remove this plastic air box cover. And the filter can come right out. Now for whatever reason, this filter is really crammed in here and doesn't want to come out without being distorted a little. Normally there's more room for these to slide right out so you don't make a mess. So looking at our old air filter, you can see there's a bunch of mold on here, which isn't good to breathe in. If we look on the intake side, you can see all the pollen and road debris that this filter has caught. This thing's all clogged up. So out with the old air filter and in with the brand new one. Now the new one's really nice. Not only will it filter the air, but it's also got an antimicrobial coating. That way we don't get any mold or anything on our filter. So let's go get this installed. Now you can see right up here on the air filter it says airflow. This is very important. We want our airflow going into the car, so we want to install it just like that. But first, let's vacuum out this mess on the carpet. And I always like to vacuum out the area the filter sits in because usually there's dust and dirt that gets trapped there. Good. Now we can get the new filter in, and do your best not to crush the new filter when sliding it in. Then get the plastic cover back on and tighten up that Torx screw to hold it in place. Good, so with our cabin air filter installed, since we're down here and we have this cover off, you can see we have our fuse box right here. Let's go hardwire the dash cam to the fuse box. Let me show you how. Now, I think having a dash camera in the car of a first-time driver is essential. Really, anybody should have a dash camera. It helps so much because if you get into an accident, it'll help you see who's at fault. If somebody hits your car, you can see the license plate, stuff like that. And it's just a good theft deterrent device. Now, normally you would install it with one of these that plugs into the cigarette lighter, and there's just a bunch of wire, and it just doesn't look good. So instead, we're going to use one of these hardwire kits, and it comes with all the fuse taps and all the wire you need to connect it. That way when the car turns on, the dash camera turns on. When the car shuts off, the dash camera shuts off. So let me show you how to check the fuses. So we're going to connect one of these fuse taps right into our fuse box, but we need to find the fuse that's only hot when the car is on. So you're going to want to grab your multimeter and set it to DC volts. Now your black lead, you're going to touch the bare metal, like this piece of metal right here, and hold it there. And then you want to grab your red lead and touch your red lead to the metal point on the fuse. Either metal point works, and you can see right there, that one is 12 volts, and that's with the car off. So that fuse is always hot. If we check here, that is also 12 volts, so that fuse is also always hot. Now let's go up to this fuse right up here, and you can see there's no voltage, and that's with the car off. So with the car off, that doesn't have any voltage. That's what we want. Now let's go turn the car on real quick. And with the car on, let's test the voltage. So we have 12 volts right there. So that is going to be the fuse we're going to tap, that 7.5 amp fuse. Because there's no power to that fuse when the car's off, and then when the car's on, there's power. So let's pull the fuse out, then install it into the open slot in the fuse tap, so it's seated all the way in. Good. And now just push your fuse tap into the empty spot, just like that, and then this can be connected to the hardwire kit. So this right here is a hardwire kit. We have the wire that runs to the camera, and then we have the two wires that we need to connect. We have a red, which goes to battery positive, and a black, which goes to ground. So we already have our red here, and we can connect our red like that. Those two just push together, and then now we have a ground that we need to connect to a bare piece of metal like this right here. So let's just unscrew this bolt a little, connect the ground, and tighten it down so we have a nice, tight, secure ground. Good. Then we can reinstall the kick panel trim and press the two panel clips in to secure it. So now we need to run this wire to the rear view mirror in the area we want to install the dash camera. And we want to do this as neat as possible. So the easiest way to do this is run this up from the glove box along the side here, and then run it in between the dash pad and the B-pillar. And you want to tuck it into where the two trim pieces meet. That way the wires basically disappear, and it's a nice clean install. Now we can run the wire up the A-pillar, again tucking it in using the plastic trim tool. And at the top, we can tuck the wire under the headliner all the way to the rear view mirror. Now get your dash camera, and this is an extra small design, so it doesn't take up much space. And we want it right about here, being sure to stay off that black dot matrix in the glass. Then just peel the double-sided tape off and check out the footage on the screen before you place it. That way you know it's level. And that's all there is to installing a dash camera with a hardwired kit. and hiding all the wires so it looks good. And so you have an idea, this is actual footage from the dash camera. It records your speed, location, and has pretty good video quality. This is one of the more affordable cameras that actually work well, and the camera and hardwire kit together is just around $100. So I'll be sure to link this exact kit in the description to make it easy for you to find. Now that the dash camera is done, I noticed when I was driving this car the coolant temperature is slightly above the normal operating temperature mark, and I'm about to show you why. So if we take a look behind the bumper where the intercooler, condenser, and radiator are, you can see there's a ton of road debris clogging everything up, preventing airflow from going through efficiently. I mean, just look at this. There's even a bird that got stuck in here, reducing the airflow. So normally I would try to vacuum everything out, but it's pretty clogged up, and a vacuum isn't going to cut it. So let's remove this plastic air funnel and disconnect the intercooler. I put some rags in there so we don't get any dirt inside the intake. And just look at this mess. Holy smokes. And now it makes sense why she was running warmer than normal. Look at all these leads. Now you want to be extra careful you don't bend the fins on the condenser when you do this. Otherwise air's not going to flow through it and you just wasted your time anyway. So the safest way to do this is to get a hose and flush all the crud out of the fins. Just make sure the water pressure isn't high enough to bend the fins. And since I removed the intercooler, this is the perfect example of what we just did to the condenser and radiator. Just spray down each row of fins and force out all that crud that got stuck inside. And allowing more airflow over the intercooler is going to help keep the air cooler going into the engine and thereby increasing horsepower and efficiency, which is never a bad thing. And just like that, we have a nice, clean intercooler. So reinstall the intercooler, remember to take those rags out of the piping, and reinstall the plastic air funnel. And real quick, since we have the bumper cover off, we have easy access to the old cracked fog light lenses, so out with the old and in with the new. And these not only look better, but are going to throw more light, making this car even safer. Same for the other side, out with the old cracked fog light, and in with the crystal clear fog light. And with those new fog lights installed, now we can get the front bumper installed, and now the car could run cooler. Okay, so the cabin air filter is replaced, got the dash camera hardwired, the fuel filter is not serviceable because it's attached to the fuel pump, and we cleaned out all the leaves and stuff from the radiator. Next up, we're going to be doing a complete brake job, so brand new brake rotors, brake pads, and brake fluid on all four corners. And with the brake pads, we're going to be using galvanized, mechanically attached brake pads, which are some of the best on the market. That way it meets OE spec, which is very important so the car stops every time. So
there's nothing like setting your own pace on the last day of vacation. Enjoy guaranteed 4 p.m. late checkout with 5 hotels and resorts when you book through Amex Travel. There's nothing like that.
This is adventure on your own terms, where you can protect our nation's future while never missing out on the moments you live for. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. America's Navy Reserve.
That's the Lunchables effect. Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. When he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
So we're going to start with the rear brakes since I'm also doing a brake fluid flush. And you always want to start a flush from the rear calipers since they're the furthest away from the master cylinder. Now let's pop the spring on the side of the caliper off. And now we can remove the caliper from the bracket and set it up to the side so it's not hanging from the brake line. And finally, remove the pads. Next, we're going to remove these two bolts right here which hold in the caliper bracket. So remove the top bolt all the way and remove the bottom bolt all the way. And now the bracket comes right off. Next, you're going to have to hit the rotor a few times with the hammer to break it free. And now the rotor should come right off. Since this hub has a little rust on it, I'm using a metal wire brush to remove that rust. That way the rotor sits flat on the hub. If you leave the rust there, it could cause rotor runout, and it could cause either a vibration or a pulsing feel in the brakes. I'm also adding a thin coat of copper anti-seize to the hub surface. That way the rotor is going to come off nice and easy for the next person who's working on these brakes. Now for the new rotor, you always want to spray it down with some brake cleaner and wipe it down with a towel on both sides. New brake rotors have Cosmoline grease from the factory that keeps them from rusting in the packaging, which you don't want to contaminate your brake pads. And check out all this grease that we removed. Now we can get the rotor on, get the caliper bracket on, add some medium strength thread locker to the threads of the bolts so vibrations don't loosen them up while you're driving, hand tighten those bolts into place, and torque both bolts down to spec, which is 70 foot-pounds. Now since our old brakes were worn, we need to push this piston back into the caliper to make room for the thicker new brakes. This brake piston tool makes easy work of this by fitting right into the caliper like so, and then you just turn it and it pushes and twists the piston back into the caliper. And that's all there is to it. Now we can install the brake pads, which need a light coat of anti-seize on the end of the pad, at the ear, at the back of the pad, and on the other end of the pad, and this prevents the brakes from squeaking. And then the pad slides right into the caliper bracket with the friction material touching the brake rotor. I only mention that because I've seen people put pads in backwards, and you don't want to do that. And we want to make this as perfect of a brake job as possible, so I'm pushing out the caliper guide pin at the top. Then you want to clean it off real good, and you want to add a thin coat of silicone paste on the pin, which helps the caliper slide freely in and out. That's very important so the brakes don't bind up, and just look at how smoothly this moves in and out now. You want to do the same exact thing to the bottom guide pin as well, and the little details like this make all the difference. Now we can tighten down the caliper guide pin bolts to spec, and then install a new spring on the caliper, just like that. Finally, we want to flush and bleed the caliper, so get your wrench on the bleeder valve, and then get a clear vinyl tube over the bleeder valve. That way we can bleed the car by ourselves. Now we want to top off the master cylinder with some brake fluid, that way we don't run dry and introduce air into the system, which would not be good. So now we can crack the bleeder valve loose. Then we just want to pump the brakes about 20 times or so until the brake fluid runs clear and is bubble free. You can see some of that air bubbling out, which is exactly what you want to see. And just wait until you see the color difference between this old original brake fluid compared to the brand new fluid. And we can wipe off the bleeder valve and put the dust cap back on. Good. So out with the old brake fluid and in with the new. Look at that difference. And you can see this brake fluid is probably the original brake fluid and definitely needed to be changed. Now the reason why you change brake fluid is because it's hygroscopic. It absorbs water. So it lowers the boiling point of that brake fluid. So if the brake fluid gets hot, it can actually boil when you're pressing the brakes to create air, and then you'll lose all braking power, which isn't good. The water in the brake fluid could also cause corrosion in your braking system, so like your brake lines could rust, and that wouldn't be good because you could lose your brakes that way as well. So this was way overdue. So out with the old brakes and in with the brand new brakes, and that's how you do a proper brake job. So we're going to be doing this on all four corners, so here we go. Let's do the rear passenger side, front passenger side, and finally the front driver's side. Alright, so our brake fluid is topped off, and we just finished doing an entire brake job on this car. New pads, rotors, and brake fluid. This car is going to stop on a dime for years to come. Now while brakes are very important, they're only as good as your tires. And we're going to start out with something that everybody forgets to check, the spare tire. So let's get the pressure gauge on here. And that isn't good. 6 PSI. This spare is basically a flat tire. And that's the perfect example of why you need to check your spare. Even if you're not a first-time driver, it's worth checking to make sure it's actually usable. So let's inflate this up to 60 PSI. So that's your sign to check your spare tire and make sure that it's actually filled up with air and useful as a spare. Now let's check the other tires real quick, and the first thing you want to do is check the date code on the side of the tires. So find the letters DOT on the tire right there, and over to the side are 4 numbers in an oval like this, 2422, and that means this tire was made on the 24th week of 2022. You don't want tires more than 6 years old because they start to dry out and lose grip, and if they're over 10 years old, you definitely don't want to use them. Get new tires. Next, you want to check the tread depth, and a little trick is using a quarter. So with George Washington upside down, push the quarter all the way into the tread, and if you can see right to the tip of his head like this, you only have 4/30 seconds of tread left, which is almost not safe. But in this case, you can see we have basically new tires with tons of tread, and it's important to check all the way across the tire. The deeper the tread, the more space there is for water to go in and prevent hydroplaning. So this is pretty important. And the last thing to check is the wear pattern across the width of the tire. You don't want to see it worn down on one end or worn down on the other end. You want to see a nice even wear across the middle. And these tires are so new, they look great, so they're good to go. Alright, so all the pads and rotors were replaced, the brake fluid was flushed, so the brakes are completely done. And we checked the tread and pressure on the tires, and we checked the spare tire, so the tires are good to go. Last up is checking your car for recalls, and to do that, you want to go to this website right here. So I'll put a link to this website in the description. It's free to use and a great way to check for recalls. Just type in your VIN, hit submit, and you can see it says we have 2 open recalls. The first one is the door latch, which is defective, and the door might not close properly, so as you drive, it can open up, and well, that wouldn't be good. And then scrolling down the second recall, you can see it says the bushing on the shifter could be damaged or missing. And then when you put the car in park, it might not actually go in park, but it'll say it's in park. Then you could get out and the car might roll away, which also wouldn't be very good. And it says this recall is incomplete, and you can see the other one is incomplete as well. So let's go get this done. So you're going to want to take your car to the local dealership, in this case Ford, and all the recall work is completely free. Now the techs at this dealer are fans, and they told me that they'd take some video, which is awesome. That way you guys get an idea of what's done. So Lewis started with getting the shift cable done and popped it off the transmission. That way he could remove the old defective bushing. Then he installed the new safe bushing, and then the cable was pressed back onto the shift lever on the transmission, and then a cap is installed to secure it. That way it won't pop off. Next, he fixed the door latch, and the whole lock mechanism had to come out of the door. Then off camera, he replaced the defective latch, and then he reinstalled that part back into the car, so now the doors won't fly open when you drive. And that's all there is to fixing the recalls. And now with all the recall work done, we are completely done with the maintenance checklist, so let's get this car home and get it on the transport so we can send it down to Florida. So our car is looking amazing. Mechanically, it's perfect. Visually, it's looking great. We're going to clean it when we get down to Florida right before we give it to the family. So now all that's left is waiting for the transport. And one more surprise, I got them a nice toolkit from Tang Tools. That way they could save some money by working on their own car. This video should be a good reference for them, and who knows, maybe this inspires them to pursue a job in the field of cars or just get a new hobby. Alright, so the trailer is here, and this is it. The next time we'll see this car is down in Florida, surprising a family in need with a new car. We also loaded up Old Faithful, my pickup truck. That way we have a support vehicle down there. Alright, safe travels, and see you soon. And a day later, my buddy Jamie from Jamie's Garage took delivery of the vehicles for me as I was landing in Florida. Now when Jamie drove the car, he noticed there was a slight shimmy while driving at highway speeds, so he stopped by his shop, Elite Motorworks, and he got the car up on a lift and road force balanced all 4 tires. With road force balancing, you not only get a normal balance job, but there's a roller that pushes on the tires, simulating the pressure of the car against the road, which gives you the best balance possible. So he rebalanced all 4 tires, and the computer told him to put each tire in a certain corner to get rid of any pull. And I thought that was really neat. And just like that, the car's wheels were perfectly balanced, so when we took it out for a ride, you could see the steering wheel doesn't have a shimmy anymore, and it feels nice and smooth. So it is time. All the work that was put into this car, from the tints to the light bulbs, cameras, fluids, spark plugs, batteries, wipers, filters, brakes, and tires, all of that is how you get your first car ready so it's perfect and maintained. That way it's safe and reliable. So I'm getting a little nervous. Let's head over to the family, and they are expecting me. They think I'm just going to be doing an interview, but they do not know I got them a car. Alright, and the last thing before we go give them the car, you can see we have the Titanium EcoBoost on that side, and we have the Escape on that side, and now we have the Pièce de Résistance. This is officially the first ever Chris Fix edition going to its new home. Okay, so let's surprise the family with their new car. Alright, here we go.
Hi.
How's it going? My name's Chris. Nice to meet you.
Come on in.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm inside talking to the family right now, and they think they're doing an interview for my YouTube channel. What they don't know, as I'm distracting them, their new car is being pulled up into the driveway, getting ready for the big surprise. So the Building Homes for Heroes team was getting the car ready. We even got a big bow to make it official. And I'm just asking everybody a bunch of questions to make the interview seem real, and then this happened. Now, Andrea, so what car are you driving now? You said you go to school, you also work. What car are you using to go to school and work?
So I did have a Kia Soul that my mom and I picked out together. But unfortunately, 2 days ago, the engine was shot. There's a hole in the engine, completely unrunable.
So that oil stain in the driveway was from 2 days ago where their engine failed and rendered their only car useless. If that timing doesn't give you goosebumps, I don't know what will. It's like this whole thing was meant to be. Alright, well, let's go head outside, and I got a surprise for you guys. Okay, here we go, come on out. And I'd like to introduce to you guys your new car. And you guys remember before when I was talking to you how I was saying I like to work on cars? Well, I went through this entire car for you guys, got it completely up to spec, it's fully maintained. So it's got all new fluids, new spark plugs, it has a new lithium battery, air filters, wiper blades, dash camera, new brakes, newer tires, and it's got more stuff than that. I just can't think of it all right now, but she is good to go for you.
Nothing. Guys.
Check it out. Yeah, it's yours. To start the car, you just put your foot on the brake and then press that button.
Not the push to start.
Push to start.
Are you kidding me?
So like we got heated seats, full navigation, dual climate control, panoramic sunroof.
No, we got a sunroof.
You're excited, I love it.
Oh my.
Okay, now press it one more time. Because it's panoramic, so it opens all the way. We have 2 keys, because I know, as a first-time driver, I know I lost my keys. Let me show you the trunk. Since you have the key in your pocket, you walk up to the car and put your foot underneath. Just kick underneath real quick. Yep. And it pops right open for you. So we have a fully loaded Tang toolbox. Screwdrivers, pliers, all the wrenches, 1/4 inch, 3/8, 1/2 inch, and sockets. And the sockets go from 10mm up to 32mm. So like you're covered. And then, you know, you got your saws, your hammers, a tape measure, like all awesome stuff. And then we have space up here for any of your tools that you already have.
That is awesome.
Congratulations. This right here is officially your car. I hope you guys share it. I hope you guys use it a lot. Congratulations. Be safe, okay? Safe. Not shaking. The car you get driven around and back down to you. Okay, so that was amazing, but we are not done yet. So Peak, the company that makes antifreeze for cars and trucks, heard what I was doing, and they wanted to help out even more by donating $10,000 for Building Homes for Heroes. So the next time you guys are buying your antifreeze, keep that in mind. But wait, we're not done yet.
Hey Chris, Freddie here. You guys might know me as Tavarish, and I wanted to help out a really, really great cause. So I decided to donate another $10,000 to Building Homes for Heroes to help out people in need.
And finally, I'm personally donating $30,000 to help out more families. And I normally don't ask you guys for anything. I just try to make videos to try to teach you how to fix your car. But if my videos have ever helped save some money, if you could spare a couple of bucks and donate to the charity, that would be amazing. I'll put a QR code up on the screen, links in the description and in the comments to make it as easy as possible. And so you better understand what you're donating to. Building Homes for Heroes gives mortgage-free homes to severely wounded veterans and first responders. They also modify homes that help the severely wounded live a more comfortable life. And finally, they help families and veterans of first responders who've made the ultimate sacrifice, like what you just saw with the Montron family. I'm personally very cautious with who I donate to, and this charity has a perfect 100% rating. I also personally met the CEO, and he doesn't take a penny, and 95 cents of every dollar donated goes directly to the cause. That's rare. Now, if you can't donate, something you can do for free that helps is like the video and also comment down below. That helps drive the algorithm so more people can see the video, and then hopefully we get more eyeballs, which means more donations to help more families. The whole point of my channel has always been to help as many people as possible, and this is another way to do it. So, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you very much, and stay tuned because I have some really good videos coming up.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
What was that?
But you can go to SafeLight.com and get it fixed now and pay later. Awesome. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace. This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's a U multiplier, so you can do stuff way faster and be done way sooner.
Cracked windshield? Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
Hey guys, Chris Fix here. Today I'm going to show you how to buy a car at a great price with a steep discount because it's broken. Then I'm going to show you how to fix it over the weekend with common hand tools so you could do this yourself. And finally, I'm going to sell it for a healthy profit. And this isn't the first weekend flip I've shown you. My favorite weekend flip that I've done, because it only cost me $500, is this non-running 2005 Trailblazer. I ended up diagnosing the problem to be a bad fuel pump, so I dropped the fuel tank, and it was out with the old melted fuel tank, and in with the new. Well, newish, because I got a working tank from the junkyard. And yes, I super cleaned the tank to make it look brand new. Then I took our new tank and installed it back into the car, and check it out. Alright, man, she started right up. No problem at all. Man, she's running great. No lights on the deck at all. This is exciting. We got ourselves a really nice car here. So with the car running, the next step was to deep clean the inside and also correct that paintwork on the outside, and look at how amazing this came out. So I took a risk on this car for $500 since it wasn't running, and I fixed it all up using common hand tools for under $500 in parts. So for $1,000 all in, the car is now worth a little over $4,000, so the total profit is $3,000. Not bad for a couple days worth of work. And for my most recent flip, I bought this 2013 Prius for dirt cheap because it had a bad hybrid battery. So I showed you guys how to remove the bad hybrid battery from the car, then how to remove the case, remove the old prismatic cells, and package them up to ship them back for a core charge. Then I showed you how to install the new upgraded cylindrical cells, then reinstall the case, torque each bolt to spec, and then reinstall the rebuilt hybrid battery pack into the car. Now the car ran great, but there was a concerning rattling noise, and luckily it was just a broken exhaust hanger. So I showed you guys how to weld this at home, and then coat it with some high temperature paint, and now the car was running and there was no more rattling. Next I showed you how to deep clean the interior using a brush and an extractor vacuum, starting with the carpets, and this vacuum works amazing at dissolving the dirt and then sucking it all out. It also works amazing for getting dirt out of the seats. And although the seats look pretty clean, I can tell you they were actually very dirty. Here's all the dirt that we removed just from that one seat. What a difference from the water we used to clean it. So I showed you guys how to clean the rest of the car, and it went from this to this, this to this, before and after, dirty and clean. And finally, I showed you guys how to clean and polish the paintwork to bring back the shine using a DA buffer. And after buffing off the polish, look at this difference. So we polished the rest of the car, which not only gave it a deep glossy shine, but also removed a lot of the clear coat scratches like this. Look at that before and after. And finally, I showed you how attention to detail makes a big difference, and cleaning simple spots that you don't think about will make the car look brand new. So the car cost us $2,700, and with the battery and other parts we put into it, we spent $2,400, totaling $5,100. Now the car on the low end was worth $8,000, so that gave us a $2,900 profit for a weekend's worth of work. And now I ended up liking this car so much, I didn't sell her, I kept her, and she's been a great, reliable daily driver for the last 3 years and over 30,000 miles. So for our next weekend flip, which I will sell this time, I found this 2009 Toyota Highlander Hybrid for a really good price, and here's why. If we take a look inside the car, the previous owner said they were driving along and all of a sudden there was a chime, and then they found a bunch of lights popping up on the dash warning them something, and then this over here popped up saying check the brake system and check the hybrid system, and to pull over immediately because there's a major problem. So they drove to the dealership. The dealership plugged in their scan tool and found the problem that it is a bad hybrid battery and it needed to be replaced, and this cost them $200 to diagnose. So they got a quote to fix the car, and as you can see, it is $9,000 for a new hybrid battery, which is basically how much this car is worth. So instead, I went online and ordered an upgraded battery for half the price. And I've ordered from Electron in the past. They have a shop in Orange County, California that you can get your car fixed at, or you can pick your year, make, and model and have the battery shipped to you. If you need something more budget friendly, you can get a rebuild kit with OEM cells for a little over $2,600, which is what I did in the gray Prius over 7 years ago. And I recently checked in with that owner, and that car is still running great. But for this car, I'm going to go with a brand new upgraded drop-in battery, which has a 3-year, 45,000 mile warranty. That way I know the next owner is protected, and I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. So for a little over $3,900, we have a brand new, upgraded, ready-to-go hybrid battery that we could put in the car, and that sure beats the $9,000 quote they gave the previous owners from Toyota. So by doing this ourselves, we're going to save a lot of money. So let's get started. Okay, first things first, let me show you how to find a good deal, and that starts right here on the computer. And this is my secret weapon to finding cars quickly. It's a site called Autotempest. So this website searches a bunch of different car for sale websites all in one click, like eBay Motors, Cars.com, TrueCar, as well as a bunch of other sites, so it's a one-stop shop. It even helps you search Craigslist in a large area, not just your local town. That way you don't miss a good deal that might be a little bit further away. And the same thing for Facebook Marketplace. You can search regions, that way you're not missing deals that might be just out of your range. Now the trick to finding a cheap project car is to filter your search with keywords, and here's a list of the keywords I use. If you you want, you can screenshot this real quick, that way you have them saved. But keywords like project or won't start or dead battery or needs work are all good search terms that find their way into listings for cars that are projects. So by searching needs work, you can see we have a bunch of listings here with cars that might need work. But not every one of these is going to be a good deal. You need to keep an eye out for the ones that stand out. For example, if we scroll back up real quick, there's this Mercedes SUV for $5,500 that caught my eye. And if we take a look at the description for this listing, they said that the dealer diagnosed that it needs a new fuel pump. So I looked it up and found an OEM fuel pump for $150. They also said that the driver window isn't working, and I found a window motor for $50. So assuming the rest of the car is good, even if you paid full asking price, you're gonna have an amazing deal because the car's worth at least $8,000 all fixed up. So deals like this exist, but it takes patience to find. Another good listing I found is the car I ended up buying, the Toyota Highlander Hybrid. So for this listing, you can see he was asking $4,000 or best offer, and there's no accidents. It's a one-owner car. If we take a look at the description, the owner says he's selling it because of the bad hybrid battery, and Toyota wants a lot of money to fix it. He has a list of pros and cons, which is helpful. If we take a look at the pictures, the car looks dirty, but is otherwise in decent shape. There's no major damage visible, and it has nice new tires. Now, if we take a look at the Price Trends tab, which is a really useful tool, and just search our car's year, make, and model, now we have the list price of tons of cars for the last 5 years. And I want to filter this down to the last 6 months because it's going to be more accurate for us. I also want to filter out the outliers because those could skew the price a bit. Okay, and that looks pretty good. And you can see right here is a similar Highlander Hybrid, currently listed for $13,000. And then we have one down here at the bottom listed for $6,000. And our average list price is about $9,100. Remember, this is list price, not sold price. I also compared the Blue Book value, which is $9,200, so we're right in the ballpark. So if I could get this car for $3,000 or less, we can make a healthy profit. So I offered the guy $2,500, he countered at $3,500, and after a little back and forth, we both ended up meeting in the middle at $2,800.
There's nothing like traveling in style with the largest global airport lounge network. There's nothing like Plaid.
Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his lack of sweat. Old Spice.
Let's put it in sport mode. All loaded features for everyone. How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra. The Hyundai Elantra comes standard with America's best warranty. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Happy birthday, one of a kind. Sweat loving, always elegant. Dog mom to Ralphie. With gifts from Etsy. And to tell people I'm in Fortnite.
We're literally working with our artists to build entirely new worlds that don't exist in the real world.
And now I'm officially the owner of another broken project car. So thank you Autotempest for supporting the video and giving us a way to find great deals like this. Now let's go replace the hybrid battery, and here are all the tools and products you're going to need. Let's get our safety glasses on, and the first thing I want to say, if you have power tools, it will make this job so much quicker and easier, but as you know, I'm not going to use them. I'm going to use common hand tools, so you guys know you could get this job done at home yourself, no problem. We also have a multimeter. We have an OBD2 scan tool. That way we can check the codes on the computer. And then I have a 12-volt battery tester. This is actually very important right now because when I went to pick up this vehicle, it did not start. It needed to get jump started, which means that our battery could be bad, so we need to test it out. So let's remove the cover on the positive terminal and connect the alligator clips to the battery to power it up. So now we want to test the battery. It's a regular flooded battery. We use cold cranking amps. This battery has 550 cold cranking amps. Beautiful, and you can see it says we have 100% battery life, which is great. Well, that's a relief because a new 12-volt battery is pricey. That would have definitely cut into our profits, but we're good to go here. Okay, now the next thing to do is grab an OBD2 scan tool like this. This plugs into the computer, and it will check to make sure that the hybrid battery is actually bad, and also we want to make sure there's no other problems with this car. And the OBD2 port to plug this into is located under the driver's side dash, so if we take a look, it is right there. So just plug it into the port, then turn the car to the run position, but don't start it. Now go to your phone and open up the app, and we're ready to scan the computer. So we're going to do a full system scan, which not only checks the ECU, but it also checks other computers in the car, from ABS to airbag to body control modules. This is going to give us a good idea of the health of the car. And now that it's complete, if we look, the ABS computer has a code, but that's due to the high voltage system malfunction. And then let's look at the cruise control computer, which also shows a bad hybrid battery. And finally, the hybrid control computer is showing a P0A80 code, which means that the hybrid battery is bad. And real quick, with this scan tool, we can tap into the computer and look a little bit deeper. So click on the freeze frame data, and this is the data that's recorded when the code was triggered. And there's a lot of data here, but we want to find the battery block voltages. So right here you can see they all look to be around 18 volts or so, but there's one outlier at 16 volts, which is block 3. So that's the bad battery block, which caused this battery to fail. Now we know that the battery is actually bad, let's replace it. So let's unplug the scan tool, then we want to move both front seats forward all the way to give us more room in the back seat area. Now let's disconnect the wire on the negative terminal of the battery, that way we don't drain the battery since the doors are going to be open for a good amount of time. Now I'm trying to make this as easy as possible for anybody who has to do this, so I made a checklist. I'll put a link in the description where you can download it for free, and it covers the entire process step by step on removing the old battery and installing the new one. Plus you have this video to follow to make it as easy as possible. So the hybrid battery is located underneath the seats. We're going to remove the seats, fold the carpet up, unbolt the battery, disconnect a couple of wiring harnesses, remove the old battery, install the new one. It is that simple, so let's get started. And the first thing we need to do is remove the 4 bolts that's holding the front of the seats in. So get both plastic seat rail covers off and then remove both seat bolts. These are 14 millimeter, and that's one, and that's the other. Good, and now to keep things organized, I'm putting the bolts with the plastic covers. Now let's do the same thing to the other seat. Remove the plastic covers, and then the 2 14 millimeter bolts. Good, then move the seat forward on the passenger side, as well as the driver's side, and you're also going to want to fold it down. And that exposes the 4 plastic seat rail covers. There's one here, there, and there, and they need to be removed. And to remove these, just get your fingers under the plastic and give it a quick pull upwards to pop it out. And don't be afraid to give this a good yank. You can see these are very durable clips, thick plastic with metal pieces, so they are not going to break. Now, as I remove parts, I'm going to place it on this back seat because this back seat is not going to move. And it's a good place to store pieces. I know that piece is going to go there. I know that piece is going to go there. It just helps keep things organized. So with those 2 pieces removed, now let's remove these 2. So with the rear plastics removed, there's 6 bolts, well technically 7 bolts holding in these rear seats. There's 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then underneath here is a hidden bolt that is holding in this seat belt. So we have to remove this passenger seat first to get to that bolt. So let's get this out. And just like the front bolts, these are also 14 millimeters, so break it loose, then loosen it up by hand, and finally a magnet makes it easy to remove. Now the inner seat rail is held in with 2 14 millimeter bolts, so loosen them up and remove them all the way as well. Good, and now comes the most difficult part of this whole job, the folding seat release cable. And this is under tension. So to release that tension, all you need to do is pull the seat release, but it has to stay pulled out. And if you're working by yourself, that closes when you let go. So a little trick is to grab one of those seat bolts that you removed, and it fits right here and holds it open for you. Okay, so with the tension removed, use a pocket pry bar to pop this plastic piece open. Good, and then we need to line up this little keyway here so the cable can be removed. So spin this metal disc so that the opening lines up with the keyway, and carefully move this wire out. Perfect. That went way easier than it usually does. Now we can remove the bolt and let this back down, then push the seat back so it clicks in place, and now the seat could be removed. And the best way to do this is to tilt the seat sideways out the door, then rotate it so the rails are facing up and down, and now you can easily pull the seat out of the doorway by yourself. Just be careful not to hit the metal rails against any of the plastic inside the car. Beautiful, so with that seat removed, now we have access to that extra bolt right there for this bracket, which holds in this seat belt. So let's remove it. So break the 14 millimeter bolt free and remove it the rest of the way. And now you can remove the mounting plate and set it aside. Okay, only 2 more seat rails to go. So remove the bolt on the outer rail. Good. And then remove the last 2 bolts on the inner rail. And then finally we have the dreaded seat release cable. So prop that seat release open with the seat bolt. Now open up the plastic with a pocket pry bar. Good. And now we need to line up the disc with the keyway and carefully remove the cable. Beautiful. That went way too easy. So now we can remove the bolt from the seat release and the seat can come out. Just be careful not to damage the plastics or the door. Okay, and just like that, both seats are out. So with our seats removed, now we have access to our battery. Check this out. So it's right here under the carpeting. You can see it right there. Now before you touch the battery, it's very, 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 very important that we remove the safety plug. When you remove the safety plug, it cuts the voltage to the battery and makes it safe to work on. So do not skip this step. It's very important. And to remove it, just pull open the orange safety handle and pull it straight out. Beautiful, and with our safety plug removed, we can now safely work on the battery. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to pull up this carpet and fold it over here. But in order to pull up the carpet, we need to remove a couple pieces of plastic trim. And just give that a quick yank straight up. And with that removed, now let's head over to the passenger side and remove this one as well. Now all that's left are these 3 plastic vents that need to come out. And to remove them, there's 2 hidden screws under here. So use a pocket pry bar to pop these tabs down, and then remove both of these with a 10mm socket. That's one, and that's the other. Now the vent comes right out. Now we can repeat the process for the other 2 vents, unscrew the 2 screws, and the vent comes right out. And finally, for our last vent, you guessed it, unscrew both screws and remove the vent. So with all 3 vents removed, if you own a hybrid, listen up, I'm about to save you a ton of money. Make sure you find your vents and clean them out. Look at all this carpet material, dirt, debris that's stuck in the vent here. You could barely see my hand through this, and it is all clogged up. That is horrible. There's no way air is flowing through this efficiently. And the #1 killer to hybrid batteries is heat. So it's important that air could flow through this to cool the battery. And also something I've noticed, every single hybrid battery that I've ever replaced has had a clogged up vent. So there's no doubt that this will degrade the battery quicker over time. So clean your vents. And the easiest way to clean the vents is to use a hose like this. And that's much better. Look at that difference. So I'm going to hose off the other vents, being sure to get all that debris out of there. That way they can actually let air flow through efficiently. And let's do our last one. Beautiful, and look at that. Now our vents are nice and clean, and the air could actually flow through them. And speaking of clean, since we're going to lift this carpet up and over, we probably want to clean this up. Now, I could pretty confidently say this is probably the first time this carpet's ever been cleaned under these seats since the car was new. So by vacuuming, not only is this going to look cleaner, but I bet it's going to help reduce that musty smell in here. So take your time and vacuum up the carpet while the seats are out to clean it real good. And that's much better. So with the carpet clean, let's lift it up and fold it over. So there's 3 panel clips we need to remove, and to get them out, they lift straight up. And now the carpet's free. So just pull the carpet up and fold it over, and there's the battery. Now let's remove this rubber piece. Then we can remove the 3 black plastic vent tubes, which divert air to the battery. Next we need to remove this, but first unplug the wire here. So just depress the tap and pull it straight out. And now, this plastic piece pops out, which gives us access to the high voltage wires under here. But first, we need to remove the safety panel clip. And this isn't a normal panel clip. To remove this, you need to use the safety plug and get the end here and twist it inside so it pops up. Now all that's left are these 2 bolts that hold the panel on, and these are 10mm, so unscrew both of these. And now the panel can be removed. And that gives us access to the 2 high voltage wires we need to disconnect. Now the car is off, the 12-volt battery is disconnected, the safety plug's removed, and there are other safety features in this battery to make sure that those don't have any power. But to be extra safe, I will show you how to verify there is no voltage using a multimeter set to DC volts. So get your 2 leads and touch one lead to one post and the other lead to the other post. And you can see the multimeter says 0 volts, so it's safe to work on. So use a 10mm socket with an extension to remove both of these nuts. And a stick magnet works right down here so you don't drop the nut. And real quick, where these wires go matters. So you can see there's a white piece of tape which goes here, and a red piece of tape which goes here. If we remove this, you can see there's red paint there. And if we remove this one, you can see there's white paint there. So that's how you can keep track. So when you reinstall it, don't forget that. Now we want to tuck these wires underneath the case, so when we pull the case out, they don't get caught. So with our high voltage wires disconnected, all we need to do now is remove a vent tube right there, disconnect a couple of wires, and then unbolt this from the car, and it'll come right out. So let's start by going to the passenger side and removing the vent tube. Good. Now just for reference, the new battery won't have one of these vent tubes because it's no longer needed. So now let's go remove the wiring harness. And don't worry about keeping track of which wire goes where. All these connectors are different and you can't mix them up. Good, then pop out the wire holder, and there's also a wire holder here, a holder here, and a holder here. Then there's 2 more connectors down here in the middle, and 2 wire holders on the battery case that need to pop out. And then the wire can be removed from here. So with the harness loose, there's only 1 more holder that needs to be removed. And finally, we can come over to the driver's side of the battery and remove the last 2 wire connectors. So that's 1, and that's another. And then there's 1 last wire holder back here. Beautiful. And with all the wires disconnected, what I like to do is I like to grab the wiring harness and I just like to put it on top of the back seat in the corner here. That way it's out of the way for when we remove our battery. Now the only thing holding the battery in are 6 bolts in the rear and 5 bolts in the front. So let's start removing these bolts. So these bolts use a 12mm socket, and that's 1, and that's 2. Then we can slide over to the middle and remove these 2 bolts, and that's 3. And 4, and the last 2 bolts are right here, so that's 5, and that's 6. Perfect. So with all 6 bolts removed from the back of the case, now let's remove the 5 bolts from the front of the case. So the 2 bolts we have to remove are actually hidden behind these brackets. It's hard to see. You can kind of see it right there and a little bit right there. So to get to them, we're going to remove this big bracket piece, which is held in by those 2 bolts. And these bolts are 10 millimeters, so let's remove these. And now the bracket could come out, giving us access to the 2 bolts that mount the battery to the chassis. And these are 12 millimeter, just like the rear bolts, so remove both of them. And then there's 1 bolt in the middle that needs to be removed. And finally, on the passenger side, we have to remove the bracket, which is held in by the 2 bolts. And then when that comes out, that gives us access to the last 2 bolts that's holding the battery to the chassis. Perfect. Now the battery's completely loose. Alright, so with our checklist complete, that means we are ready to remove the hybrid battery. Now, this is a pretty heavy battery at 160 pounds, so I recommend using 2 people to remove this. What we're going to do is we're going to turn the battery on its side and then pull it out through this doorway here, being careful not to damage the door or the door sill. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a moving blanket down here because as you pull this out, it's pretty heavy. You're going to want to rest it, and it's a perfect place to rest this. So let's go and remove this battery. 1, 2, 3. Now this battery is very heavy at around 180 pounds, which is twice as heavy as the normal Prius battery. So be careful, and I highly recommend having a buddy help you with this one. And once you get the old battery out of the car, you're going to want to place it on the pallet the new battery came on, then strap it down so you can return it for the core charge. They include free shipping and come to you to pick it up, which makes this easy. So it's out with the old and in with the new, and this upgraded battery pack is ready to go as is, so let's get it installed. And I found that the easiest way to get the new battery in is to rest it on the door sill, and then you can move it the rest of the way from the inside, but just be careful not to trip. Then you can lay it down into place and just make sure you don't pinch your fingers. Perfect. And finally, we can remove the mover's blanket. Alright, so our upgraded hybrid battery is in. Installation is opposite of removal, which makes this nice and easy since we have a checklist. We're going to work our way up the checklist, and it's also good that we kept our fasteners nice and organized, so this will be quick and easy. So the first thing we need to do is install the front bolts that hold the battery to the chassis. Actually, real quick, you see how that bolt hole doesn't line up with the hole in the case? We need to move the battery just a little bit and shift it just enough like that so it lines up. So with all the holes lined up at the front of the battery, we also have the holes lined up at the back of the battery. We're good to go here. So now we can torque down all 5 of these battery to chassis bolts to 20 foot-pounds. Then we need to install the 2 vent brackets, so get that in place, and torque each of these bolts to 60 pounds. And you're going to do the same for the other vent bracket as well. Now with the front bolts tightened down, let's go to the rear of the battery, and there are 6 bolts here that we need to torque the spec, which again is 20 foot-pounds. Beautiful, and now the battery is bolted to the chassis. So now let's go grab our wiring harness and then spread it back out across the battery where it's supposed to go. And let's start over here on the driver's side connecting the connectors. And there's 2 connectors here and 1 wire holder back here. And it's very important that when you're connecting these wire connectors, it makes a solid click, because if any of these are not pushed in all the way, you're going to get a check engine light. So make sure you connect all 6 connectors nice and tight. Beautiful. So with the wiring harness connected, now let's go connect our high voltage wires. So untuck them out of here, which we did so they wouldn't get damaged by the battery when we removed it and installed it. And remember, red goes to red and white goes to white. So get each wire on the correct stud, then get the nuts on each of the studs, finger tight, and these get torqued to 60 inch-pounds. Good. Now get the cover plate on, and these 2 bolts also get torqued to 60 inch-pounds. Then our safety panel clip can get installed, and just push the middle to lock it in. So with the high voltage cover installed, now let's install this black cover, which just pushes right in. And don't forget to connect the wire and the wire holder as well. Next, we want to install the black vent plastics, and they all fit into place like so. Then get the rubber cover in place, and then the carpet can get folded down and tucked under the plastic trim so it looks good. And don't forget to install the 3 panel clips that hold the carpet in. Good. Now let's move to the front of the battery pack and install the vents, starting with the middle vent. So tighten the 2 bolts down, then snap the covers closed. Same for the other 2 vents. Tighten down the bolts and snap the covers closed. Now with all our vents in, let's go add our safety plug and test out the battery, just in case we forgot to connect something or something's not working right. We want to know now rather than when everything's back and installed.
There's nothing like landing one of the hottest tables around at one of 10,000 Resi restaurants and getting up to $400 back pay. There's nothing like platinum.
Yet another toothpaste that does not fight. Girl, this one works.
Basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth for whiter teeth in one day. Crest.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It helps save you time because it does all your busy work for you, so you can get busy doing what you want to do.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. He went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
So push the plug in all the way, and then turn the latch so it locks in. Good. Now connect the negative terminal on the battery and tighten it down so it's snug. Don't over tighten this. Okay, moment of truth. Let's test her out and see what we got. Alright, so our dash doesn't have any check engine lights. If we come over here, you can see our engine is charging up our new hybrid battery. And finally, there are no warning lights on here, so we are good to go. Now let's finish getting the last bits of the interior back together, starting with the door sill trim. Then we want to carefully get the passenger seat in first, and now we can connect the seat fold-down cable, which carefully fits into this keyway. Good, and then push the plastic cap back together like that. And don't forget to remove your seat bolt from the latch. Okay, now slide the seat cable onto the metal bracket, then torque the seat bolts on the inner seat rail to 27 foot-pounds, and get that plastic cover back on. Then we can torque the seat bolt on the outer seat rail to 27 foot-pounds, and get that plastic cover on as well. So with our seat rail covers installed, now let's go install the seat belt. So get the bracket in place, and then put the seat belt through this loop on the side of the seat, and torque that bolt to 27 foot-pounds. Now we can get the passenger side seat in, and carefully get this seat fold-down cable into the keyway. Perfect. Now snap this together, and let's mount it to the seat rail. Good. Now torque the seat bolts to 27 foot-pounds, get the plastic seat cover in place, remove the seat bolt from the latch, and use that bolt on the outer seat rail and torque it to spec. Good, and finally get that last plastic cover in place. And we are almost done. So the back of the seats are bolted down. Now let's come to the front of the seats and finish bolting them down. So get both bolts in, torque them 27 foot-pounds, and then get the plastic covers on. Good, and same for the passenger side. Get the bolts in, torque them to spec, and get the plastic covers back on. Alright, so with the rear seats bolted in, we have officially replaced the hybrid battery. Our checklist is complete. And I am so excited because now we get to go for a test drive. Alright, check it out. So we have no dash lights, the battery's charging up, we have almost 30 miles a gallon on the dash, and the AC is ice cold. This car is driving great. I really like this car a lot. And don't worry, I will sell it this time. I will say when I turned the AC on, it did smell a little musty. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll show you how to fix that with the new cabin air filter. And it is a mess. The glass is a mess. The dash is all dusty. Everything's all dirty. I'll show you how to clean up all of that. So let's head back now and clean this car so we can sell it. Alright, so back at the house, we have a car that's in perfect running condition with no problems. The hybrid battery is fixed. The last thing to do before we sell it is clean the car. Never sell a car that is dirty. You're leaving money on the table. If the wheels are dirty, if the headlights are foggy, if your paintwork's dirty, the interior's dirty, all those things will decrease the value of the car. It's so easy to clean a car, which will increase the value and make it quicker and easier to sell. The first thing we're going to clean is the interior. I'm going to show you my tips and tricks. But I really want to get a brand new cabin air filter in there. This thing costs $15. It's so easy to replace, and I think it'll fix that musty smell. So let me show you how to do it. Now, for most cars, the cabin air filter could be found on the passenger side behind the glove box. So just open the glove box and remove all the junk inside. And now you can see it won't go any lower than this. So grab the sides and bend them inwards, which will allow you to lower it all the way down. Now we can access the cabin filter back here. So pop this open, then take the cover off the filter box. And notice how right there it says up. Make sure you remember that. And now we can remove the old air filter by sliding it straight out. So it's out with the old dirty filter. And look at this. No wonder it smelled musty in here. And in with the brand new one. What a difference. So let's get this installed. So the new filter goes right in, and make sure you keep that arrow up just like before. Then install the cover for the filter box, making sure it clicks in. Then close the other cover and make sure that clicks in as well. And finally just close your glove box all the way. Now it'll open normally, and don't forget to put all that stuff back into your glove box. With that done, now let's go clean the interior because it definitely needs it. I mean, look at how dirty this is. Look at all the dust on the dash. Look at all the dust and the dirt over here. Even the screen is all messy. The center console is disgusting. Look at this down in here. I don't even want to touch that. Inside the buttons, inside the cup holders, over here where there's dials, basically anywhere you're going to touch, any dials that you're going to turn, they're all grimy and disgusting. Who wants to buy a car with somebody else's dirt and grime? And to clean this up, all you need is some soapy water and a brush. And what you're going to want to do is spray the soapy water directly into the brush and then simply brush the surface you're trying to clean, making sure you don't miss any spots. Next, grab a microfiber towel and dry the surface completely. And this towel is absorbing all the dirty soapy water and leaving behind a nice clean surface. With that dry, then get another microfiber towel and spray it with some non-greasy interior protectant, and this works great on plastics, vinyl, and rubber. Now you can work that protectant into the dash, and already you can see how amazing this looks. The good thing is this protectant dries completely and it's non-greasy. It actually adds a UV protection layer and makes the dust and dirt wipe off easier. So now you know the process to clean all the plastics in the car. Just brush in the soapy water, then you soak up all that dirty water with a clean towel, and finally you wipe it down with your protectant to make it look brand new. And check out that before and after. And here's another before and after. Next, I've been wanting to clean this shifter the second I bought this car because it's so dirty. And again, it's the same process. And look at that. Here's a before and after. Dirty buttons, clean buttons. Dirty cup holder, clean cup holder. And a lot of people have a hard time cleaning deep cup holders like this, so real quick, just use a brush with some soapy water and brush it until all that gunk down there is loose. And then do the same thing to the other cup holder. Swirl that brush around and get all that dirt loose. And then you can take your microfiber towel and absorb all that dirt up and out of the cup holder. And finally, you can wipe this down with the protectant, and this came out amazing. Here's a before and after. So now you can apply this method of cleaning to the rest of the interior and watch the transformation. And attention to detail is key to make your plastics look brand new. I even like to clean the gas and brake pedals, and the brush works great at getting all the dirt out of the textured surface, but remember, never use any protectant on the pedals. Protectant makes it slippery, and that wouldn't be good, especially for your brake pedal. So I think you get the idea. Look at this interior. It came out incredible. The door panels look brand new. The dash looks amazing. The center stack here screams. All the buttons and dials are Prindle. Look at all this. The cup holders, they all came out looking brand new. And it is just a really nice place to be in this car. Steering wheel, I mean, you get the idea. Just pay attention to the little details, get into all the nooks and crannies with that brush, and it's going to make a huge difference. Now, we still have two things left to do. We have to get the carpets done and the seats cleaned. And the seats look decent, but wait till you see this. Now, I'm going to use tape so you can easily see the difference. And I'm not going to work this in too much, just so you can see how much even a little cleaning will make a big difference. Now, let's wipe this down with a dry towel, and even though the seats looked pretty clean before, look at that difference. Pretty much all seats will have a layer of grime. I mean, you do sit on them every time you drive. Okay, so now let's even this out and get the whole seat clean. And it's amazing how much lighter of a color these seats actually are when they aren't dirty. And finally, add some protectant so the seats can stay clean and the leather can stay hydrated. So I cleaned all the seats. They're looking amazing. You guys don't need to see every single seat getting cleaned, but I do want to show you this right here because there is a stain that is not coming up easily. So let me show you how to get that out. So my trick with stains is using a steam cleaner. The heat from the steam works really well on interior stains, whether it's seats or the carpet. It just helps make it a lot easier to remove them. And this stain is a pretty tough one, so I'm using a stiff bristle brush to really agitate that stain. So check that out. It's still there, but this is way better. Now I'm going to get a little more aggressive and very carefully use a plastic razor blade. This is a last-ditch effort to remove this stain because the brush just wasn't aggressive enough. And I'm really not pressing hard at all. I'm just using the edge to try to lift the stain as it gets blasted by the steam. So just take your time and don't be too aggressive, and eventually that stain's going to come out. Beautiful. Check that out. Here's a before and after. Alright, so that looks way better. You can still kind of see a faded area there. Don't worry, over time, that'll blend in just from use. But no matter what, that's way better than what it was. So, with all our seats nice and clean, with all our plastics nice and clean, that leaves us one thing, and it catches your eye right away when you open the door, and that's these dirty carpets. So to clean the carpets, first let's remove the floor mat, and it looks like we have a dried lizard under here. Then you're going to want to vacuum everything to get all the loose dirt out of the fibers. And don't worry about the stains right now, that's going to get cleaned in the next step. Next you want to get some soapy water and a brush, and you're going to spray down the carpet, and anywhere there's stains, spray a little bit extra there, that way it'll help clean it a little bit better. So cover the entire carpet with your cleaner, then use a brush and work that cleaner into the fibers of the carpet. And as you're brushing, you should see the stains start to disappear as you work them. Good, so once you're done brushing the entire carpet, get an extractor vacuum and let's suck out all that dirty soapy water. You're going to overlap each pass by about 50%, that way you suck all the water out and make sure the carpet's dry. Now with the carpet clean and dry, now we can add our clean floor mat, and we're going to want to do the same thing for the rest of the carpet in the car. Vacuum the carpet, spray it down with soapy water, brush that soapy water in, and finally use an extractor vacuum to clean all that dirty water out. And just look at how dirty this carpet water is. And once that carpet's dry, the last thing to do is put the clean floor mat back in. And just like that, we are done cleaning the interior, and it came out incredible. Look at how clean this looks. It looks almost brand new. What a transformation. Now when we have our potential buyers come in to test drive the car, they can sit in the car and it'll actually be comfortable. It won't be grimy. They won't be afraid to touch buttons because everything is all clean, including back here. Look at how good this looks here. No stains, no odors. That musty smell is gone. And then finally we have the trunk, which there's a ton of space back here, but it's nice and clean. So the interior is clean. Now we have to move on to the exterior, and we have to clean up this paintwork. It is really dirty. It's hard to see on a white car, but trust me, this is all faded, and I'm going to teach you how to polish it up to give it a nice gloss and make it look brand new. And then we also have our headlights, which are faded, and they have yellowing, and they just are not clear. I'm going to show you how to get that clear again and make it last. And we also have our engine bay, which we need to match the rest of the car, that brand new look. So let's finish this up. Cleaning an engine bay is really simple. Do not be afraid to do this. I have 2 rules I follow. 1, never use a pressure washer. Yes, the engine bay is designed to get wet. Cars drive through water and rain all the time, but these connectors are not designed to get high pressure water shot into them. It might not damage anything right away, but over time corrosion could cause issues. It's not worth it. You don't need to do it. Instead, just use a shower setting on the hose, which is low pressure. And then the other rule I have is never use any type of silicone, oil, grease, anything that will attract dust. Instead, use something water-based. This is the same stuff I used on the interior. It works great. And on the back, you want to make sure it says it dries so that there's no oily or greasy residue. And that's perfect. So the first step is to grab soapy water and a detailing brush, and you want to spray down the entire engine bay with that soapy water. Make sure you get everything completely saturated, and then you're going to use your brush to agitate all the surfaces. That way the dirt and grime get loosened up and they're easily washed away. So again, make sure you use your brush on the entire engine bay. The more surfaces that you could brush, the cleaner this is going to come out. Then grab your hose with the low pressure shower setting and rinse off the dirty soapy water. No high pressure is needed. Next, I'm using one of these handheld air dusters to blow off the water from the surface. You can also use an electric leaf blower, and this works great for spots that are hard to reach. And if you don't have something like this, don't worry. You can skip this step and move on to the next step, which is to grab a large absorbent towel and dry the engine bay. And you don't have to worry about getting this perfectly dry. The protectant we're using is a water-based protectant, so it's going to soak in and won't be a problem at all. Next, you want to grab the protectant and spray down the entire engine bay so it covers everything. Then use your brush to work that protectant into all the plastics and the rubber surfaces in the engine bay. Right now, you don't need the protectant to be even on all the surfaces. Just make sure you brush it all into every crevice. You really want complete coverage because it's going to soak into the plastic and the rubber. And then any excess later on, we're going to wipe off. Now let's use a microfiber towel and wipe up any of the remaining product. This is when it should start looking really good and have a nice, clean, new-looking surface. And just look at how amazing this is coming out. Alright, so for 15 minutes worth of work, look at how amazing this came out. Check out this transformation. And the best part is give it a day or 2 to dry, and the plastic is going to be super slick and repel dust, so it's really easy to clean it the next time you need to clean your engine bay. So with that, we are completely done here. So now, let's get this paintwork cleaned because this paint hasn't been cleaned in a long time. I can tell, look at all this embedded dirt, and it doesn't have a glossy shine to it, which we will bring back. Plus, we'll do the headlights, we'll get the glass, we'll get the wheels done. This car is going to look like $1 million when we're done cleaning her, so let's finish this up. So the first thing to do is rinse down the car. I'm using a 25-degree nozzle on the pressure washer, and I'm staying about 2 feet away from the paint. That way we don't damage it by accident. And the goal here is to remove as much loose surface dirt as we can so we're less likely to scratch the paint when we wipe it down with a wash mitt. Now that the whole car is rinsed down, let's clean the glass using our favorite glass cleaner. And my trick to get the glass super clean is to use a fresh plastic razor. So keep the blade at a really steep angle to the glass and run it back and forth using medium-light pressure. And it's important that you have a lot of glass cleaner to keep that blade lubricated. Also, technically, you can do this with a stainless steel razor, but if you don't use a metal razor correctly, you're going to scratch the glass. With a plastic razor, you won't scratch the glass even if you do it completely wrong, which is why I'm comfortable showing you guys this. Plus, this works really well, better than just a towel. With that done, let's rinse it off. And I'm going to dry it right now just so it doesn't leave watermarks as I do the rest of the glass. And with all the glass done, next we need to do the wheels and tires. This is really simple. Just use your favorite wheel and tire cleaner and spray down the whole wheel. Next, I'm using a stiff bristle brush to brush the whole sidewall of the tire. And I normally don't recommend cleaning tires because it removes the UV and anti-ozonate that protects the tire from dry rotting. But don't worry, we're going to add our own protectant once we're done cleaning. Next, you're going to want to use a soft bristle brush on the wheel itself. You want to get into every nook and cranny on that wheel, making sure you get between the spokes, around the lug nuts, and around the valve stem. And we're just loosening up that brake dust from the surface of the wheel. That way it could rinse right off. Now clean the wheel and tires starting from the top, working our way down since dirt flows downwards due to gravity. And once we're done with this one, you have 3 more to go. Beautiful, nice and clean. Okay, next use a foam cannon with car soap and spray down the entire car so we can do a hand wash. And for this hand wash, we want to use a microfiber wash mitt which has all these fingers that trap the dirt deep inside of it instead of pushing it on the surface, which could scratch the paint. Now when you're wiping down the paint, make sure you go in a back and forth motion instead of a circular motion, because if you do lightly scratch the paint, straight scratches are a lot harder to see and a lot easier to remove compared to swirls. And with the whole car wiped down, let's rinse off all that dirty soapy water, and just like with the wheels, you want to start at the top and rinse downward. That way all that dirty water flows downwards off the paint. And a real quick tip, right after you're done cleaning, carefully spray that wash mitt with a pressure washer, and that'll work all the dirt out of the microfiber fingers. You want to do this right away before that dirt dries onto the wash mitt, and this will make sure that your wash mitt stays clean and doesn't scratch the paint on the next car that you're cleaning. Next, grab your extra absorbent drying towel and dry the entire car. And the key is to not press too hard. Let the towel do all the work. And just make sure that you're not only drying the paint, but also the glass and the trim as well, because you don't want any watermarks on these, which is a pain to remove. Now, I like to clean spots that nobody thinks about, like behind the fuel door. So use a detailing spray and then agitate the dirt with a soft bristle brush, getting into every nook and cranny. And then finally wipe away all the dirt with the microfiber towel. And attention to detail like this is what makes all the difference. And another spot people don't clean is under the rear hatch. So again, use detailing spray and then get in there with a microfiber towel and wipe the dirt away. So clean around the entire rear hatch, and this attention to detail is going to set this car apart.
I graduated from Southern A&T University. I always said I would go back to school when I had time. I went on the website, I spoke to an admissions counselor, we applied right then and there.
That's when the journey really begins.
Going through the program, having the support that I had really helped me understand what I can accomplish.
And I learned this just by taking classes at night while working a full-time job.
The resources at SMHU were incredible.
I think if I was back at the beginning, I would choose SMHU all over again.
If you're someone that suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your chance to give back and your safety check.
Whoa.
All at an incredible value. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Alright, so this is looking great, but we still have to polish and wax the paint. And to do that, I'm using a 2-in-1, so polish and wax all in one. It'll help remove little scratches, and it'll provide a protective layer of wax. And I'm going to be using this small DA polisher to get the job done. Okay, so get a couple of dots of polish on the foam pad, and then dab it onto the paintwork to spread it out. Then you want to start on a low speed to spread it out so you don't sling polish everywhere. Good, with all the polish spread out, now we can speed it up and work our polish into the paint. And it's important that you keep the polisher moving, that way you don't overheat the paint. And as you go back and forth, you want to overlap your passes about 50%, that way you don't miss any spots. Also, you don't need a lot of pressure, let the polisher do all the work. Just keep it flat and smooth. And once you're done, buff off the area with the clean microfiber towel, making sure that you don't leave behind any residue, and check out that shine. So you're going to want to repeat this process one body panel at a time, and I love the transformation. And check this out, keep an eye on the reflection in the paint. Look at how nice this is coming out from a simple polish. And a quick tip, if you have polish on your emblems like this, when you wipe it off, it's not going to remove the polish from the embossed letters and in the crevices. So just use some detailing spray and then get a soft bristle brush into those letters. And again, attention to detail is the name of the game. Look at how good this came out. It might not seem like much, but look at the difference. And with the car polished and waxed, look at how amazing this came out. For a quick 2-in-1 polish with wax in it, the gloss is absolutely incredible. Especially for a white car, this came out way better than I ever expected. Now the paint wasn't horrible to start with, but still, this has a nice deep gloss and it really pops. But the only thing is, these tires are not matching the rest of the car. So we're going to use the same exact protectant we've been using on the interior and on the engine bay, and not only will it protect the tire from dry rotting, but it's going to look really good as well. So with some cardboard on the ground so we don't stain the driveway, spray protectant into the brush, and then just brush that into the sidewall of the tire. And using a brush allows you to get into all the texture and letters on the sidewall, that way it can soak in everywhere and look even. Now do all the other tires,
And holy smokes, look at how amazing this car came out. It looks absolutely incredible. The last thing to do to finish this up so we can put it up for sale is to restore these foggy headlights because they're yellowed, they're faded, and they don't look good. So all you need to do is grab your favorite headlight restoration kit. It doesn't matter the brand, just make sure it has a clear coat in it so it lasts more than a couple of months. These kits are great because it comes with everything you need. Well, everything except the soapy water. So grab the tape, and we're going to tape around the edge of the headlight so the paint doesn't get scratched. And a little tip, if you pop the hood, now you don't need to tape that section at the top. Okay, now just tape the paintwork where it meets the headlight, and I try to slide the tape in the gap between the headlight and the body panel like that. And this is not sticking because this car is polished and waxed. Okay, well do the best you can, tape around the entire headlight, and then we can start sanding. Now we have two sandpapers. We have the 1000 grit and then we have the 3000 grit. The 1000 grit is more aggressive, the 3000 grit is finer and more like a polish, so we're going to start with the 1000 grit. And they give you a nice Velcro pad to put the sanding disc on, make sure it's centered just like that, looks good, and now we can sand this. So grab your soapy water and spray down the sandpaper. Also spray down the entire headlight because we want a wet sand. And you're going to want to sand in a back and forth motion, not circles. So go back and forth with a medium to heavy pressure. That way we can sand away that oxidized yellow surface layer. And if you're wondering, the soap in the water helps give you a smoother finish and prevents the sandpaper from clogging up. Okay, so now let's wipe down the lens to remove all the dirty water. And check out all the yellow we removed. That's exactly what you want to see. Okay, so let's remove the 1000 grit sandpaper, and now we're using 3000 grit, which will give us a smooth finish. So spray the lens down with some soapy water, and spray the sandpaper as well. And again, sand in a back and forth motion, not in circles, and this time use a medium to medium light pressure. You don't want to press as hard because you don't want that sandpaper digging in, we want a smooth finish. Also make sure you don't just sand side to side, you want to go up and down as well. Okay, so let's wipe this clean, and check it out. This is looking really good, and we're not even done yet. Okay, so now we can remove the tape because we're done sanding, and a little trick before you put the clear coat on, use some alcohol on a towel and wipe the lens down, and this will show you exactly what it's going to look like when that clear coat goes on. That way you can see if you missed any spots. And in this case, we're good to go. And don't worry, the lens is going to fade back once that alcohol evaporates. That's completely fine. Now we want to grab our clear coat wipe, and we're going to start from the top using a medium pressure and wipe horizontally across the lens. You want to overlap each wipe by about 50%, that way you get complete coverage. And this is a self-leveling clear coat, so it goes on pretty decent, but it'll smooth out as it dries. Beautiful, and check it out, that came out absolutely incredible. Here's a before and after. Now we just need to let this dry for 1 hour. As we're doing that, let's do the other headlight. And this one's even worse. That's much better. Now with the headlights looking amazing, let's do one last thing to hopefully make this car easier to sell. And that is to install a dash camera. This small 4K dash camera was on sale for $100. And there's so many situations where you wish you had a good 4K dash camera, especially with all the bad drivers out there. And this is really quick and easy to install. It was inexpensive enough, and I'm hoping this gives us a little bit of an edge to make it a little bit easier to sell a car because a lot of people want dash cameras these days. Okay, so you guys have seen me do this before. We want to hide the camera behind the rearview mirror so it's out of sight. And now we can remove the protective backing from the double-sided tape and then push it into place so it sticks. Good, and now let's also take off that protective screen cover. Next, we want to install the charging cable, which goes right into the cigarette lighter. Then we want to pop out the plastic trim with the trim removal tool. That way we can fish the wires behind and out of sight. So peel this back. Then we're going to remove the glove box, and this is the same exact process as before when we replaced the cabin air filter. Now we can fish the wires back behind all this. That way you can't see them. So pull the wires all the way through, just like that. And if this was my car, I'd make a little hole in the plastic trim around here for the wire to fit in. But I don't want to do anything permanent just in case the next owner wants to remove this. So just push this trim back in place nice and tight, and that looks pretty good. Now let's take the wire and run it to the side where the door is, over here. Pull that all the way through. Then we can put the glove box back in. And now with the wire off to the side, we want to run it upwards along the dash so it's out of sight. Then we put that weather stripping back in, so not only does it hold the wire in place, but it covers it up. Next, we want to run the wire along the bottom of the A-pillar trim. That way we know we're not crossing over any airbags. And use the included tool to tuck the wires into the gap between the dash and the A-pillar trim. Now we're going to run the wire up the A-pillar and tuck it in at the top here. Then we can push the panel back in so it clicks in. And then finally run the wire along the headliner, tucking it in as you make your way to the dash camera. And then at the dash camera, we can plug it in and clean up any excess wire so it looks good. Now we can test it out by turning the car on. This Vantrue dash cam should power on in a couple seconds. Perfect, just like that. Now you just need to set up your language, time, and date, and you're all done. Now this is actually really nice. If you need to use the cigarette lighter, the power adapter tucks right into this little cubby right here. But the good thing is there's a USB port on the adapter, which most people use nowadays, so it's probably going to stay plugged in most of the time anyway. And now we are officially done cleaning and fixing this car. One weekend, and we completely restored this older car. Now she runs and drives great. Clean exterior, clean headlights, clean engine bay, clean interior. She's super clean. Wheels and tires, and she runs great. Brand new upgraded hybrid battery. The next owner is gonna love this thing. I'm curious to see how much money we make. So now it's time to list her. So I listed the car for $10,500, which would give us about a $3,600 profit, but you have to figure buyers are gonna negotiate. Now for the ad, I kept the information simple and included the stuff you'd wanna know. I said the car is fully loaded, has a brand new upgraded hybrid battery with a 3-year, 45,000 mile warranty. The car's been completely detailed inside and out, and it has newer brakes and tires, and a 4K Vanture dash camera. So with the listing published, now we just wait and see. Alright, so the second person to come see this car ended up buying it. The first person lowballed the heck out of me, and I was not interested in selling it for $7,000. So, second guy offered me $8,000. I said let's do 10. We met in the middle at $9,700, and now she is officially sold. So I'm on the way to meet with the buyer, and I'm not going to film this part because I don't want to make the buyer uncomfortable. But a very important tip is always make sure you meet in a public place with plenty of people around when you sell a car online. Back home, and I'm really happy with how well this weekend flip turned out. The new owners have a really nice car, it's going to last them a long time, and we made a healthy profit. Let me break it down for you. So we bought the car for $2,800. The brand new battery is $3,940. The cabin air filter was $10, and let's just say cleaning supplies and stuff were an extra $50. Plus we had the dash camera on sale at $100. So we're all in at $6,900, and we sold the car for $9,700. So at the end of the day, we made $2,800 in profit for a weekend's worth of work. And if you guys are wondering what I'm going to be doing with my profit, I already spent $2,100 on my first ever legit barn find. And I can't wait to show you guys the future video on how to restore the barn find. It's going to be amazing. So with that, I hope this video was helpful. If it was, remember to give it a thumbs up and consider hitting that subscribe button. As always, all the tools and products I used in this video are linked in the description so you can easily find them. And stay tuned for that barn find. I'm really excited about that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
There's nothing like traveling in style with the largest global airport lounge network. There's nothing like Platinum.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start, so he went to AutoZone, where an AutoZoner helped him choose a new battery, so he can make the tailgate and celebrate.
There's nothing like exclusive access to unique experiences worldwide.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting, but he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner tests and charges his battery, all for free.
Hey guys, Chris Fix here, and today I'm going to show you how to quickly and properly wire a dash cam in your car or in your truck. And in this case, we're going to be wiring two different dash cameras. We have an inexpensive one that is pretty basic and easy to install. Then we have a more expensive one that has a front dash cam, it has a cabin camera, and a rear cam, all in one. A lot more wires, but still not too difficult to install. I'll show you all of that. And the other reason why I want to install two dash cameras is because I'm going to show you how to install it using the cigarette lighter adapter that comes with basically every dash camera on the market. Or if you want, here's a hardwire kit that you would have to buy separately, and I'm going to show you how to install that as well. Now the whole point of doing all of this is to make sure whichever dash camera you buy, whichever vehicle you have, whichever wiring kit you have, you'll be able to install it in your vehicle because dash cameras are very helpful. These things could save you big time. For example, here's subscriber Tad cruising along in his Hummer H1 when a driver did not yield and pulled out into his lane. Now the other guy's insurance company tried to get Tad partially at fault, but because he had dash camera footage, he quickly proved otherwise, and the other driver was found completely at fault. Another subscriber, Kevin, was driving when somebody pulled into his lane. The guy in the silver car tried to say Kevin was speeding and swerved into his lane, but the dash camera footage again showed Kevin was not speeding. He had the green light, and he maintained his lane, so he was not at fault. Now besides helping yourself, a dash camera could be used to help someone else. For example, Subscriber George captured this accident, and he proceeded by giving this footage to the pickup driver, which helped clear him of any fault. And I could only imagine how appreciative that pickup driver was. Just imagine if it was you. Now, besides while driving, when you go and park the car, if you're using a hardwire kit, it could go into parking mode. Subscriber Caesar had his camera set to G-sensor in parking mode, so if the car moves at all, like if somebody hits it, it starts recording. And from that, he was able to easily get this license plate number from this truck that hit him while he was parked. And he wasn't even around to see this. Another subscriber, Oscar, sets his parking mode to motion detection, and then he backs his car in, so it acts almost like a security camera at his house. So he was able to see the scum testing car doors to see if they're open and report it to the police. And finally, not only do dash cameras protect you from the bad stuff, but they also capture some pretty incredible moments. Subscriber Anthony got this cool shot of a meteor shooting across the sky, and subscriber Ethan got this crazy near miss of a cyclist and two cars with this red light running. So I think you get the idea. Dash cameras can save you big time, and I'd hate for something to happen to you and you don't have one installed. So that's exactly why I'm making this video. Let's go and install a dash camera. Now, just to be clear, even though I've used and installed tons of different dash cameras, this is not a review video. You could buy whatever dash camera you want. I'm going to teach you how to install it. If you want some good review videos, both Linus Tech Tips and The Hookup does an amazing job at comparing dash cameras, and I'll link those videos in the description for your research. And based off of those videos and my own past experiences, we're going to be installing these Vantrue dash cameras, and they do come with everything you need to completely install them, but I do have some extras such as this hardwire kit, which gives you a nice clean install. Also, if you have side curtain airbags, these little clips that hold the wires in are very important. I'll show you that. And then we're also going to be adding a polarized lens, which helps reduce glare. So here's what the dash cam looks like with no polarized lens, and this is what it looks like after the lens. You can see how it removes the reflection and glare caused by the windshield. It's like sunglasses for your dash camera. And finally, you're going to need a memory card, but here's a tip a lot of people don't cover. You want to get a high-endurance memory card because they're made specifically for dash cameras, since dash cameras have a lot of write cycles and are constantly recording new videos and overwriting the old ones. That way the memory is never full. They're also designed to endure high heat because inside of a car can get surprisingly hot. And for those reasons, I recommend a high-endurance memory card. They don't cost any more than a regular memory card, so it's worth having. Now, I'll be sure to include all these products down in the description so you can easily find them. I do want to thank Vantrue for sending out these dash cameras and supporting the video. That way I can show you guys how to install a dash camera in your driveway at home with common hand tools. So now let's get started. We are going to install the budget-friendly one first, and we're going to grab the hardwire kit because we're going to hardwire it into my truck. Now, a hardwire kit connects to the interior fuse box, and that's in a different location for every vehicle. So the easiest way to find it is to look in your owner's manual. So you'll flip to the back where the fuses are, and you can see right there it's showing us it's on the driver's side right next to the dash. So if we open the door on the driver's side and take a look over here on the side of the dash, you can see that's exactly where this fuse box is located. Now, depending on your car, the interior location of that fuse box could be different. So here's two different locations that are pretty common. So first, we have the driver's side underneath the dash. If we take a look here, you can see there is the fuse box. And the other common spot you can find your fuse box is on the passenger side. If we take a look underneath the dash, under the glove box, sometimes it's located right up over here, but in this car, it's off to the side a little bit right here. Just remove this access panel, then we can pop the fuse cover off, and there's our fuse box. So once you locate the fuse box, now you need your hardwire kit. And this has two sides. The USB-C side, which connects to your dash camera, so we don't need to worry about that right now, and the other side, which has 3 wires that connects to your fuse box. So our red battery positive wire is always going to get 12 volts. That has to be hot all the time. Then we have our yellow accessory wire, which is only getting 12 volts when the car is running or in the run position. And then finally we have our black ground, which is going to be connected to a bare metal surface like a bolt. So let's start off with this red wire, which is going to be hot all the time. And let's find the right fuse that's always supplying power. And to do that, we want the car to be off, and we're going to use a multimeter to check the voltage at the fuse box. So you're going to set your meter to DC volts, and you want to look for the V with the straight line above it. And if you look at the screen, it says DC, so we're ready to go. Now you can grab your 2 leads, and the black lead you want to touch to a bare metal ground. And if you take a look right down here, it looks like we have a nice solid ground. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add an alligator clip to the end of my prong here for the ground. That way I can just connect it and now have both of my hands free. Now you're going to take your red lead and touch it against the fuse you want to check. And on the fuse you have 2 small bare metal spots, and you need to make contact with either one. And it doesn't matter which one. And as you can see, when we test the voltage, we have no volts going through this fuse with the key off. Now if we test fuse number 13 right beside it, there we go. You can see we have 12 volts with the key in the off position, which is exactly what we need. Now let's go see what fuse 13 protects. And if you take a look in your owner's manual, fuse number 13, that's the 20 amp fuse. It is a brake pedal position switch. And this brings me to my next point. You don't want to just tap any fuse. Important fuses for stuff like your brake pedal position switch, which if that gets blown out, you might not have brake lights, or you might not be able to shift that apart. So while you're looking for fuses, just make sure you're not tapping fuses like the ABS or the SRS airbag, or the PCM or ECM or body control module, anything that's very important. Headlights, taillights, turn signals, I think you get the idea. Instead, try to find circuits that are not important, like fuse 22, the auxiliary power point, or fuse 29, the radio, or the cigarette lighter, power seats, power mirrors, stuff like that. So in this case, let's go check out the radio fuse. So we saw the radio fuse is number 29, so let's check that out real quick. And with the key off, we have 12 volts, so that makes this a good, always hot fuse to tap. So grab a pliers and let's pull this fuse out. Good. Now the hardwire kit comes with a bunch of different fuse taps because different vehicles use different fuses. So match up your fuse with the correct tap. Now take your radio fuse and push it into the open slot on the fuse tap. And just in case both slots are open for yours, the one that's closer to the prongs should always have the fuse that you're tapping. Now let's put this back into slot 29. So let's line this up and push it in all the way. Good. Now let's verify we have 12 volts with the key off. Perfect. And finally, let's connect the red wire by pushing the pin all the way in so it's fully seated, just like that. And you want to give it a nice tug, that way you know it's not going to come loose. Good. Next, let's wire in the yellow accessory wire. So this needs a fuse that has no power going to it when the key is off. And then when we turn the key on, there will be power. So with the key off, let's start here with fuse 21, which is the flashers, and unfortunately that has power going to it, so fuse 22, which is the auxiliary power point, so like a cigarette lighter, and it looks like that one is hot all the time as well. And the rest of these fuses are pretty important, so I don't want to tap into them. But if you notice the fuse diagram, some fuse spots, like spot number 15, says not used. And if you look here, slot 15 doesn't have a fuse in it. So let's see if we could use this open spot for auxiliary power. Now you want to be careful because sometimes these open fuse spots don't have any power going to them. You can see right there, there is no metal on that side, but that side has a metal prong, so let's probe that. So with the truck off, there's no power, which is good, but then if we turn the key to the run position, or accessory position, boom, 12 volts, perfect. Now since there's no fuse in number 15, it's an open slot, we don't need to add a fuse to our fuse tap. Leave it just like that. But one thing I do want to mention, fuse taps are actually directional. So the outside of the fuse tap is where the power comes in. That means the outside metal prong on the fuse tap has to be the one that touches the metal prong in the fuse block. So the outside prong on the fuse tap goes to the metal prong in the fuse box, like so. And let's test this real quick with the truck off. Good, there's no voltage. Now let's turn the truck to the run position. Good, 12 volts. So we're good to go here. Now we can connect that yellow wire to the fuse tap and be sure to push it all the way in and then give it a good tug to make sure it's tight. Good. And finally, the last thing we need to do is wire in this ground. Now we need to find a good ground, and you might be tempted to use one of these bolts here, and while this does look good because the bolt is bare metal, if we unscrew this bolt all the way and then remove it, then we can pry this back and take a look, and you can see this screws right into plastic, not metal, so this isn't grounded. So even though it's a bare metal screw, it's not grounded. So although it looks like a good ground at first sight, it really isn't. It bolts right into plastic. So instead, let's go use the ground we've been using to test all the circuits right here. So remove the alligator clip, unscrew the bolt all the way, and then we want to slide the ground wire over the base of the bolt right next to the head. Now let's carefully get this bolt back in, making sure we don't knock the ground wire off, and then tighten it down all the way, like that. Good. So with the power, accessory, and ground wires connected, now, before we go and run our wires up the A-pillar over to where the dash cam's going to be, let's go test this out to make sure we don't have any problems. Now, when plugging in the dash camera, don't plug it into the side port right there. That's an accessory port, not a power in port. Instead, we want to plug in this piece at the top here that it mounts to. It just slides right in like that, and then now we have our power in port right there. So let's plug this in. Now we can peel off this protective plastic. And check it out, beautiful. The camera turned right on. Now in this case we wired everything up properly, the camera's staying on, but let's just say your camera turns on and then immediately shuts off, and then turns on and shuts off, and it keeps cycling like that. Odds are you have a bad ground. So what you'd want to do is either find another ground or maybe just reseat. So pull your bolt out, put that wire back in, and then screw the bolt back in, and sometimes that's all it takes to fix that problem. In this case we're good to go, so now let me show you how to properly mount the camera in the best location.
This is adventure on your own terms. Where you can protect our nation's future while never missing out on the moments you live for. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. America's Navy Reserve.
Am I holding this weird?
Cut. Better take a bite, Josh.
A man who works hard, sweats hard. Old Spice driver fights sweat, so coach thought I was slacking. So I trained with my Old Spice, and I became the best player ever. Sometimes, a man must overcome that sweat.
Amica Insurance is proudly customer owned. We know what keeps you going, and we work harder to protect it. Visit amica.com today.
Mission possible. Now, when mounting your dash camera, there's only a couple simple things that you need to keep in mind. The first and most important thing, you never want your dash camera to be in your field of view. So you're never going to have your dash camera anywhere on the driver's side. Even up in this corner out of your way, it's still in your field of view. You want this over on the passenger side. You don't want it anywhere over here. Where you want it is as center as possible behind the rear view mirror so it disappears out of your view, yet it's still high up and centered, that way the dash camera has a good view. So right here behind the rear view mirror is perfect, and let's verify the camera's in a good spot by plugging it in, that way we can see what the camera sees. And real quick, now's a good time to get some alcohol on a microfiber towel and clean the area that we're going to mount the camera to so it sticks properly. Now we can remove the protective plastic off the mounting tape, and don't forget about the plastic protecting the lens. Next we want to add our polarizer lens, and this just screws on like so. Good. And finally, we need to add our high endurance memory card. I'm using a 256GB card, which is a good size because it's going to record a little over 30 hours of footage before it overwrites the old files. Okay, so now we can get this in place behind the rear view mirror, being careful not to stick it to the windshield by accident. And I connected my phone to the app so that you could have a big screen to aim the camera better. And I'm glad we did that because you could see the rear view mirror mount is on the left side of the video. So let's move the camera over a little to the right, and perfect. And that looks like a good spot right here. So now let's press the mount to the glass with a firm pressure to make sure it adheres. And now the camera is mounted. So with the camera mounted, the last thing to do is adjust the polarizer filter by spinning this outer ring. So you're going to want to take a look at your dash cam footage, and you can see all that glare at the bottom of the screen. We'll just slowly turn the ring on the polarizer filter until it disappears like that. Much better. And check out this before and after. You can see how the image used to be hazy, but now it's more clear and vibrant. So that's how you adjust the polarizer filter. Beautiful, and what you guys are seeing right now is the exact same view I see when I drive this truck. You can see out the rear view mirror, the dash camera is hidden, so it's not in my line of sight. The only thing left is we have these wires that are just hanging here that need to be tucked in nicely, so it looks like a professional install. So let me go show you how to do that. Now when tucking in this excess wire to hide it, you want to start from the dash camera and make your way towards where you hardwired. That way you don't get any extra wire up here. All the extra wire will tuck in over by the fuse box. And you want to be very careful when dealing with the headliner. Never do this, what I'm about to do. I'm just trying to show you. The headliner could fall down very easily and start sagging. You see that? That would not be good. So when you're tucking the wire in, make sure you tuck it on top of the headliner. There's a piece of cardboard that this material is glued on. You want this wire on top of the cardboard. And then just push it back just like so, and work your way down the headliner towards the A-pillar. And real quick, the wire is falling down over here because the headliner is not tight against the roof since the truck's an older truck. So a solution to keep this wire from falling, grab one of these wire clips, peel off the plastic to reveal the adhesive, then push the wire into the clip, like that, and then move the clip as high as you can go where the headliner and the glass meet, and press it into place so that adhesive sticks to the glass. Now the wire won't sag, and this looks really good. Now work your way across and carefully push the wire into the headliner, that way it won't fall out when you hit the brakes. Alright, so now the wire has been run up from our dash camera across the headliner to our A-pillar. Now this A-pillar does not have any airbags. The only airbags in this truck are this and the passenger airbag, so we don't have to worry about taking this off and running our wire around the airbag. I'll show you how to do that in the Prius, which we'll do in a second. But in this case, we do not have to remove this A-pillar trim. We could just tuck this right in and run it all the way down to our fuse box. And we're almost done here, so let's finish this up. So now I'm going to grab the end of the A-pillar trim and pull it back away from the windshield. That way I can tuck the wire in behind it like that. Then you can use the plastic trim tool that comes with the dash cam to help you push the wire into the trim. And as you can see, this trim tool makes it a lot easier to push the wire in such a tight spot. Now just work your way down the A-pillar, tucking that wire behind the trim until it gets to the bottom. Then at the bottom, just tuck it in between the dash and the trim. And finally, just grab this. We're gonna pull it down in here. Beautiful. Now that it's in here, it's tucked away. All we need to do is get this all organized, tuck it in, put our cover back on, and we're good to go. So just gather up the excess wire into one bunch, then grab a zip tie and tighten it down so it keeps the wire together. Then to cut the zip tie, you want to use one of these, a flush cutters. Now let's cut the tag end off. Good, and this tool leaves behind no sharp ends to cut your hands or damage wires. Now with the wire all tidied up, next we have to set the voltage to where our dash camera shuts off, which is all controlled by this box. You can see on the side here, there's a switch that has 11.6 volts and 12 volts. We want to switch this to 12 volts, that way when the car is shut off in parking mode, if it sits for a few days without being used, the camera will shut off automatically when the voltage drops to 12 volts. That way it won't drain your battery and you can still start your car. At below 11.6 volts, you might not have enough juice to start the car, so I'd rather be safe than sorry. So with our shut-off voltage set, let's tuck the extra wire behind the fuse box, and we can get this back there as well. And finally, there's some more excess wire that needs to get tucked in there. Now we can reinstall the fuse box cover. Perfect. And there you go, that's how you properly hardwire a dash camera into your car or truck. Let's go start her up and try her out. So now let's connect the camera, that way we can adjust the settings so when we turn the car off, the camera goes into parking mode. So just tap the gear icon in the top right, then near the bottom you have the parking mode tab, and now we have 4 different parking modes that use very little battery power when the truck is off. And I'm going to use the collision detection and set the sensitivity to high, that way even a little bump will turn the camera on. So let's go for a ride and test this out. Alright, so we're on the highway and you can see the dash camera is out of sight behind the rear view mirror, and here's the dash camera video. Even this budget-friendly camera has a pretty good image, and if we pause to zoom in, you could actually read the plate on some cars. Now when you go to park your truck and shut it off, the camera will go into parking mode, and it'll let you know on the screen before it shuts down. So right now it's barely using any power, but if I give the truck a slight bump, a couple seconds later, the camera turns on and starts recording. So our install is working perfect. Alright, and now you know how to hardwire a dash camera. But real quick, just in case you'd rather use the cigarette lighter adapter that comes with almost every dash camera on the market, I'm going to show you how to wire this up. That way you can't see any of the wires. It looks almost like a hardwire kit. And I'm also going to show you how to run this rear camera all the way to the back glass. And finally, this next car has side curtain airbags, so I'm going to show you how to deal with that so you can safely and properly wire up your dash camera with the airbags. So let's go get started. So out with the truck and in with the car. Okay, so let's open up the door, and for this car, the cigarette lighter is located right down here below the radio. Now we want to verify there's no power going to the cigarette lighter until the car is turned on. So let's turn the car on, and you can see the light on the adapter turns on, and that means there's power. And when we shut the car, the light goes out, so now there's no power. Perfect. So once you find your power source, the next thing to do is mount the dash camera. Now this cigarette lighter adapter has a bunch of extra wire and it looks like spaghetti right now. Don't worry, all that wire is going to be hidden. I'm going to show you a really good way to make this look like a hardwire setup without actually having to hardwire it. So we're going to run it up here, across, up to the A-pillar, up here. And this is very, very, very important. We have side curtain airbags. You do not want to just run the wire across and bring it to the dash cam. You want to be super careful here. We're going to take this off. I'm going to show you how to properly run the wire so that you don't make it a dangerous situation if your airbag goes off. So once we do that, we're going to run it across and plug it right into the dash cam. Now just like before when mounting the dash camera, you want to keep it as high as possible and hide it behind the rear view mirror. That way it's not in your field of vision. The only difference here is we have a cabin-facing camera, and we don't want to block this. That way it has a good view inside the car. Now once you find a good spot, remove the protective plastic on the double-sided tape and firmly press the mount against the clean glass.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intimate TurboTax.
Yet another toothpaste that does not whiten. Girl, this one works.
Basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth for whiter teeth in one day. Crest. For over 130 years, Strayer University has been making education affordable and attainable.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting, but he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner tests and charges his battery, all
for free.
So next we need to connect the cable that runs to the rear camera. Now this cable that comes with it is 20 feet long, which is plenty long for most vehicles. But surprising enough, for the Prius we need the 30-foot long one, so I went out and I grabbed this. That way we have plenty of length to run it all the way down the rear hatch. You'll see what I'm talking about once we get to the back. So the rear camera cable gets connected right at the top, right here. So let's plug this in. Good. Now we can angle the camera back up and run the wires. So just like in the truck, we're going to run the wires along the headliner to the A-pillar. The only difference now, we have two wires, so let's start with the rear camera wire because it's further away. And we'll just tuck that under the headliner like so. And then we can tuck away the wire that goes to the cigarette lighter. And I don't know if you could tell, but because this car is so much newer, the headliner is a lot tighter. So these wires aren't going anywhere. Alright, so we'll finish tucking that in. Once you get close to the A-pillar, we can leave those wires. Now we want to remove this plastic. Now, there's an airbag behind here, so this plastic is actually not too difficult to remove because it's designed to open up when the airbag goes off. Now, every car is going to be a little bit different. You can do a Google search, YouTube, check the forums for your vehicle. But for the most part, this is the process. On this car, what we're going to do is we're going to come out here and remove the weather stripping first. And all you need to do is get your fingers behind it and pull it off. And now we have easy access to our A-pillar trim. And this should just pop right out. Good. Now most A-pillar trim with an airbag behind it will have a strap holding it in. That way this plastic doesn't go flying into you when the airbag deploys. So in this case, our strap is located right down here. Now you can see how this strap holds the trim in place. So to remove the trim, you just get a needle nose pliers and twist the strap 90 degrees like that. Now it has the clearance to slide out. And you can see the tip of that plastic strap has a hook which locks the panel in, which is why you need to turn it 90 degrees to remove it. Good, and now we can set aside the A-pillar trim like so. So this right here is your side curtain airbag. It's best to just leave it alone, don't touch it because you don't want to damage it by accident. But what I do want to show you is many people run their wires without taking the plastic off and just run it right over the airbag like that. Now if this airbag deploys, it might not deploy properly and it could seriously hurt you, all because you ran some dash camera wires the wrong way. So definitely take the plastic off to make sure you're not running it over the airbag. And you can see right up here we have the stock wiring harness from the factory. That's exactly how we're going to run our wires, so it's out of the way of our airbag. So let's tuck these wires into the corner of the headliner. And now we want to zip tie them to the factory harness. That way they won't get in the way of the airbag. We'll put another zip tie over here. That way the wires don't sag down. And one more where the airbag ends. And now the wires are safe and secure. Now, if you don't have a factory wiring harness running above the airbag that you could zip tie your wires to, another option is to use those clips that we used before. Just peel off that double-sided tape, stick it right to the painted metal. You put one here, put one down a little bit further, and so on and so forth, and then run your wires through that instead. That way, this holds your wire in place. You don't have to worry about it falling down over the airbag and causing a safety issue. But in this case, we have a wiring harness we're able to zip tie to, so we're good to go. So with the wires secured, now let's run them down the A-pillar right here, and just tuck it in behind the plastic dash, like that. Now let's make sure the trim piece still fits in at the bottom with the way we ran these wires. Good, and next we can run the wires down the side of the dash, just tuck them back here, which will be covered by the weather stripping. And then now we can reinstall the A-pillar trim. So we want to align that plastic strap, then push it through, and now we just need to turn it 90 degrees to lock it in. And once you verify it's locked in, now just press the top of the trim to snap it back in place. So with our panel secure, the last thing to do is to run the weather stripping to close this gap. But before we do that, we want to grab our skinny wire, which goes to the cigarette lighter adapter, and we want to run it underneath this plastic trim here, across to the cigarette lighter in a way that hides the wire. So let's slide this wire between the dash and kick panel plastic. Good. Next, we need to remove the glove box, so get everything out of it, unclip the shock from the side of the glove box, and now you want to grab the sides of the glove box and push inwards to remove it. And just so you understand why we need to press the sides of the glove box inwards, if you take a look right back here, most glove boxes and most cars have a little stopper. You can see that stopper there, it prevents the glove box from going down. But if you push that in, you could work that stopper out, and then now you can drop the glove box. So bend the sides inwards and carefully drop the glove box down like so. Now we can take the cigarette lighter adapter out, and we want to fish it up under the dash behind the glove box, and then pull all the wire through. Next we want to bundle up any excess wire, and I'm going to zip tie it to the stock wiring harness back here. That way you don't have a big mess of spaghetti behind the glove box. And finally, you can take the cigarette lighter adapter and drop it back down under the glove box. Now we can put the glove box back by reattaching the shock on the side, then simply push the glove box closed, like that. Now you can see the end of our wire down there. So grab this and let's push it into the cigarette lighter hole, And finally, we want to hide this extra wire that's still exposed, so let's tuck it behind where the upper and lower dash meet, like that.
Beautiful, and that's how you do a super clean install of a cigarette lighter adapter. The only exposed wire runs from there to there, and that looks very clean. Plus, with the cigarette lighter adapter, now you have a USB port so you can charge your phone. Now, with that done, we are going to install our rear camera. It's the last thing to do. We have this excess wire right here, and we are going to be running it down along the door sill because we don't want to run it up over by the side curtain airbag and get in the way. You can see right here, we have our side curtain airbag. We don't want to mess with that. So in this case, we're running down here along the door sill in the back, up right to our rear glass. And don't worry, I'm going to show you some tricks to make this very easy, so let's finish up this install. Since we're going to be running our wire under the door sills, the first thing we want to do is remove the door sills. So get your fingers underneath and lift up, and the door sills should pop right off. Now we can run the wire behind the plastic kick panel, so just tuck it in. And it's a little tight over here, so I'm going to tuck it in at the bottom and just pull it through. Perfect. Now we could run our wire along the door sill, but we don't want to just lay it on top like this because it could get damaged. You can see there's sharp plastic pieces in here, and all the vibrations, everything could chafe this wire and then cause it to short out. The factory harness is in this nice clip here. Also, the rear windshield wiper fluid hose is in this nice clip as well, so we could run our line through either one of those. And I like the idea of running our cable with the washer fluid hose since it's going through the trunk as well. So we're going to run our rear camera cable just like this. It is nice and secure. And when we get to the B pillar here, just pop this out like that. And you can see there's another clip here to hold our wire in. Good. Next, we want to get the end of our wire and send it through the B pillar trim. But before we do that, let's come over here and let's remove this door sill trim. And then let's pop this out as well. Good, and now we can run the wire through from the other side. So let's fish this wire through like this until it reaches the other side. And on the other side, look at that. Our wire is right there just waiting to be pulled through. So pull the wire all the way through and make sure none of the wire gets knotted or hung up. But once the wire is all the way through, we can run the wire along the door sill, pushing it into the clips holding the rear washer fluid hose. Now we want to run the wire up the side to the back like that. So just remove the weather stripping and set it out of the way for now. And then tuck the wire in behind where the weather stripping goes. Okay, so with the cable all tucked in on the side of the seat here, now we're at the C pillar, and if we take a look inside the car, you can see it says side curtain airbag, so we don't want to run this up and then cross the side curtain airbag. Instead, we're going to run it right here through the plastic back there, and then run it up and over to our rear hatch. So let's pop this off and run it through. So get your fingers behind the trim and give it a good pull. So with this popped open, now we want to run our wire in that little spot right there. It's definitely going to be a little bit difficult, and we need it to run all the way in the back. So what we're going to do is we're going to come around here, and we're going to pop this trunk open, and we need to get the wire right back here. That way we could run it up around the airbag to here, up this, into our rear deck here. And don't worry, I have a little trick that makes running this wire nice and easy. And that trick is using a snake. In this case, it's just a long metal wire that has a little bit of a backbone to it. That way, we could just push this right down here, just like that. And once you snake this through, you can see we have exited the other side, so we're good to go here. You come around here and check this out. This is perfect. We're right through where we needed to be, and now we can connect the wire to the snake. So get some black tape and wrap the wire and snake together a couple times, making sure to tape all the way past the end of the wire. That way it doesn't have any edges to get hung up on. Good. Now all we need to do is pull the snake out with the wire attached, and look at how easy this is. So a snake works great to get the wires through quickly and easily. So let's pull the rest of the wire through. Good. Now let's run it up the headliner like so. And to make sure the wire doesn't move around, I'm going to zip tie it to the factory harness that runs right along here. And this will keep the wire away from the airbag, which is located all the way back there. Next, we want to run the wire up here like this to remove the weather stripping. And now we can tuck it into the headliner up to the factory rubber grommet. Next, we want to pop both ends of the grommet off, and we'll start right here at the root. This one's a bit of a pain, but just work that plastic pry tool under the rubber, and you want to remove it from the plastic clip like that. And then we want to get the other end off at the trunk as well. Good. So now we're going to get our wire and run it under the headliner. We'll pop it up through here, bring it through this grommet, and get it through this hole right here so it's in the hatch. So first, let's get the wire under here, being sure not to damage the headliner. Then we'll work it up into the clip like that. And now we can pull the wire through, making sure you get all the slack out of the wire.
And now you're going to want to run the wire up through the grommet, but these are usually so tight, you're going to need the help of your snake again. And even with the snake, due to the angles inside the grommet, it's really tough to push this through. So a trick a good friend of mine taught me is to use some silicone spray. So just spray a little bit inside the grommet, and the silicone won't damage any of the wires or the rubber grommet itself. Then we can try pushing the snake through the grommet again, and look at that, much easier. So get the end of the snake in front of the factory wires. Okay, now let's tape the end of the camera wire to the snake, and then carefully pull this through, and the snake just makes this so easy to do. Then pull the rest of the wire through, that way there's no slack left, just like that. Good. And finally, let's pop off the trim on the trunk. Then we could fish the wire through the trunk, pulling it all the way through. And then let's zip tie the wire to the stock wiring harness. That way, the wire doesn't move around, so it won't make any noise, and it won't shake. Beautiful. So our cable is run away from the airbag, under the headliner, up through the factory grommet into the hatch, and then ends up right here. Now for most people, you'll be able to run your rear dash camera right here and call it a day. That's why you'd only need the 20-foot cable. I need the extended cable because I need to run it all the way down to the rear glass, which is right here. The reason being is this glass is such a shallow angle for aerodynamics, you can't get a good view out of it. Let me show you. So the view actually isn't as bad as I thought it would be, but there's a lot of reflections, and part of the view is cut off by the spoiler in the back. So instead of mounting the camera right here, we'll run our wire up along the trunk and mount it to the back glass right there. And to do that, we need to remove the plastic trim piece and the other side as well. Then we need to get the trim off the deck lid, starting with this piece right here, and finally this last piece can come off. Now we can run our wire up the factory harness like that, and let's zip tie it so it's secure and it doesn't bang around. So with that wire secure, now we just need to run the wire right to our camera, which will mount right there. The problem is we have a lot of extra wire. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this wire this way along the wiring harness, and I'll zip tie it all the way up to here, and then I'll run it back and zip tie it, then bring it right here. So that'll use up all this extra wire and keep it nice and organized under the trunk here. So let's take the extra wire and run it along the factory harness like so. Then we want to run it back, and let's make sure we have a good length of wire at the end. This looks perfect. Now I'm going to use a couple of zip ties to secure the wire to the factory harness. Again, this is pretty important. You don't want these wires to be banging around as you're going over bumps. Beautiful, and if you take a look over here, you can see the end of our wire is at the perfect length, and we don't have all that excess wire just dangling around over here. So now let's go and install our rear camera. So first clean the glass with some alcohol, then let's pull the plastic off the double-sided tape, and now line up the camera, making sure you don't put it on the heating element. And finally plug the wire into the camera. Now here's a problem you might run into when reinstalling your trim. You can see the wire's in the way here, so an easy fix is to mark the spot where the wire is, and we can remove the plastic trim, and let's make a little cutout for the wire. And to do that, I'm using a drill and drill bit. Just get the bit spinning fast, and since the trim is only plastic, the metal bit easily cuts into the trim piece. So I'm just working the bit sideways into the plastic, cutting out a little spot for the wire. And then once you're done cutting, grab some sandpaper and wrap it around a small screwdriver. This is a 180 grit, and then you could use this to sand away any plastic shards that not only don't look good, but they could cut into the wire over time. Good, and now you just want to feel around the cutout and make sure there's no sharp edges, and this feels nice and smooth. So let's get this trim piece back in place and see how it fits. Perfect, and that little cutout gives relief to our cable so it's not at a steep angle and it won't chafe. Also, it allows the plastic to go flush against the glass so it looks good and won't make any noises. Now with that done, the next thing to do would be to put all these plastic pieces back. But before we do that, you always want to test out your work. That way you know everything is working properly. So let's go start up the car. So just hit the start button and let's check the camera. Great, and as you can see, the rear camera is on. And now that we know our rear camera is working, let's go and reinstall all the plastic bits, some of the weather stripping, get this car back together so we can finish up this job. And all these pieces just snap in, so give them a good hit. Good, now let's reinstall the grommet, that way we don't have rainwater leaking into the headliner. So just push that in there, and then give it a little pull out to seat it in place. Now the other side is a bit more tricky, so pop out this plastic piece, and I'm going to carefully use a pliers, and it's going to help me grab the rubber and stretch it around the plastic, like that. Now we can push this plastic clip into the roof so it clicks, and then reinstall the weather stripping by pushing it all the way down. Next, let's get the C-pillar trim back in, followed by the rest of the weather stripping, and again, make sure you push it all the way down so there's no leaks. And just like that, the entire trunk has been put back together. You can't tell any wires have been run. It looks factory fresh. It looks so good. I love it. Okay, so we're done back here. Now let's go over to the passenger side. And right over here, we do have our trim that needs to be popped in. Good, and then we could come down here. Let's pop that door sill trim back in. And then reinstall the weather stripping around the door. Beautiful, everything back here has been reinstalled. So now let's finish up the last piece in the front. So get the weather stripping over the pinch weld and work your way around the door. And finally, let's get our last piece of trim in. And with that done, now your dash cam's completely installed. Alright, so we're out for a test drive. Let's check the front cam. Good, and this is a top-of-the-line model, so for a dash camera, this picture looks really nice. Now let's check the cabin camera, and as you can see, Cooper came for a ride, but if you're an Uber driver or do deliveries or anything like that, this is a great feature to have. And finally, let's check out our rear camera, and look at that, now we have a much better view with no obstructions in the rear. Alright, so now you know how to safely install a dash camera in a car or truck that has airbags. Also how to run a dash camera all the way to the back, but there's one more thing I want to show you. So you know how to use the cigarette lighter adapter to get power. You know how to use a hardwire kit to get power. There's one more way that I just wanted to include real fast, and that is using a OBD2 adapter to get power. So if you have a vehicle that's 1996 or newer, you could power your dash camera by coming to the driver's side underneath the dash and look for your OBD2 port, and in this case, it's located right here. And then all you do is grab your adapter, and it plugs right in just like that. And then you'd run this wire to your dash camera, and that's one additional way you could get power to your camera. Alright, now that's everything you need to know on how to install a dash camera in your vehicle. I'll be sure to include a link to all the tools and the products I used in this video down in the description so you can easily find it, from the dash cameras to the hardwire kit to the special memory cards. Everything will be down there. That way you can do the same exact install. If you have any questions at all, feel free to comment below. I do my best to answer as many comments as I can. As always, if the video is helpful, remember to give it a thumbs up. And if you're not a subscriber, consider subscribing, because we have a lot of really great videos coming up soon.
This is adventure on your own terms, where you can protect our nation's future while never missing out on the moments you live for. It's everything you love about the Navy, plus everything else you just love. America's Navy Reserve.
Hey guys, Chris Fix here, and today I'm going to show you how to buy a project car on an affordable budget, like an actual affordable budget. Now, I work on tons of project cars, probably because a project car is never done, but you guys always ask me, Chris, how do I get started? What project car should I buy? And the answer is actually really easy. It's a car that you're passionate about. It's a car that you want to drive, you want to fix up, something that you don't worry about what other people think. You actually like it and you actually want to work on it. That's the project car you should buy. And by affordable, what does that mean? Well, if you can afford a new cell phone, you can afford any of these project cars, including the new one that I have underneath this cover. For example, my first project car ever, the Drift Stand. I got this car for right around $1,000, and my goal from the start was to turn this car into a drift car and learn how to drift. And she went from a non-running car that was about to go to the scrapyard to a track car that's been super reliable and fun to learn to drift with. And don't you guys worry, for those of you who followed the Drift Stand build, you know there are two major things left to do this car. One of them is installing a supercharger. I have a used Saleen Root style supercharger, which is not made to go on that engine. It just doesn't fit. But I think I have a couple ideas to make it work, and if it does, we'll double the horsepower output on a budget reliably for this car. And then the second thing is to install a roll cage. That way I can hopefully move from Group B to Group A and learn how to tandem. Now the whole point is this car has been the perfect project car. It was affordable, and I didn't put a ton of money into it, and I did it over time. And it's been great, it's been reliable, it's been fun, I've learned a ton, and that's what project cars are all about. Another example is the $300 Del Sol that had a head gasket leak and a worn out suspension. So I unbolted and removed the head, replaced the head gasket, and rebuilt the entire front suspension. And finally, I cut out a rust hole underneath the passenger seat, and I welded in a new piece of sheet metal so it was safe to drive.
and now I have a perfect working, running, and driving Del Sol for under $1,000. And next up for this car is a budget turbo kit install with common hand tools at home in your driveway. It's gonna be a blast. It's supposed to double the output of this car. So already a light car, a lot of fun to drive, and now we're doubling the power. So these two cars give you really good examples of what a budget project car can be. And I have a lot of stuff to do them, so you're probably wondering to yourself, Chris, why did you get yourself another project car? Well, because I was challenged by eBay Motors to do the 24 Hours of Lemons race. Yes, Lemons, not Le Mans. If you've never heard of the 24 Hours of Lemons, it's a budget endurance race that anybody could join. You only have $500 to buy your piece of junk car, then you're gonna have to fix it up and race it. All of that for $500. And they have judges to inspect your car and hear your story to make sure the car is really $500. Check this out.
So what are you saying you paid for the car?
$300. And Wilson Motorsports.
Wilson, what's Wilson Motorsports?
My brother.
Your brother?
We did the cage.
So your brother gave you a car?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I bought it.
For $300?
Yeah.
That's like giving you a car, except you pretended to give him $300.
And as you can see, they don't fool around, but the whole idea is to keep it affordable so anybody could race. Instead of buying parts to make your car go faster, and then whoever has the biggest wallet is pretty much going to have the fastest car, you're buying a piece of junk, and you need to maintain it. You need to keep it as reliable as possible so you can finish the race and not get towed off the track. So keeping old, unreliable cars running is my specialty, so this race is right up my alley. The hardest part is finding a car in this expensive state that is less than $500. That's halfway decent. That's somewhat quick. So while searching eBay Motors, I found something that is local to me and below my budget. So I jumped on it right away, and it was a non-running V8 Mercedes CLK 430, and I paid $300. The problem is this car is a basket case, like really, really bad. The worst car I've ever bought. The story goes that the battery cables were crossed and that's why it's not running, but I'm pretty sure this thing was flooded. The entire interior, the seats, the door panels, everything was covered in mold, which wasn't a big deal because it was going to get gutted. The problem was, after diagnosing the issue, the car needed a couple of computer modules, and unfortunately, you need to go to Mercedes to code them, and there's no way I could do all that for $200. So I realized this wasn't the car. I sold it for $400 to a scrapyard, made a $100 profit, and I had to find a new budget race car. So since shipping the car doesn't count towards the $500, I found this car in Maine, and it is a 2004 BMW 330xi. You guys wanted a European car on the channel? Well, here you go. And I'm super excited about this car. Not only is it a good car for the endurance race, but it's a really good car for the channel because they are coming down in price a lot. And the platform is great for drifting, for autocross, and it's becoming more and more affordable. So this one has a 3-liter M54 engine in it, and it has, unfortunately, all-wheel drive, but the good thing is, if we look inside here, we have a 6-speed manual, which is perfect. So real quick, let me show you the listing and how much I got this car for. So here's the listing on eBay Motors. You can see he's asking $2,000, and he has a make an offer button, which I love to see. If we scroll down, the history check comes out pretty good. He does have an accident on here. I spoke to him about that. It was a light fender bender, nothing bad. And we do have a low auto check score. But he did a great job showing the pros and cons in his description. He also did a good job with the pictures. So he lists the pros as it's a solid running car. He says it runs and shifts great. Apparently it has a ZHP camshaft installed, but he said he doesn't have any proof of that. That's what the previous owner said. He also said it's been lowered, but it really doesn't look that low. It's a 6-speed, it's all-wheel drive, but I personally see that as a negative. I rather have rear-wheel drive, and it has an aero package. Now the cons, you can see it has tons of dents and scratches and dings, and he said it's been keyed. There's no power steering, and he said it definitely needs to be replaced because you can't steer without it. There's a rear end clunk, there's some rips in the seats, the oil light turns on, the sunroof is jammed open, it leaks oil, but that's all BMWs. And one thing I want to include is it has 230,000 miles, which is a lot. So this car seemed like the perfect car to fit the bill to turn into a Lemons car. I made him an offer, it was a little low, $1,000, and I knew he'd come back, so he came back at $1,750. I told him, hey, it needs a lot of stuff. I am a real buyer. I will get a tow truck tomorrow to pick it up. I will PayPal you all the money tonight, and we met halfway at $1,100. And I'm super excited about this challenge. I want to thank eBay Motors for supporting the video and challenging me to do this because this is going to be a lot of fun. And that is how I became the owner of a BMW E46 for $1,100, and there's a reason why. It was sold to me for $1,100. This is a tough sell because the exterior of this car is an absolute mess. It has dents, it has dings, cracks, it's scratched, it's keyed along the entire side. Look at the size of that dent right there. Keyed along the entire side, all the way back, not only on this side, but the other side as well. And we also have some rust issues. But that's okay because we aren't looking for a car that is perfect on the outside. We want a car that's perfect on the inside, or at least as close to perfect as we could get. We need something that's reliable. It's a race car. We don't care about the looks. We care about reliability. It being able to start every time, the suspension being good, the engine and transmission being good. And this car fits the bill pretty good with all that except maybe reliability. We'll find out. But that leads me to my next point. And this is something very important that anybody who's getting a project car should completely understand. This is called the project car triangle. Pick two. If you want something cheap and reliable, it's not going to be fast. If you want something cheap and fast, it's not going to be reliable. And finally, if you want something reliable and fast, it is not going to be cheap. Now, the interesting thing about the Lemons race is they kind of pick the first one for you. It has to be cheap. So that means you only have one left. Do you want it to be reliable or do you want it to be fast? And the reason why I picked a BMW is because we're going to try to walk that fine line between reliable and kind of fast, especially for such a cheap car. So that is something very important to understand if you are interested in getting a project car. And speaking of reliability, there is one major reliability issue we need to solve right now, and that is when the car gets turned on, she wants to stall or idle poorly. Let me show you. And you can see how that idle just dropped down, almost stalled, but now it's kind of, I mean, the car is vibrating a lot, it's shaking, it's almost like it's misfiring. That idle is not staying steady, so that is not good. That is not what a race car should be doing, so let's figure that out. So what we're going to do is we're going to scan the computer using a Bluetooth OBD2 scanner, and this will give us any check engine light codes that we might have to give us a pinpoint on where the problem is. Now typically the OBD2 port is under the driver's side of the dash, in this case on the BMW. Pop this off and the scanner plugs right in here just like that. Good. Now grab your phone, open up the app, let's hit read codes. It connects automatically. Good. Now this scanner will do advanced codes, so you can check the ABS, you can check airbags, you can check transmission codes, all those system modules. We're going to just do a check engine light check. It's going to scan the computer and pull up any codes there are. Perfect. We have two codes. Now the two codes it's giving us is a system to lean and a coolant thermostat. I'm more concerned with the system to lean. Let's start with that. Apparently this code is very common for this car and it gives you a list of possible causes, but what I want to see is the frequently reported fixes. It says replace mass airflow sensor. So that's the most frequent reported fix. Let's start there and let's go check out the mass airflow sensor. I'll show you how to test it. Let's go pop the hood. And then now your mass airflow sensor is going to be behind your air box. So our air box is right here, and you can see right there is the mass airflow sensor. And we're going to want to unplug this and leave it unplugged. Alright, so now we're going to start the car with the mass airflow sensor disconnected. And what that's going to do is the computer is going to go off of built-in air-fuel ratio tables and not use the mass airflow sensor. So we're going to basically remove the mass airflow sensor from the equation. If it runs right, then we know the mass airflow sensor is bad. Let's check her out. Perfect. Just what we wanted to see. You can see the idle has leveled out. It started right up perfectly, so now we know the mass airflow sensor is bad. Let's go replace it. Start by loosening up this hose clamp with a flathead screwdriver, just like so, and then pop off the retaining clip on this side and on the other side, and then this could come right out. Out with the old, and in with the new. Well, kinda new. We're doing this on a budget, so this sensor is from the junkyard. And you want to make sure that you have the airflow arrow in the correct direction. That's very important. Snap on the clips, and make sure to seat the intake tube all the way onto the sensor, and tighten it down so it's snug. Good. Finally, reconnect the wiring harness to the sensor, like so. Alright, moment of truth. Let's go start her up and see if we fix the problem. Okay, that's a good thing. Our idle isn't going low where it's trying to stall. Looks like the idle is leveling out. It's nice and consistent. So it looks like we fixed our first problem, getting this car more reliable by the second. Now, let's go for a ride and let me show you our second major problem. Alright, me and Coop are going for a test drive here, and the next major issue, huge issue, is this steering. So, there's no, I can't even turn the steering wheel. Oh man, this is just so difficult to turn. There's no way we're going to be able to use this for an endurance race without this power steering pump fixed.
Alright, Coop. So now let's go for a ride and do my favorite thing, test this car out on an entrance ramp to see how much pep it has. Apparently this goes 0 to 60 in 7 seconds, and this can do the quarter mile in about 15 seconds. So it's not fast, but it's not really that slow. And it has some pep getting onto the highway. And if we can keep it reliable, I think we have a competitive car. Now you can probably hear some wind noise, and that's not because of an open window. It's because the sunroof does not close. It's jammed open. So let's go head home, and I'll show you how to fix that. Right, Coop? Alright, we are back at the house. Let me show you what's going on with the sunroof and how we're gonna fix it. So if we go to try to close the sunroof, for whatever reason it gets jammed up and backs back out. And this is definitely not good, because if it starts raining, we have a problem. So, how do you fix this? Well, it's actually pretty easy on a BMW. Start by carefully slipping a screwdriver behind the panel to pop the panel down, like that, and right there is the sunroof motor. So grab a T25 Torx on a ratchet, and we can spin the motor until the sunroof is closed all the way. Good. Now we can push the panel back in place, making sure it snaps in. And that's all there is to it. Now we don't have to worry about this getting water inside the car because it was stuck open and all the wind noise and stuff. I think I'm going to delete this for the race and put a piece of carbon fiber or fiberglass. It's driver safety, so it's a free modification. It'll take weight from the roof and also make it safer so that we don't have glass above our heads, just in case you roll over or something. So now, okay, well, that doesn't close. Maybe that's what jammed it up. Well, I'll leave that for now, but that is how you fix your sunroof if it gets stuck open like that. Beautiful, so that is sealed up. I hope that helps some people out there, because if your sunroof is open and you get water in there, it just makes a mess of your interior, and that's never good. So the sunroof is fixed, the mass airflow sensor is fixed, so the car runs and drives perfectly right now, except for that power steering pump. Don't worry, we'll have an entire video on how to replace the power steering pump and get that all fixed up. That'll apply to many different makes and models. But the next thing I want to do is introduce you guys to the race team. Yes, I said race team because this is an endurance race. It could be 14 hours, it could be 18, it could be 24 hours. You can't race and do all this by yourself. You need a team. And this is another reason why I really wanted to do this race, because I get to invite my friends, bring them on, and we get to have a blast together. And that's what it's all about. So, there's no better way to introduce my race team than this right here. I hope you guys enjoy it. Choose your race car driver. Chris Fix. Hey guys, Chris Fix here. Ari. America. Garrett.
If I'm not flying, I'm fishing.
Aaron.
So, I bought a BMW.
Hughes.
Don't worry, guys. I got it on video.
Aaron. Ari. Chris Fix.
Alright, let's hit him with the soapy water.
Let's race.
Common hand tools and some tread locker are all we need to win. And if you can't tell, we're having a blast already. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're having a ton of fun. But real quick, I should tell you guys a little bit more about the other drivers. My buddy Ari, he's great with cars. He swapped a 600 horsepower supercharged engine with a manual transmission into his Crown Vic, so he has a ton of DIY experience. My buddy Garrett also has a lot of DIY experience. In this case, he's done a lot of suspension work with his Raptor, and he brings it to events to jump, sometimes sending it a little too hard. My buddy Aaron, same thing, works on cars. He actually drifts a BMW, and he has a BMW car buying problem. Basically, every time I talk to him, he has a new project BMW. And finally, my buddy Pierce. His first car is a BMW. He's just learning, he's tearing everything apart, and he's still learning how to drive stick. But he's going to be very valuable in the pits for when things go wrong and break. He's also great at filming, so that's going to be helpful. So that's our racing team. Those are my friends. We actually have really good chemistry together, which is great. Win or lose, we're going to have a blast doing this race. I cannot wait. Now, these are my good friends, and I want to make sure everybody in the race team is extra safe. So we got the top of the line safety equipment. I showed you guys some of the safety equipment real quick, but I want to show you in a little bit more detail because this is very, very important. So we have fire retardant socks. We have one-piece multi-layer fire retardant racing suit. This is a really good racing suit. We have our head and neck restraint. We have our helmet, fire retardant gloves, and fire retardant balaclava. Think of this as like a ski mask, except it's fire retardant and made for racing. So that will protect us in case of a fire. Now, if there is a fire, we don't want to rely just on the suits, so we're going to be installing a 10-pound fire suppression system. That'll be routed into the engine bay and into the cabin to keep the driver nice and safe. This is a real race. This is serious. This is multiple cars, full roll cage, and full racing. I mean, we're going to be going 120 miles per hour on the streets, so it can be very dangerous. It's not something to fool around with. Now, I'm curious, are you guys interested in seeing a video on how to install the fire suppression system? Or how to install the battery isolator, so if there's an accident, you could cut your battery and all your electrics quick, and cut your engine quick? Or how to install, I don't even have to ask this one, I know you guys want to see this, how to install a quick release steering wheel. That'll happen. So we have all that stuff. We have our front and rear tow hooks. We have a full 6-point race harness and a full containment seat with the side pieces here so that your head doesn't get whiplash if there is an accident. Now, you're going to be bolted in, you're going to be strapped in, you're not going to be able to see behind you very easily. So I did end up getting one of these mirrors. That way you could see around you. And that is all the safety stuff. Now, Koenig hooked us up because we want our pit stops to be as quick as possible. And in an endurance race, the tires are going to wear down. I don't know how many tires we're going to go through, but I would guess 1 or 2 sets. So we're going to have wheels ready to go with tires, almost like, think of it like NASCAR or Formula 1, except probably not as fast. But we're going to have brand new wheels. Check these babies out. These are Countergram wheels. They are so nice. They're going to look so good on there. And this is where I need your help. So, what tires do you guys recommend for this type of endurance racing? If you have any experience, it would be greatly appreciated. We have to use 190 tread wear or higher. And we were trying to look for something that has good life, but more importantly, good grip and will hold the heat well. We want to make sure we stay nice and grippy so that we have good grip around all the turns. So, thank you, Koenig, for hooking us up with 3 sets of wheels. That's just some of the wheels. We have 3 entire sets, which is insane. Now, safety equipment gets expensive quickly. All this gear here costs about $2,000 per person. That is a lot of money. 5-person race team, I think you could do the math. It's a $500 car. We put 10 grand into the safety equipment. So that's where it gets expensive. The safety equipment doesn't count towards the $500 budget, but we want to be extra safe, so we got all the top of the line stuff. Now, you're probably thinking that's not very affordable, but the one good thing is go to your local speed shop. For example, Stable Energies. That's my local speed shop. They are awesome. They hooked us up big time. I said, hey, let's get your decal on the side of the car. Let's do a really cool livery. We'll have eBay Motors. We'll have Stable Energies. We'll have Koenig wheels. We'll have all these brands that helped out with the build on the side of the car in a livery, like a real race car. And for that, they gave us a good discount to save us some money. Don't be afraid to ask. Even if you're a first-time racer, even if you're not a big YouTuber, you don't have to be. Stable Energies sponsors most of the Club Loose guys, and they're grassroots drifters. So don't be afraid to ask if they have some type of deal going on where you could help promote their shop. And the local shops are the best. Those are the small businesses you want to help out. So thank you very much, Stable Energies. I'll be sure to include a link in my description to these guys. They have a lot of great equipment. They have the best prices, and they will help you out. That's the one good thing. I know I'm going to pass tech, and we'll have the best top-of-the-line stuff. And I want to keep my race team safe, so that's what we did right there. Now, you're probably wondering to yourself, Chris, you said it's a $500 car, but you paid $1,100. How are you going to pull that one off? Well, let me show you. Now, for every $10 that you're over that $500 limit, you get 1 penalty lap. And at $600 over our limit, we have 60 penalty laps, and that makes us not competitive. But the rules allow you to sell non-safety items. So, what are considered safety items? Well, we're going to have to get a quick-release steering wheel. So that's a safety item. So we can't sell our steering wheel. We have to have a racing seat. That's a safety item. So we can't sell our old seat. Anything that doesn't have to do with safety, well, that's fair game. So we need to get $600 out of our race car. Let me show you how I attempt to do this. First off, we're going to sell this ashtray and radio bezel. I found a bunch of listings on eBay. They're around $60, $70, and ours is in decent shape. The springs work, and it could use a good cleaning. So we'll have no problem getting $50 for it. Right above that, we have our radio. These are going for about $150, $160 on eBay. I figured ours is in pretty good shape. We can make a quick sale at $130. Along with the radio, this car comes with the upgraded Harman Kardon system. On eBay, they go for $270+. So I figured our system sounds great. We could probably get about $250, no problem. Next up, we could sell all the wood trim in our car. And we have a 4-door, so we have a bunch of good wood trim. And this is in great shape. I could wet sand it and polish it and make it look literally brand new. There's no cracks or anything. Right now on eBay, they're going for $150. So I figured for our set, we could charge $130, and that brings us down to $540. $40 over budget or 4 penalty laps, and I could live with that. There might be some other stuff we could sell in here. If you could think of anything,
let me know. That's pretty much all I could think of, and I'm gonna go get those things listed on eBay. And finally, if you want to create a livery for this car, here's a side profile. Take a screenshot. You could DM it to me or email it to me. Every team in Lemons has a theme, so we need a cool theme for this car. Let me know what you got. That's the new project car. Super excited. I hope you guys are excited as well. Budget E46, European car for the channel. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, consider hitting that subscribe button. And as always, all the tools and products I used in this video are linked in the description, including all the safety gear, so you can easily find it. Hey guys, Chris Fix here, and today I'm going to show you how to install an E85 conversion kit for your car or truck. That way you can run on the normal gasoline that you're used to, or you can run on ethanol. Let me show you. Now at the gas pump, you have your normal black nozzle right there for regular B-grade and premium fuel, but sometimes there's a yellow nozzle like this, and this is for E85, an ethanol-based fuel made from corn. Now you might be wondering, what's the point of converting your car to E85? What's the benefit? And I'd say there's three main reasons. First, it's all about saving money. And here's a perfect example of that. At this gas station, you can see premium is $6.30 and E85 is $3.30. So that's a $3 savings per gallon. Here's another station, you can see premium is $4.40 and E85 is $2.60. So you're saving $1.80 per gallon. Now let's just say, for whatever reason, you can't save money at the pump running E85. Don't worry. The second benefit of running E85 is if you have a boosted engine, such as a supercharged engine or a turbocharged engine, or you have an engine with a high compression ratio, you're able to make more horsepower. The reason why is E85 is always over 100 octane. Let me show you. So my buddy Tavares took his Supra to do a dyno run on 93 octane, and that made 454 horsepower. Next, they filled her up with E85 and did another run, and since the octane is over 100, they're able to increase the boost, and look at how much more power can be made. 672 horsepower, that's a huge increase. And now the third and final benefit of E85 is it's environmentally friendly. So if you're running E85, you're emitting less carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and benzene, as well as other particulates that are poisonous. Plus, if you have a race car that doesn't have cats, it smells way better than just straight gasoline. So those are all the pros. Like anything else, there are a couple of cons. For example, E85 absorbs water, so you don't want to let the E85 sit in your gas tank for more than about 6 months. You want to make sure that you're constantly using the fuel. And another problem is you get about 15 to 25% less fuel economy. It all depends on the car, so those are some cons. Now I will go over more pros and cons and more information about E85 in general in another video, but this video is focused on the installation. So now you're probably wondering, okay, I want to install this on my car. I want to get an E85 conversion kit. Is it compatible? Well, let me show you how to easily find out. Just do a quick Google search for eFlex Fuel, and it takes you to this site right here. And at the top, you can enter your make, year, model, and engine, then hit enter, and now it'll either show you a compatible kit for your car like this, or let's go back and plug in a car that's not compatible, then hit enter, and you'll see it says that you can't run the kit. So once you know your car is compatible, here's everything you need to get it running on E85. As always, we're using common hand tools to keep things simple. We have a multimeter, we have a fuel line disconnect tool, some safety glasses, and wire loom protector. And this is the kit that we're going to be installing. This kit is from eFlex Fuel. It's called the eFlex Plus. It comes with a computer, ethanol sensor, a wiring harness, and a bunch of connectors. You're not going to use all of this. They give you more than you need. And although this might look a little complicated, it's really not that bad. Let me show you. So here's the kit all laid out for you to try to make this as simple as possible. Once you understand how this works, installation is easy. So first we have our computer, which connects right to the main harness. Now the main harness has a couple of branches, and again, very simple. We have our ground, which will go right to a chassis ground in the engine bay. We have our temperature sensor, which will zip tie right on top of the engine to let the computer know if the engine is hot or cold. Then we have our ethanol sensor. This detects how much ethanol is in the fuel from 0% all the way up to 85% and anything in between. So we could run a mixture of E85 and your normal gasoline. And then finally, we have our fuel injector connectors. We have 4 cylinders, so here are 4 connectors. If you have an 8-cylinder, you'd have 8 connectors. I think you get the idea. And each one of these connects right to a fuel injector. And don't worry about the order. The computer figures out the order for you, so you can put in any order you want. And that's all you need to be able to run E85.
Now, I'll be sure to put a link to the conversion kit as well as the tools that I'm using down in the description so you can easily find them. And I do want to mention, this company sent me out a couple of these kits over 3 years ago because they were hoping I'd make a video. But I didn't know enough about E85 and I didn't know if these kits were any good. So, you guys know how I am. I spent the last 3 years testing out this kit on 2 to make sure the fuel pump wouldn't go out, the fuel injectors wouldn't go bad, the fuel lines wouldn't degrade, and just overall learn how this works. So let me show you. So unfortunately, there's no local E85 pump, so in order to test this for you guys, I had to buy a bunch of these 5-gallon cans and keep them around, but that's okay because it was worth it. Check this out. So I've drifted this car multiple times with this kit, but this is my first time drifting the go-kart track, and it's a little tight, but a lot of fun. And there are no issues at all running E85, even on the track. And the second car I'm running E85 on is the Del Sol because we are turbocharging the Del Sol, and turbocharged engines love E85 because the high octane. Now this car was a great test as well because it sat for over a year, and when I had to go start her up, she started right up, no problem. So both of these cars have been running great on E85. I have no complaints. So after years of running E85, I've had no issues and I have no problem recommending this kit to you guys. So I do want to thank eFlex Fuel for supporting the video and sending me out these kits. That way I can show you how to get your car to run on E85. So let's get started. And the first thing we're going to install is the ethanol sensor, and this connects right to the rubber fuel line. Now before you go disconnecting any fuel lines, there are 2 very important things we need to do. 1, you need to make sure your engine is cool. Do not work on a hot engine. If you leak any fuel on a hot engine, it can catch fire. That wouldn't be good. And 2, fuel systems are usually pressurized, so we need to remove the pressure from the fuel system so when we disconnect it, it doesn't squirt fuel everywhere. And the easiest way to do that is to disconnect the battery and let it sit overnight, and then the fuel pressure will slowly bleed off. Now in this car, the battery's in the trunk, so after you remove a couple covers, use a 10mm wrench to disconnect the negative cable from the battery, and let the car sit overnight so the fuel pressure bleeds off. Now, if you don't want to wait overnight, a quick way to remove fuel pressure that works on most vehicles is to find the fuse box and then find your fuel pump fuse and remove it. And to find the correct fuse to pull, just check the back of your owner's manual, and if you take a look at the fuse box diagram, you can see right there is the fuel pump fuse, which is that one right there. So you want to carefully get your pliers and pull that fuse out. And then all you do is go in the car and try to start it. It could start up and stall, or it might not start at all, but just crank that engine over a couple times so the fuel injectors fire and bleed that fuel pressure off. And that'll remove most, if not all, the fuel pressure so you can safely work on the fuel system. So once you know your fuel system isn't pressurized anymore, now you can go in there and disconnect the fuel line. Now, in our case, the fuel line is buried all the way back here. Of course, it's underneath this wiper cowl, so we're going to have to remove this cowl in order to get to it. So first, we need to unbolt the windshield wiper arm, which is held in by 2 14mm nuts, and then the wiper arm comes right off. Now we can get the other wiper arm off, and this has a cap hiding the nut, so pop that off, and then break the nut loose, remove it the rest of the way. Now we need to fold the wiper upwards a little, making sure we don't hit the hood, and the wiper should come right off. Good. Now we can pop the plastic cowl off, and to remove this, it's held in by some clips right here. So just get a flathead screwdriver, press the clip inwards, and lift up like that. So now you want to pop out all the clips holding this in, and then the entire cowl is free. But in order to remove it, this part at the end has to be removed to give us enough clearance. So get your flathead screwdriver in there and pop this out. Good. And now the cowl could be completely removed. So with the cowl removed, you can see we have a metal piece right here. It's like a tray, and we need to get this removed so we can get back under here. In order to remove this tray, we need to remove the wiper assembly right here, and that has 4 bolts. One here, and then we have one there, and one back in that corner, and this could come right out. So first, let's disconnect the harness from the wiper motor, and then the harness is connected right here to the wiper assembly. So use a panel clip pliers to pry that off, and then there's a couple more panel clips holding in the wiring harness, so let's remove those as well. Good, and now our wiring harness is free from that metal under tray. So now let's remove these 4 10mm bolts. So that's 1, that's 2, and 3, and finally our 4th and last one. Good, and now the wiper assembly comes right out. And now we have easier access to our under tray, which we need to remove, and it's held in by a bunch of bolts. There's one there, there's one back there, another one back there, probably one, yeah, there's one underneath all of that. So let's clean up all this, and then let's remove these bolts and remove the tray so we can install the ethanol sensor. So vacuum out all the debris, and now we can easily see the 5 10mm bolts that we need to remove. So let's get all these out, and then we can slide over to the other side, and then we can remove the last 6 bolts holding this in. Finally, you want to pop this plastic divider out, and then the whole wiper tray can be carefully removed. And the last thing to do is pop off the engine cover. Alright, so with that removed, check this out. We have a ton of room to work back here. Here is our fuel line. Right here it comes from the fuel tank. We could disconnect it from this black box, so this will come off. And if we follow the fuel line down, it goes right back here. Let's see if I can fit you in here. You can see the fuel line coming into this quick disconnect, and then that goes into the fuel rail. And if we want to remove this, all we have to do is disconnect it from there. But before we do that, what I say we do is disconnect it from here and see what we have to work with. Now, before you go and disconnect this fuel line, make sure you are wearing your safety glasses so that you don't get any fuel in your eyes. Okay, so all we need to do is pry this clip back a little bit. Now you can just pop this door open like so, and then the fuel line connector holder pops right off. Now don't forget to put a paper towel below this to soak up any residual fuel that comes out of the line, and then you just need to press in the little yellow buttons on the side of the fuel line, give it a pull, and it should come right off like that. It's also a good idea to cover the fuel line so nothing falls in it and clogs your injectors. So now's the part where you got to get creative and figure out where you're going to place your flex fuel sensor. Originally, I thought this was a rubber hose, and then we could just cut into it and put our flex fuel sensor in line right about there. But the problem is, if you take a look here, this actually isn't a rubber hose. It is a plastic hose with a rubber coating to protect it, so we can't cut into this. So the next idea I had, let's run the hose right here and put our flex fuel sensor right here. That looks really good as well. But if you take a look down here, this hose is incredibly close to the exhaust. It's actually touching the exhaust right now. Even if we try to move it over like that, it's way too close for comfort because exhaust and gasoline does not mix. That's how you start a fire. So what I think what we're going to do is we'll just go and we'll disconnect the hose from the fuel rail right back here and run our own hose, which comes with the kit. So let's pop off this fuel connector holder, and don't forget a towel to soak up any residual fuel. And then to remove this, we're going to be using a metal fuel line disconnect tool. So get this around the fuel line. And at this point, we just want to grab the tool and push it towards the fuel line to release the fuel line. Now, this is easier said than done. Sometimes you need a little more leverage. But don't worry, I have a trick. And that trick is to grab a hose grip pliers like this with the circle tip, and this works amazing for getting fuel lines off. And then we can get our pliers behind the fuel line tool, and then use the pliers for leverage to push the tool outwards, just like that. Perfect. And now we can pull the fuel line off the fuel rail, and don't forget about your fuel line disconnect tool. Alright, so with our fuel line removed, now what we can do is use our conversion kit and all the adapters in here to make our own setup to run our ethanol sensor. Now if you take a look at the fitting on your stock fuel line, you want to find the size of it. In this case, it is 7.89, 7.95. Those are weird numbers because it's a metric size for 5/16 of an inch. So this fits a 5/16 of an inch fuel line. Now the kit gives us two different size fittings. We have the 7.89, which is the OEM size. This is what's going to fit onto our car. And then we have the 9.49, which fits onto our flex fuel sensor. And it's important that we don't mix these up. Let me show you why. So at the car's fuel rail, if we try to put on these 9.49 size fittings that fit onto the ethanol sensor, you can see how loose it is. And you can actually see some of the gas leaking out. So if you see something this loose, you know it doesn't fit. But then if we get our 7.89 sized fitting, it clicks right in place, and there's barely any side-to-side movement, just a little bit of front and back movement, which is normal. And another thing I'd like to mention, don't connect a hose directly to the fuel rail if it's not designed for it. This is designed for a quick disconnect fitting, so even if we tighten this down all the way, this hose can still come off if it's under pressure. Now, I always like to draw a quick diagram because it helps me visualize how I'm going to install this, and I think it also helps you guys see what's going to happen. So let's start right here at the fuel rail that connects to the engine, and then work our way back to the fuel line that goes to the fuel tank. So we need to go connect to that ethanol sensor, and the best way to do that would be a 90 up and a 90 at the ethanol sensor. Now we can easily connect those two with a straight hose. Now from the ethanol sensor to this fuel line, we'll add a straight, and we'll have another straight, and then we'll have a slight bend in our fuel line. There's a pretty good distance here, so that's not going to be a problem. So that's going to be the basic setup. Now we'll grab the connector from the fuel rail, and let me show you how to properly connect it to our fuel line. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is slide the hose clamp over the hose before you do anything else. And you can see the end of our fuel line connector doesn't have an O-ring, which is fine, but some do, like this one. And if there's an O-ring, make sure you lubricate it with motor oil. But in this case, no O-ring means we can just slide that hose right onto our connector dry. So press the hose onto the fitting so it goes all the way to the base of the connector. And then we can slide the hose clamp on, leaving a little space at the end of the hose, and then tighten this down so it's snug. You don't want to over-tighten this because the connector is just made of plastic. Now, I want to mention something that's pretty important. Only use the hose clamps that come with the kit. These are specialized fuel injector hose clamps or fuel line hose clamps that don't loosen easily, they don't pinch the hose, and they tighten down evenly. Compare that to a regular hose clamp, which could definitely pinch the hose, it could definitely damage it. They don't tighten down as evenly, and this could come loose, and any of those things could create a fuel leak, which could start a fire. So only use the fuel injector hose clamps that come with the kit. It's a small detail, but pretty important. So now let's go get this installed. And we'll install this fitting with the entire fuel line and then measure it up and cut it with this in the car. So you always want to lubricate where the fitting slides onto with some motor oil. That way the O-rings in the fitting don't get pinched when you install them. Then you want to just push the fitting on until it clicks, just like that, and give it a few pulls to make sure it's locked in. Now we can get the fuel line up here, and this is where our ethanol sensor is going to go. So let's remove the dust cap and lubricate the end of the tube, and then we can push our 90-degree fitting right onto that ethanol sensor until it clicks. Good, and that's locked on there. Now with a paint pen, let's mark where we want to cut our fuel line. So now we can cut the hose and try to keep this cut as straight as possible. Then get your hose clamp on the hose, and then we want to push the fitting in, but notice there's an O-ring on this one, so lubricate that with a little bit of oil, and now we can push it in all the way, just like that, and then tighten down the hose clamp so it's snug. Good. Now we can get the dust cap off the other side of the sensor, lubricate the tube, and slide on the connector until it clicks. Then lubricate the O-ring on the connector, and slide that fuel line all the way onto the connector, like that, and snug up that hose clamp. Good. Finally, let's get the towel out of the way, and our fuel line will go pretty much right there. So lubricate the end of the metal fuel line, and we're using a straight connector on here. And now we just need to line up our fuel line, and that looks pretty good. So let's mark it, then cut it, and don't forget the hose clamp. Then we can remove the connector from the hard line, and this will just make it a lot easier for me to press the fuel line on all the way. And then finally, let's tighten down the hose clamp so it's snug, and then we can push this back on so it clicks into place. Good. And just like that, our flex fuel sensor is installed. All the connectors clicked in nice and tight, and I made sure that they're not loose. All the hose clamps are tightened down so they're snug. Right over here, we don't have a tight radius. This is more than a 3-inch radius, which is what you need, at least 3 inches. That way it doesn't kink. And then over here, we're not touching anything. We're not touching the engine with the fuel line. The only thing we're touching is this right here, right on the hose clamp. It's slightly touching the plastic piece here. And to fix that, what I'm going to do is just turn this. So just grab your pliers and let's squeeze the clamp and slide it over. Then do the same thing to the other clamp. Good. And now the plastic piece is free to turn. And check it out. Now our ethanol sensor doesn't come in contact with anything. Now let's get these hose clamps back in place. And for this side, I'm going to remove this connector. And it's just going to give me a little bit more room to slide that clamp back. Good. And then now we can just reconnect it. And the last thing to do is to zip tie the ethanol sensor so it doesn't move around as you're driving. Now, one thing I noticed is how close this fuel line is to the valve cover, and although there is space and it's not touching, I'm going to add some wire loom protector to this hose. Overkill? Probably, but you can never be too safe, especially with the fuel system, and it's just so easy to get this on here that it's totally worth it. And just like that, now the fuel line is extra protected. And while we're here, we might as well protect the other fuel line as well, so let's get this wire loom on here. Good. Now, you guys know I like doing everything 110%. These are the OEM connectors that held each of these in place. You guys remember we took these off, and unfortunately, because the shape of the new connectors, they don't fit. But I think we could cut some of this out to make it work, so let's give it a shot. Now, if we try to fit the fuel line in there, you can see it fits, but the problem is, since it has a hose clamp, it prevents the door from closing and latching. And you can clearly see how the hose clamp is getting in the way. So let's remove the fuel line, and let's mark where the hose clamp is so we can try to clearance it. And to do this, I'm using a rotary tool with a drill bit, and since it's only plastic, it cuts through this like a hot knife through butter. So let's finish removing all the green, then let's blast it with some air to remove the dust, and now we can test fit and see how we did. Okay, well that fits in there nice and snug, but will the door close and latch? Beautiful, now that's what I'm talking about. You can see how well that's clearance for the hose clamp. Now let's go get this installed. Oh man, this is going to look just like from the factory. So get this on the fuel line, and then we can push this onto the connector. And now let's close that door so it clicks. Perfect. So let's go try to get the other one to fit as well. So this one's going to be a little bit tougher because as you can see, there isn't a lot of extra material on this holder. But let's see what we can do. So if we take a look at the connector, you can see our connector here is just too fat to fit in here. But I think we can make it work if we shave down the edges. So I'll mark the spots that I think I'm going to have to shave down, and that looks good, so let's see what we can do. First, let's cut off this end piece because this is way too small to fit on our new hose anyway. And now let's use a rotary tool to grind out the plastic inside the connector. And then to remove the sharp edges, I'm using a deburr tool, that way we don't cause any damage to the connector. And moment of truth, well, that definitely fits, so let's see if it works with our fuel line. And the whole point of this holder is to prevent movement like this, so let's see if our cutting did the trick. And check it out, that works perfect. Now again, I do want to mention you don't need to do what I just did with those fuel connector holders. It works perfectly fine without them. I just like going above and beyond, making things as perfect as possible, and I think it looks pretty good. It's almost OEM. So now our ethanol sensor has been completely installed. We are ready for our next step, and that is to install our wiring harness. Now this connects to our fuel injectors, and our fuel injectors are located right here. So there's one, there's another, and our last one is right there. So let me show you how to connect the harness to the injectors. So first, let's disconnect each connector from the fuel injector. And to do that, there's a tab on the side that you just want to press in and pull up. And do that for the second injector, and the third injector, and finally the last injector is hard to get to, so I'm using the hose grip pliers, which work great to help pop this connector off. Okay, so with all the fuel injector connectors disconnected, now what we need to do is we need to figure out which side of the connector is the positive side and which side is the negative side. We can't go off of colors with the wires because that won't tell you for sure. And another thing is, with fuel injectors, they are ground side switched, so the computer is sending the signal by interrupting the ground. So we can't check for continuity with the ground. Instead, what should happen is all of these, the positive side, should be connected. So we should have continuity on the positive side to each one of these, and that's how we can find the positive side. If this doesn't make sense, don't worry, it will in a second. It's super simple. So let me show you. So now you need to grab your multimeter, and you're going to have to set it to the continuity mode where it beeps. So set it there, and to ensure you're in the right mode, just touch the two leads together and it'll beep. Now we want to grab our connectors for the fuel injectors and make sure they're oriented in the same direction. We can start with two right here, and I bent a little paper clip so that we could pin this. So we just want to pin one of the sides, and then we could get one of the leads on there, and then now we want to test the other side. You can hear it beeping, so that means we are connected. There is continuity. If we test the other one, there is no continuity. So this is the positive side. Now just to verify, just to make sure, let's test the other side. And if we touch here, there's nothing. And if we touch here, there's nothing. So if we go back, okay, we know for sure these first ones are the positive side. I'm just going to get a marker and mark it red. That way I know for sure this is the positive side. Now I'm going to keep this connected, and I'm going to test the other ones just to double check to make sure they are all the same. Just make sure they're all in the same orientation, and then we can test it. Positive, positive, positive. Just double check, and there's no beep there. So we're good to go. These two are positive as well. So let's mark these as well, that way we don't mess this up. And finally, once we know all the positive sides, we can disconnect this, and we're done with the multimeter. Now you might be wondering why we had to find the positive side. That's because all the connectors we're going to connect to the fuel injectors, they each have one of these open connectors that we need to make our own connector for. So this one right here, this will plug right into the fuel injector, but this one right here has to plug into these. And we need to figure out which side the positive goes on. So if they give us 4 of these, all we have to do is find the correct orientation for this. Make sure it clicks in, mark it so we know it's positive. And now the reason why we mark this is so we don't get this mixed up, because we're going to have to flip this around. Just makes it so much easier to mark it. So our red wire here goes on the red, the positive side. So just push that in all the way until it clicks. Good, give it a tug, make sure it doesn't come out, and we're good. And then the other wire can just go on the other side. Again, make sure you push it all the way in so it clicks. Good, give it a tug, and we're good to go here. Beautiful, so that is one harness completed. Now just follow the same process for the other harnesses. Mark the positive side of the connector, and then push the red wire into the red side of the connector until it clicks, then push the other wire into the other side until it clicks, and that's all there is to it. So wire up the third harness, again making sure both wires click in, and then wire up the fourth and final harness. Good, and now the wiring is completely done. Now you just want to make sure you connect one harness to one injector. It doesn't matter which order, you can mix and match it, doesn't matter, but you just want to make sure This one is going to connect to one of them. This one is going to connect to another one. You don't want to like cross like this. That would be bad. Now instead of connecting the stock harness back into the fuel injector, we're going to connect the stock harness to our aftermarket one that we just made. That snaps in just like that. And then our other side of the aftermarket one will connect to the fuel injector. So push it all the way down until it clicks. Now do the same thing to the other 3 harnesses we wired up. Connect one side to the stock harness and the other side to the fuel injector. Same for fuel injector number 3. And we can finish up at fuel injector number 4. And I'm using a flathead screwdriver to push the injector in because there isn't much room here. And finally, I'm just tucking the connectors and wires in here so they aren't sticking out. Okay, so all our wires are connected to the fuel injectors. I kind of tucked them in so they're a little more neat and organized. And then now, what we need to do is run our wiring harness. And this wiring harness is a mess. It's spaghetti, but don't worry. We're going to get this nice and neat and organized. But before we do that, we need to figure out a spot to mount our computer. We can't have this near any heat sources, so we don't want it on the engine, we don't want it near the exhaust, and we don't want this near any high voltage lines, so we don't want it near any of these orange lines in the Prius or an alternator in a regular car. So I think the best spot is going to be right here, right next to the car's computer. And with that, we can run our wire and make sure it's neat and organized. So let's go do that. Now the best way to organize this spaghetti is to grab the end of the wire, and this goes to the computer, and we're going to just move that off to the side. And then we're going to start our hand here at the fuel injector wires and just run them down just like that. And any loose wires will just move out of the way. So now we have a nice set of wires that are organized. Now what you can do is use a wire loom like this and put them in the wire loom, but real quick, I don't want to forget we do have that temperature probe that we need to put on the engine. So this we're going to tuck right next to our fuel injectors, right where all the other wires are. So just bury it down there, and this will let the computer know if it's doing a cold start or a hot start. Okay, so now we can get all the wires into a wire loom, which will not only organize them and make it look like a factory installation, but this will also protect them from chafing. So push the wires into the loom and slide the loom all the way down to the end of the harness. Okay, so with that done, now let's route this harness around the engine. And that looks pretty good like that, so I'm going to pop off this connector so the harness can be run right back here, and then reconnect it now, that way we won't forget. Then we can grab the end of the harness and let's snake it underneath the brake master cylinder here, and also pull through the ethanol sensor wire and the ground wire, which will connect in a second. But first, let's connect the main harness to the computer so it clicks in. Good. Now let's install the ground wire, which we can connect to any bare metal surface, but check this out. This is perfect because it reaches right to the stock grounding point. And you can see right here where the stock wires are grounded, and we can add our wire right to this. So let's unscrew the grounding bolt, and then run our ground wire between the 2 stock ones to keep that factory look. And then just add the ground bolt and tighten it down so it's snug. Good. So with the ground done, now all we have left is our ethanol sensor connector, and we're going to just run that back here. It already has a wire loom protector on it, so we're good to put that back there. And then we're going to run this right to our sensor. Make sure it snaps in. Good. That's connected. And then any extra wire you have left over, just neatly group up like this, and then we can zip tie it off just to keep it neat. And with this neatly wrapped and set aside, we are almost done. The last thing I want to do is make sure that this is zip tied so it stays organized. I don't want this flapping around. So I'm going to zip tie it right here. And once you've secured all your wires, the last thing we need to do before we test this kit out is make sure you install all the parts that you removed. So in this case, I removed this vacuum line here. We want to get that back in place before I remove that connector, but I already reinstalled it. Just make sure everything is reinstalled because we're going to start the engine and see if everything works. Now, when we go and test this out, we're not going to reinstall that wiper shroud. We're going to keep that off, so if there is a problem, we can easily see it. For example, the first thing and the most important thing we're going to look at when we start the engine is this ethanol sensor right here. We need to make sure that the fuel lines are not leaking both up here, over here, and down there. So it's very important. Right as you start the engine, you check that. Now before we go start the car, we'll have to reconnect the negative battery cable and just make sure there's no gas fumes because this will spark. In this case, we're in the trunk, so we're fine. So just snug that up and let's go start the car. Okay, start her up. Alright, so right away let's check the fuel lines at the ethanol sensor, and these are looking really good. I don't see any leaks at all. So next we can check over here at this connection, and again, I don't see any leaks. And finally, let's come over here at the fuel rail, and we are dry and leak-free down here, which is great. Now, besides a visual inspection, another thing to check is the app. So if we go to the app, we can make sure everything is working properly. You can see we have RPMs up here. We have 10% ethanol in our fuel right now, which is normal. We're at 120 degrees degrees Fahrenheit from our temperature sensor, which means the sensor's working, and all 4 of our injectors are orange down here, which means they are all working. If one wasn't working, it would be grayed out. And then we could go to this right here and then check the device status, and you can see everything's working properly. So we did a good install. Alright, so we know the engine starts up perfectly. We know there are no fuel leaks at all, and our system is completely installed. So now let's get that wiper cowl on, and then let's go fill her up with E85 and go for a drive. So first, let's get the metal under tray in, but wait a second, this isn't clean. Now that's much better. Amazing what a little bit of soapy water can do. Now we need to tighten down the 11 bolts that hold this tray in, and they're small 10mm bolts, so they just need to be snugged up. Next, snap in this little divider over here, and now we can get the wiper assembly in, and then we have to tighten down the 4 bolts that hold this in, but they only get tightened down to 4 foot-pounds, so not very tight. Good. Next, let's get the wiring harness and snap in all the clips that hold it in place, and there's one last one right here, and then finally we can plug this into the wiper motor. Now we get the plastic cowl on, which snaps in place, and then we can get the first wiper arm in place and torque it to spec, which is 17 foot-pounds. Now we can get the other wiper arm on, tighten down the nut, torque it to spec, and then put the little cover back on. Let's also get the plastic piece at the end of the shroud back on, so snap this in, and then we can't forget about the engine cover, which just pops into place. And then the last thing to do is to come over here and secure the computer. Now you could use the bolt hole at the end of this and mount it to something. You could zip tie it, whatever you want. In this case, it's going on this fuse box, so I want to be able to set this off to the side, that way I can get to the fuses. And in order to do that, I'm going to use some Velcro. So let's get some alcohol on a towel and just wipe down the fuse box cover to remove any dirt and oils that might prevent the Velcro from sticking. And you're going to want to wipe down the back of the computer as well. Now let's get the Velcro and stick it onto the back of the computer. And this has VHB tape, which is very strong, so you don't have to worry about it coming off. And now a little trick to get the other Velcro pieces aligned easily is to just connect the Velcro to the other Velcro pieces.
Sebastian.
The plastic covers off, and now we're going to press the whole computer down onto the fuse box. And with
Hey,
the VHB
Sebastian.
tape, make sure you put a lot of pressure so that it sticks. So
Hey.
let's give it a try. Perfect. And
It's
now the
20
computer's
after
mounted.
8.
Now real quick, you probably saw this in the kit. And it's
Want to
this
get
little
up?
plug.
I'll
Now,
get
the
you a
reason why I
couple
have
of
this is because
French
let's just say your
toast.
computer fails. All you have to do is pull this out and then plug this in, and this just bypasses everything. So there's no more computer. You could run on your normal gasoline. You can't run on E85, but you can run on normal gasoline until you figure out what your problem is. It's a good thing to keep in your glove box just in case. I've never had to use it, but it's a good idea to have in the kit. And then the last thing to mention is these extra pieces that are kind of hanging off. They're capped off on the end. That's just so if you have a 6-cylinder or a 8-cylinder, those are the extra ones that you connect to. But we don't have that, so they just sit off to the side like that. So with our computer mounted, we are completely done. And look at how amazing this looks. It basically looks stock. It looks factory. You can't even see that we did anything. I mean, maybe if you peek back there, you might be able to see the flex fuel sensor. The only thing you can see is the computer. And if you really wanted to, you could probably put that back there if you don't want anything visible in the engine bay. And that's all there is to it. So now let's go fill up with some E85. But first, let's fix this gas cap, because now we can actually run E15 to E85 no problem. And just to be sure we're clear, let's add this E85 sticker onto the fuel door. Okay, so now you guys remember that I said there are no E85 stations in my state, so I have to use these cans of E85 instead. And this is 112 octane, which is kind of funny pouring into a stock Prius. Now, I did run the fuel tank down, so there's only about 4 gallons left, and this is a 12-gallon tank, which means we should have a pretty high concentration of E85. And there we go. Let's get the cap in place, and let's go for a ride. Alright, and check it out. We are now driving around using E85. And if you take a look at the app, you can see the ethanol concentration is about 60% because we mixed it in with some fuel that was already in the tank. But that's fine. That's exactly why we installed the ethanol sensor. So that's all there is to it. That's how you convert your car to run on E85. And if you have any questions at all, feel free to comment below and I'll answer them. Hopefully this video was helpful. If it was, remember to give it a thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, consider hitting that subscribe button for more videos on how to fix and modify your car. And as always, all the tools and products I used in this video are linked down in the description so you can easily find them.
Team, it's been a while, but I think I've aged you well. So much.
I'm watching memes every single day for a month straight. This is week 3 of 4. Today's day 15, and the score is Jakerton 8, Gen Z 6. So, it's kind of close right now. I did not expect to be in the lead, but here we are. Let's jump in. Did he trip or fall? What? I don't know the difference between trip or fall. Look at the nostrils on this guy, huh? Bro can smell the future. That's all I'm saying. Uh-oh. I might be in a goofy on mood today. This might not be good for me. Students have a special visitor today. The special visitor. I don't really know the lore of Smurf Cat. I don't know if there is lore. I'm sure there is. Somebody's probably made a whole spin-off series about it. But maybe he's got a good message to come bring to the kids, you know? If Elephant was in what? Azumangadiano. I don't understand this at all, but dude, man, something about when those trunks just let it loose gets me going. Okay, let's play a game. Honestly, dude, checkmate, because I don't have ideas anymore. It's flared up one time in like the last 4 months, but just update, dude. I mean, I should have. We're not even playing a game at this point. You're just teaching me things. I don't know why I never thought about just duct taping it up, you know, close the shop. I actually might need flex tape for that. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Okay, me visiting my grandma after I grew 0.01 inches. I mean, I'm pretty sure I stopped growing when I was like 6 years old, but up until I was 6, this is 100% true. Okay, it's this cat again, dude. This poor guy. But man can eat! He can't walk, but he can eat! I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys have ever had somebody say that to you. Wow, you can eat, but that is that is so offensive. And I've been told that before. I'm like, how, in what world is anybody gonna hear that and be like, thanks man, I've been practicing my whole life. Okay, we've got another cat. Oh, dude, this had 2 of the things that I really wanted today. A weird odd meow and a cat pulling me in and embracing me.
Take him to Detroit.
No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please! Anything but that! No!
Alright, is the Detroit lore so deep that it made it to a movie, or is this like AI?
Detroit.
Just what a crazy thing to say. I'm gonna start saying that. Take him to Detroit. Okay, we got something. The amount of times that I've seen this floor, and I still, to this day, don't understand exactly what it is. Is it Lego? Is it Roblox? If it is Roblox, why is it this floor? And then, I'm gonna be able to begin to comprehend why. What is homie's no clipping, but I don't understand why. Is it Roblox? I don't know. 3 sides you don't want to see of me.
Number 1, you don't want to see me when I get angry. I'm done. I can stop. I can stop.
Not gonna lie, the middle part, the second one was a little,
Hey,
like, kind
Sebastian, come
of
on,
freaked
get
me
up
out.
there.
But the third one,
Yeah, I know.
we got the bad guy from Sonic.
Man is the most dangerous prisoner in the UK.
Well, no shit.
Dr. Eggman, bro.